I'm bad at pretending, you know I'll be true. Sunday mornings and midnight lights turn into songs that you watch me write. Stole your sweater on that night. You took a picture, keep by my bedside. So you're mine when you're gone, baby, please don't be long. I got my ticket to the west side. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine for the taking. It was mine for the taking. It was mine for a million days, in a million ways. Stole your heart and I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine in a million ways, for a million days. leaving without you. Say I'm not leaving without you. It's been a long time. Craft me, don't run away from me. Craft me, don't run away from me. Craft me, don't run away from me. Craft me. 1, 2, 3, hit it!
Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to day number 2 of the SPL promotional tournament. 10 teams still exist as of right now, but that is going to be changing pretty soon. It's Gormizer. I got Trelly on the desk with me, and Trelly, we are in the promotion tournament. We are starting to get into the thick of things. I guess technically tomorrow is like the true thick of things. It's like the middle of the week. I don't know if that's how that works.
I didn't even know if the thick of things was the middle, but that makes sense.
I have no idea. I'm just making
it
up as I go along, man.
Should be.
Yeah, if it's not what it is, it's what it should be. We've got a lot that has been going on, a lot of Smite that is being played this week, and of course, for those of you who are curious as to why there's so much Smite, it's 5 full days, the 22nd, which was yesterday, going up till Sunday the 26th. We've got 10 teams that are competing in a double elimination bracket. The top 2 will qualify for the SPL. One of those teams is found Saturday, one of those teams is found Sunday. Every day we're beginning here at 11. It's because there's a lot of Smite that we got to cover. 4 best of 3s yesterday, another 4 that we're going to be going through today. And if you wanted to see how those have been shaking out, yesterday was a bunch of 2-0s, the Tanuki, the Scorpions, the Storm, and the Hounds finding wins. And so what we are going to end up seeing up first is the Wargs and the Tanuki a little bit later. After that set, the Gladiators taking on the Storm. Those will be the last 2 teams that are, kind of new, quote-unquote, to the tournament, at our first look at what they're going to have. And our top 2 seeds on top of that. So something I'm very excited to see what they have to offer. And then a little later today, we're going to be watching the Titans, the Valkyries, the Sages, and the Wardens. 2 of those teams, Trelly, are going to be sent home today. There are 2, we have 10. Yesterday we ended, we still had 10. When we finish today, it's only going to be 8. When we finish tomorrow, it's going to be 6. When we finish the day after, it's going to be 4. We are going to be just chopping them left and right from here on out.
Well, you made it very simple for me. So if that confuses you, just remember, you got to win. Simple as that. If you're winning out, you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
No concerns whatsoever.
Yeah, if you're in the loser's bracket and you lose, well, then you're going home.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be complicated. But the first match, maybe a little less complicated, at least on paper. Theoretically, it's less complicated. The team that we saw yesterday, the Tanuki, we'll maybe touch on in a little bit because they found some success that maybe people weren't expecting, a very surprising win. The Wargs are the team not only just behind me, but the team that I think everybody was the most excited for coming into this. I remember our predictions graphic. Every single caster had the Wargs on that list, and it was just a matter of who was the other team. And it's because this is a team that has a lot of familiar names on it if you've been around for a while. So already, you can see actually Crimson sitting in the mid there, Sam sitting a little closer, Neil Ma, the coach, sitting behind them. Missing from the room, and maybe joining them now, there's Gamma. As the support player, Aquarius, who's going to be sitting in that chair closest to us. And then on the far end, when he does end up joining the booth, Stuart. So, Trelly, as far as teams go, I can't think of a single player on this team that doesn't contribute to it being a stacked roster.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This was definitely, I was going to say fan favorite, caster favorite. We all thought on paper they look like the most stacked roster and definitely have, I believe the phrase we used was, if this team does not qualify for SPL, they tossed, they threw. Like they should, in theory, have a pretty free ride if they play to their strengths, and all 5 of these players, I guess 6 if you count Neil, do their job, right? And if that's the case, they should have a free ride. But as we saw yesterday, there's a lot of talent in this tournament. There's a lot of young players that want to make their name known, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some bumps in the road.
A lot of upset potential.
Yeah, a lot of upset potential. That's exactly what I'm talking about, and it's exciting to see. However, the Wargs just look, on paper, like the best team in this tournament, and they've got a lot of talent as well.
A lot of it is, you've got, I'm going to even just up it to a star-studded roster of 6, right, including coach. How well do the pieces come together? It's not just, okay, are all of you individually good players. We know that. We done been seen that. It's the rest of it that is going to be maybe the question marks that are there. Also nice to have your frontline synergy, right? Aquarius, Gamma having played together. Looked pretty good on a team that unfortunately last year in the SBL maybe weren't able to do much. Crimson has been in the conversation as far as top players and for a long time. Sam is a literal Worlds MVP. You go right behind him, Neil is a literal Worlds MVP. And if you go down towards the end, you get Stuart, who maybe doesn't have the MVP status, but has made it an insane run through Worlds just recently, all the way up to the semifinals. And so definitely, I think I'm going to say it again because it's just the best phrase for it, star-studded roster. that I think a lot of people have high hope for. High expectations for, I think, is maybe the better way to say it. And so heavy usually are the shoulders that the expectations fall on. The team on the other side, Trelly, the Tanuki, came in, got a nice little surprise for everybody at the very upfront of the game, or of the day yesterday. But on top of that, this is maybe one of the better matches for them, because if they win, that's a huge deal.
Oh, yeah.
And if they lose, it's just an expected result, right? Nothing too crazy to really break this mold for them.
Well, expected for just about everyone, but we got to talk in the interview yesterday, and the Tanuki, they're not here to say, oh, we did our best. Mifflin highlighted it so well, and I love the way that Mifflin highlighted the fact that this is a competitor's mindset. They did not say, we are here to do our best. They said, we are here to win. We saw the notes being taken pretty much
instantly.
The second the game was over. They're like, I already know what we'll be VOD reviewing tonight. I know what we're going to make sure we fix up. I love the confidence from this squad, and I think that if they're playing with that level of confidence throughout the entirety of this tournament, even if they did fall here, I'm excited to see what they show, but I think we might be shocked. I think they might come out swinging here in game number 1.
I think yesterday we saw Promise have exceptional support games, right, back-to-back. Granted, one was Yamoja, one was Maui. Maybe get them on less good gods, and we can see what happens. Grave as well, though, right? I mean, playing something like the Bastet into the Pele looked really solid. And I have to highlight it, XD001 there. Vulcan 2 games in a row. Was not, when they were originally being brought out here, was not the guy that was on the roster, right? Filling in, essentially a sub for this squad. Looked really good yesterday. Admittedly got camped a little bit on the Vulcan, and I wouldn't mind seeing maybe beyond the Vulcan here in mid. But I think that this is a team that when they showed up yesterday, maybe a couple bumps in the start of game 2 up against the Valkyries, but much like you said, Trelly, they've got the fire under them, and they seem to be pushing forward, and I think that again, actually second closest to the camera there, Grave is going to be a pretty big deal throughout this one, strictly because of all the jungle performance we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of how this team has adapted to the meta. I saw a lot of talk on Twitter about some of the build paths that some of these players have been going, and how maybe they don't quite understand the meta, or they're making their own thing work. And of course, if you're winning, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
And in this
win's
case,
a win's a win.
I think the Tanuki in particular have a very unique play style that maybe is more in line with what some of these pros are tweeting about, saying like, hey, why aren't we seeing more tablet builds, for example? I'm just excited to see exactly how they decide to whip it out, because they told us yesterday. They're like, this is going to be, the team you saw today is not what you're going to see tomorrow. We're going to go back, we're going to look at what we did wrong, and we're only going to improve. So the Works, they got quite the matchup ahead of them for sure.
And I think being able to see them against a team that, admittedly in my mind, in the Valkyries, that looked like with veteranship, should be able to show a lot of strength. Now they're going up against another team that has a lot of veterans on it. That's when they found their upside yesterday. We'll see if they can do it again here today. Game number 1, picks and bans. Wargs are going to be the first pick team. There's Stu, finally. I don't know where he's been hanging out. But he makes it there for the important parts.
He's got his headphones in. He was just
jamming, getting in the zone.
Getting in the zone.
I'm going to be honest with you, Trelly. I'd be scared if I was going up against a team that had Stu and he was in the zone. That is a very frightening team. I mean, mechanically, we've talked about it in the past. We talked to teammates with him. Quiet guy in comms. Will have his outburst moments, right? But big performance as of late. Mechanically has been a just treat to watch. We'll see what he ends up picking up. A lot of magical carry bans from the Warg so far. Not too surprising given the way the weekend's gone. Olarun, Soul. Whether or not Kronos and Freya join. Freya, it seems like maybe has to join that ban list. Otherwise, it's a good first pick for the Wards. Maybe Kronos can fall on that list for them. Thor on the other side. And there's going to be the Kronos instead from the Yomi Tanuki. The Thor seems like a direct target. Not only has he been doing incredibly well, Trelly, this weekend, but Sam's also got a damn good Thor.
Oh, yeah. he definitely does. And I think that a lot of, despite the fact that I've been saying I don't think the Merc is very strong and I haven't seen a good performance out of it yet, it's been banned consistently throughout this tournament. And we know Sam for Soccer likes to play the Mercury as well. Could be something
have a good Merc
that the Wargs are looking towards. But I think Soul Lane could be something that's contested here. I love seeing Aquarius on something that he's comfortable on. And since the meta has shifted up so much, I'm wondering what that would be. We've seen a lot of these just regular warrior builds.
Yeah.
Guan Yu's been very powerful. I still think that tablet guardians are something that could be looked at for both of these squads. We saw Rundus go with the Yorm, pretty much the damage Yorm over in solo. as well as just, you know, these sustaining warriors that have been over to in that soul lane as well. So could be something contested, but with the Yemoja ban, it looks like healing still on the minds of the wargs, as well as just incredible CC. That ultimate really can control a team fight.
Well, there's the Mercury. You were talking about it, and I was wondering if it was going to get banned. A question I was going to ask to you as Freya or Maui, it feels like Freya has been taking precedent over that, especially with the other carries that are, the magical carries specifically, stripped away. They didn't even give us a second to think about that possibility that something else might topple Freya here. They lock it in instantly. So Sam gets 2 bans. They let the Freya through. If you're the Tanuki, it feels like Maui has been a pretty big pickup, but not necessary. Where do you go here for if you're thinking about it?
I mean, you could either A, try to get some good duo lane pressure to deal with the Freya, and it looks like that is going to be the route they're looking for. That Maui is going to make sure that you've got some incredible team fight presence, but also he's very safe. He's going to have some great lane clear early. I think there's a lot of things you can do with Maui just by, you know, locking it in the first pick. And it also, there's a lot you can do with it, but it doesn't reveal too much about your draft.
Yeah.
So I think always a safe first pick. But the Vulcan is going to be very highly prioritized here. A pick that definitely does do a lot of burst damage, can bring you some control in the mid lane, but I don't think it needed to be that highly prioritized. In this case, maybe they were worried about it being picked up, or just saying, hey, we want to get XD back on a pick that he feels confident on.
Well, and it's this weird balance, right, where it's like, well, you know, XD had some good games on Vulcan yesterday, but when I see 3 in a row, especially if they, you know, no matter what happens this game, in game 4, if they go back to it, it makes me start to think, okay, is there anything else? Is there anything more to this, right? What goes beyond the Vulcan if it's gone? Maybe something the wargs will force the Tanuki to explore and find out maybe a little bit later. But for now, Shelly, it's wild that, you know, with Thor doing as well as he has, gets banned away. Mercury, as well as he is, and specifically Sam playing him, banned away. And yet he still gets a god that I don't want to see Sam on if I'm playing against him. It's the Hunbat's locked in alongside a Merlin. There's a lot of burn, a lot of damage on the side of the wargs right now.
There definitely is, as well as just good setup. I want to see a little bit more beads burn. We've seen Hunbat's struggle late game if no one else is able to pull those beads except for the Fear No Evil, so wouldn't be surprised if Gamma goes to one of his picks that can really help with some initiation. You know, the Cabrakan comes to mind, not something that we've seen too much this tournament, but something that Gamma likes to go towards. There's a few different options here. I think even Ymir would not be terrible. But the Tanuki do have comfort picks throughout, right? I mean, we've seen Rundas play the Yorm, XD on the Vulcan. They've got good magical damage. Gonna need some physical gods here for sure. 3 magical from the top. Curious to see if it's just gonna be a traditional hunter over in that duo lane. Ishtar is still available and has been, you know, something that a lot of these teams have still gone to, despite the fact that magical ADCs are in the forefront of bans. But I'm still curious. It looks like the Ymir's gonna be taken away, so Gamma does not get to go to that one at the very least. A lot of these characters don't want to deal with the wall from Ymir.
If Gamma plus anything that can create a wall typically is bad news for the other team. And again, even if it's not necessarily meta, you had mentioned the Cabrakan, maybe a little more far-fetched just as of what we've seen lately, but like, Gamma's real good at it. So at the same time, who cares? I think the Ymir has definitely been on the cusp lately. They picked up the Jormungandr. You had kind of touched on it. As a Bacchus ban comes through, Pele ban from the wargs. As they get their last ban in here, I kind of want to ask you, I mean, outside of like safety and lane, like Yorm for a while was the cool, we can throw you on this, like similar to when you had like a coach subbing in and you needed them to not die, like Yorm and Xingqian were like the go-to god choices. But what can Yorm bring to this, especially now it has an Izanami beside it, that it can maybe facilitate this front line better?
It's overwhelming pressure in the lane because Yorm is building full damage in tablet. That's what Rundas does. I've seen it in all my ranked games.
Good point. He did it yesterday.
And I've never not seen him get top damage. Every time I see it, I'm like, surely he just gets camped. And it doesn't happen. I don't know. In this case, you know the wargs have seen it, right? You know that Sanford Soccer watched that game and said, hey, there's probably going to be a full damage Yorm over in solo. Maybe we deal with that. That could be an idea. But if you let that tablet get stacked up and you let this Yorm rotate in late game, just does so much damage to just about everyone. So
wow.
That is what it's going to bring. And the Cabrakan actually did make it the whole way through. A little bit more prioritized about the Bacchus. That's a pick that we've seen a few times already this weekend, and I've liked it every time at this point. So a lot of CC. They're going to take that away. But the wargs get plenty of beats burn their last 2 slots.
Is anybody that's not Gamma going to be even looking at Cabrakan for the rest of this tournament, or is it just like like a Gamma special, or is he like just on the edge of meta right now?
I imagine it's comp based. When you see a Vulcan and a Yorm and an Iza, you can really control the slows and just try and find value from that wall. You force them into a Phantom Shell maybe when they didn't want to go for it. So I think it's a pick that Gamma's very comfortable on, and it happens to be very good in this comp. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more of Cobb later on. He's got good pressure.
Okay. I'll be honest, I'm surprised to see him. Granted, I've just been playing a lot of Maui, so I don't really have room to speak. I've been a one-trick pony for like 2 months.
You're definitely right. There are better Guardians, but I think in certain matchups you can be like, oh, this is a Cobb game.
And you know what? Gamma's got a good cab.
Yeah.
God, that's what you were saying, and he's done well with it. Bastet comes back, though, for Grave. Yesterday we saw what a performance that could have. Dealing with some of the front lines, I mean, you had mentioned the walls, someone that can jump over it, someone that can close gap, stick to someone like Freya or Merlin pretty easily with the ultimate, things like that. Do you think the Bastet throws a little bit of a wrench in the plan for the Wargs?
It could. We've seen so many wishy-washy Bastet games as
one day they'll
recent.
come in and absolutely stomp, the next.
That's what I'm saying. So I have no idea what brand of Bastet we'll be getting here today. Grave's been looking good so far this tournament, and Bastet does bring a lot of damage, but it's all on how are you positioning this character, and also are you landing that Huntress of Bast consistently? If you are, she's got plenty of damage. If you're not, falls off a bit. So I'm going to give it like 50% certainty depending on how hot Grave comes out with it from the gate. He's got that ability to just say, hey, I'm going to get an early first blood and kind of take this game and run with it, though.
See where you can pick up I guess, just the presence of the jungle, right?
Yep.
When it comes to team fights, though, you know, Hunbat's much bigger team fight presence, like late game, you're talking 25 minutes, than what I personally expect out of a Bastet. Is that alleviated? Because, you know, Landfall is like non-committal, really far away, really good ultimate. It feels like maybe it's not like the jungle-to-jungle matchup, but they still have a lot of that presence here for the Tanuki to try and keep up with what the Wargs have in terms of CC.
Yeah, they've got plenty. I'm curious team fight-wise who's going to be the initiator more often than not, because, again, you're not looking towards Sam for Soccer to be the first one in fights unless you know a Relic is down. You know, if beads are down, Sam's like, I'm going, I'll look for Vulcan, you guys have fun. But if not, Gamma and Aqua are going to have to be pretty on point with initiating for the squad, saying, okay, you guys get the follow-up, and then we're just going to go in. And also, Stewart on the Freya, that's going to be a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, that's a ticking time bomb for sure. So we'll see what Stu can do on this Freya, what the Wargs have to offer us for our first look here in game number 1.
That's right. It is the Niflheim Wargs and the Yomi Tanuki. We got our first look at the Tanuki yesterday in our first day of the event. This is our first look now at the, assuming, number 1 seed of the event, and the caster favorite from all of us to be able to make it through this event, at least in the top 2 out there. It's J-Mac and Mifflin joining me on the cast with Doug, giving us our overhead perspective of the Battleground. And I'm going to go ahead and open this one up with talking about the Yomi Tanuki's composition. We see a lot of similarities to what we saw yesterday, Myth, the Maui, the Vulcan, the Jormungandr, even the Bastet popping through. It's kind of the odd one here of the Izanami that pops up. Do you feel that this was kind of just a pick to have safe and easy clear, since pretty much all the magical hunters and then Ishtar were also taken away?
Yeah, I mean, Izanami is always going to be a pick that you go towards just for pressure. Those cleave, piercing auto attacks, just so powerful at dealing with the minions, allows you to control some of the more farm that's popped up on the left side of the map in Season 10. Just grab the cooldown buff, or the shield buff rather, excuse me. Control those purples, rotate through, grab those back camps as they spawn as well. So it has decent scaling as well. I'm not so concerned about it. I don't have a ton of data on Season 10 Izanami in particular. I would assume she utilizes the crit build relatively well with that stem on her first ability. But otherwise, I think it might be an adjustment that we've seen from the Tanuki as they struggled, or something they struggled with rather, in the previous set, which was not a whole lot of CC. And we've seen that been rectified all the way across the field. They played a very low CC composition that was all about finding ganks through Grave. Now you've got Rundus who can start the fight with Yorm. Maui can do the exact same thing, and a little bit more silence presence as well.
Early rotation from Grave over here. Gamma gets caught by the hook. Stewart is pumping pulse autos at them, but a pull back on towards Gamma. Luckily, the whoop there from Stewart to save his support's life, but both members of the Niflheim Wargs duo down at low HP off that early rotation.
That's tough. That's such a tough start because you've got the potions to deal with that low HP, but it takes so much time to heal it all back up. And with Shinigami jamming pressure on the Iza, you're not going to really have the time to do it, especially if Gamma takes additional poke going forward. This is something you have to be aware of when you play against Grave. Every single game so far this week that Grave has been a part of, it's been first rotation over towards dual lane pre-1 minute. If you're able to back out, not really lose too much off of it, then Grave loses out on a lot of farm. You can already see it. Doesn't come up with anything. Sanford Soccer's already nursing about a half-level lead.
But does manage to at least get the beads away from Stewart, so some potential pressure for the next couple minutes in that dual lane. So we'll be keeping our eyes on maybe another rotation from Grave that way, or just this Maui and Izanami to jam it down that lane. But it's Sam getting aggressive in mid. XD and Grave both low. The meatball just in case Sam decided to go in with the dive. And there's some early damage out there by Crimson on this Merlin.
Man, Season 10, everybody's trying to work on their muscle memory. If Sanford Soccer pops his Claw Shard, that's a double kill. Guaranteed, every single time. The additional power would have just been enough there. Unfortunate drop, but still, even just forcing back XD and Grave buys so much space and time. We'll see if Aqua, though, baited by that space, gets caught out here. Grave hovering nearby. No Salmon Leap available, not close to the Rage Transformation. Rundus could zone, could just try and control the neutral.
Let's go for the knockup. Aquarius is by the tier 1 tower, so should not be a kill onto him unless Grave and Rundus were willing to dive under. But they do not do so. So instead, Aquarius will get to live for the time being. Has teleport for his relics. He can come back if he were to fall a little too low. In fact, we'll go back to base and utilize it now. Went for the sigil start, so looking maybe towards a little bit later stage of the game with that startup item. Rundus, though, pretty much running the exact same build that we imagined. Tablet likely to be first item in that slot.
Yeah, Tablet of Destiny just so incredibly powerful and allows you to deal so much damage. Rundus on the Jormungandr. Jormungandr in particular, just a great pick to utilize that item. Just poke from a range, don't really need to commit your body. Spit on him as soon as that passive is available. So no surprise if Rundus does decide to itemize this way. Battle continues for the shield buff. Finally does go down. Seems to me Yomi Tanuki able to secure it this time around. That's what you'd expect from the Izanami, but there's going to hit an inflection point in the duo very shortly. I think it's legitimately first item down, and Stu's going to become a lane bully. This Freya just has so much damage output.
And when I think of, big picks for Stu, I'm thinking back towards tail end of Season 8 when he was playing on the Solar Scarabs. Freya, Olaron, probably the top two that really come to mind, especially when those two gods were meta. Those were ones that Stewart was slamming even at the World Championships when the Scarabs had made it there at that point. Those were definitely some of the more powerful picks. So I've got high expectations for Stewart on this pick going forward. Same with Gamma on this Cabrakan. That's one of his kind of top 3 go-to gods in his support arsenal at the moment. And the fact that he went over some of the other bigger picks around at this point and went with this Cabrakan shows me they got a lot of confidence in the dual lane for the Wargs.
I mean, talk about expectations. I'm looking at Sanford Soccer. This is a Sanford Soccer meta. He wants to be that solo agent, carry role, loves playing the standard assassins. Hunbots has been his bread and butter for as long as I've been watching his pro career as well. So I think very high expectations around this player, and already has primed himself for a decent mid game. A full level lead over Grave, who's just recently ticked to 5. Sanford Soccer hovering around 6. You don't generally want to get involved before first item on Hunbots. Just get that CDR available as quickly as possible. So often people call Hunbots the god of, hey, if my ult's up, I can play the game. If it isn't, I won't. Get some CDR, your ult's up a little bit more often. So keep your eyes on him. Has worked his way back to base. Finally finishes up that Jotuns. It's time to get involved.
I wonder if we'll see early rotations from Sam over towards the solo lane. I mean, that was something that was mentioned by Charlie over on the desk, was that every time that we've seen Rundus go for this Jormungandr, going damage item first, there's no defense on the Yorm. He's not building to be tanky or just to hit a lot harder. I wonder if we'll see Sam maybe try and exploit that a little bit early, but it seems for now it's eyes on the dual lane. Stewart, not even with his first item online yet, still keeping Shinigami zoned out. But I believe that's because Sam may have walked over that ward that's just under the Gold Fury pit on his rotation over.
Yeah, maybe. Shinigami showing a whole lot of respect here. Does also need to just respect the lane opponent, right? Freya, even without that first item, has got pretty decent boxing potential. Hasn't quite finished up that Aussie for Shinigami. And it's body language as well. Stewart posturing towards the front of that wave, playing in melees, holding on to his abilities. That really telegraphs that somebody's nearby. Even if Sanford Soccer doesn't step on that ward, maybe you're assuming Gamma's hovering in the jungle, or it could be Sam somewhere else. So good heads-up play from Shinigami. Good game sense, realizing that now's not the time to fight. Go ahead and play it a little bit more passive.
supports going for 2 different startups themselves. Gauntlet of Thieves for Promise, just to give himself some of the extra aura sustain for his team as it moves on. Opposite side, Gamma going for the Prophetic Cloak. We've seen quite a few of them picked up between the solo lane, usually grabbing those, usually 3rd item. Haven't seen as many supports picking up, and even fewer supports and even solos who have been finishing that item out. Haven't been able to get the full evolved passive through, but man, it's just such a tanky item to get for anybody who picks it up.
He's going to grab 4 stacks, and he's going to look like the tankiest guy on the planet. I mean, it's just such a statted item, not even just for the protections, but getting a little bit of cooldown reduction as well so early in your build is just incredibly valuable. I hopped on Twitter after the games yesterday, and every support that is currently in the SPL just complaining that we haven't seen enough Prophetic.
Gamma picked up by the Cat. This should be a kill on the Cabrakan. He is slowed down. Stun is good. And the landfall will take him down. No pullback necessary. It's just the damage for Promise and the Yomi Tanuki to strike first blood.
That is an ideal first blood recipient for the Niflheim Wargs, though. Having Promise be the recipient means that you're not really too concerned about it. Gauntlet of Thieves going to get some additional stacks, and having a Maui with a lead probably doesn't feel exactly great, but I mean, it's better than maybe Grave grabbing it and catching up to Sam for Soccer, or Shinigami grabbing it and expediting his own laning process. So if it's got to be somebody, you're happy it's Promise.
Sam goes in aggressive with Stu up against Shinigami. Teleport out by Shinigami will get him back to safety, and Promise there just to make sure that there is no further dive from Sam or Stu towards that tower. So for now, Shinigami will be just fine. No beads needed. Just his mobility was enough to get him out of danger there.
Yeah, not much that you can really force out on your own on that left-hand side. I'm keeping my eyes on rotations, though. Grave has pretty decent gank targets. Dual lane, of course, you want to shut down the Freya, and Bastet uniquely suited to do so. Apply those claws, and Valkyrie's Discretion really can't help you out in situations like that. But otherwise, maybe even rotations over towards Aqua.
Grave. Gonna put a little bit of pressure up against Stu, but it's a rotation in from Gamma. Finds the wall against 2.
Good ult.
Fear no evil as well. And a teleport in by Sam. He found the shot on Grave. And Stewart will get the last hit with the auto to do so. Makes it 1 for 1. Now for the Niflheim Wargs over a small skirmish by the shield buff. This buff really feels like this has just been the eye of interest for so many teams this weekend so far.
It just gives you so much confidence to initiate fights. If you lose your shield, you're not complaining about it at all. It just gives you a little bit of a buffer to start off your engagement. I'm surprised they give it over to Gamma, though. Maybe thinking he needs to get point blank to apply his damage, to apply his CC. Give him some of that, but Stu on the Freya being your late game win condition, getting a little bit more survivability on her, so you don't have to worry about that laning phase nearly as much. Equally valuable. Instead, the Niflheim Wargs, I think, want to get aggressive from here on out. Haven't quite been able to establish their foothold on the map just yet. For the most part, we've seen skirmishes around that duo lane, around that respawn of the shield buff, of course, but we haven't seen mid laners get involved too often. XD and Erupt Crimson essentially free ride so far throughout the early game. Have been allowed to farm up, but only one benefiting from it. It's actually Crimson who's controlled the majority of the neutral camps, also soling out green buffs and backs when he's given the opportunity. Has net him a 2-level lead. Goodness, that is significant so early.
Startup of the Gold Fury for the Yomi Tanuki. Gamma's the only one who is nearby that can sniff this one out, but it's down to a 3rd HP. Gamma's not even going to walk up to it. This is just a free Gold Fury for the Yomi Tanuki, and a good way to try and bounce back in this game and take a small lead over Niflheim Wargs. About 300 gold to the tune, but still 2k XP up for the Order side team. As mentioned, most of that coming for the way of Crimson. Damage from Sam, and a Fear No Evil is all that's needed to take down the Bastet. No beads available to the jungler. It's an easy pick for Sam.
And a little bit more damage to both XD and Promise in that tower. Niflheim Wargs had to do something to cut their losses there, with Gold Freak going over to the Chaos side. A gank on the Grave will go a good distance, especially considering how slow this build Grave is going for. Gotta assume it's Bloodforge in this next slot. It's a very slow build from this Bastet. Pushing back the penetration means that your front line's gonna get more value from Niflheim Wargs, and slowing it down even further only gets you more value. Speaking of build differences, though, take a peek at the mid lane. Crimson going in towards the tablet, as opposed to the standard Book of Thought that we've seen from XD and just about every other mid laner so far this event. Should give him a little bit more early game oomph, and stacking up means your late game is going to feel pretty good as well. Doesn't even forego the Thought. That's a very greedy start to the game. I mean, given the pace of the mid lane so far, only first skirmish at about that 10-minute mark, double stack doesn't feel so bad.
We'll see how long it it takes Crimson to maybe get some of those stacks online for the tablet, because we've seen in some situations where you see mid has gone for early tablet, you avoid them like the plague. You say, all right, I'm not going to give you your free stacks, your free true damage, but it seems like it's so difficult when you have a Godlike Merlin. Gonna avoid the stun by Promise by backstepping instead. Gamma goes in, locks Promise in place. Promise has nowhere to go. Landfall available if needed, but doesn't seem that he'll need it. Will use it anyways, question mark, but he'll be out, though it did cost both the ultimates of the Maui and the Vulcan.
Yeah, I think Promise was trying to reposition into the tower and just pull back anybody that was barrel stuffing him. So Gamma, if he's pulled into tower there, likely does lose his life. Gamma playing wary of it. Back steps, and Promise, it just doesn't look good when you whiff that ultimate, unfortunately for him. But I think a good attempt nonetheless. Wants to find some sort of action early on. You got to know, though, every time the Niflheim Wargs take action in the mid lane, that mid 3v3, Gamma's just getting stronger every single time. That prophetic cloak stacks up when you hit enemy gods, and Gamma hasn't struggled to do so just yet.
Stewart backsteps the Dark Portal, but Craven Promise are on the way. Beads used by Shinigami to get out of the whoops. Those are down for another 160 seconds. Could be a quick rotation from Gamma, maybe even Crimson, or even Sam, if you can get that Hun Bats over there. Get that Fear No Evil online still, that 30% CDR available to Sam at the moment, because that's a much, much shorter cooldown than what you may be more accustomed to. But Sam's not going to go for the rotation over for now. Maybe a call out from Stu saying that Shinigami is heading back to base himself.
Yeah, Hunbots is a different beast here in Season X as well. I think this god has ridiculous burst potential with Hi-Rez, with the flat pen that assassins just get by being assassins. Really has just changed up Hunbots' game. He's no longer just purely a facilitator. He can act on his own. We saw it in that Tier 1 tower dive up against Grave. All that damage comes from Sanford Soccer on his own. I'm thinking I got to keep my eyes on him going forward. Haven't been too active in the side lanes just yet. Shinigami playing very wary. Twice now, just backs up every single time Sanford Soccer has made this rotation. This time, though, Sanford Soccer knows for a fact he hasn't stepped on a ward, at least not nearby. Has the sentry path to work his way forward, but regardless, safe play from the Tanuki.
Stu is going to get a little bit of poke on Promise. He's able to
Good
swing
Lord.
away, but now with 2 items up on the Freya, those Bastions don't stand much of a chance up against the damage that Stewart can output on them. Just a few more gumballs will take those ones down. Needs 1 more to drop it, and we'll be able to still full clear the wave nearly entirely as well. Sam's still waiting by, but Rundus has made a rotation over. I don't think Stu has recognized this and has gone in aggressive. Sam being trailed by the Yorm, but Rundus has actually pulled away from the team fight entirely. Not sure if that was a call out, that maybe Gamma was on the way to stop this.
Yeah, just don't want to overstay with the Gold Fury up. Don't want to lose your life or take too much damage. Just like this, it's a massive team fight tool lost early.
This goes into the World Serpent. Gamma gonna get pulled back by Promise, but Stu is juking out every World Serpent shot. Thunderous the Bass pulls Gamma back in, but not the ideal target. Instead, it's a turnaround. Now all 5
Watch
here.
Aqua.
Landfall pulls back 1, but Aqua is bullying the other 4. Promise only barely able to swing away, but Sam will not let him go. A Fear No Evil in, and Sam takes out the first kill.
A 5-on-5 around the Gold Fury as it respawns, but it's only the Wargs with 5 now. Yomi Tanuki still relatively healthy and have the ultimate from Shinigami, but it's going to be so difficult to work your way into this fight. You have no frontline, essentially. Rundus is not a tank.
Sneaking around the back of the fight, but not going to go in. Primal Fury is just being kited around by Gamma for the rest of the team to smack away. No commit from the Yomi Tanuki means Primal Fury for the Niflheim Wargs. That's going to set them up for a very small lead to start things out, about a 1.3k gold lead. The experience is still where a lot of that relevancy matters. Nearly 4,000 up for the Wargs.
Yeah, where is the level lead? Still 2 in mid, 1 in ADC, and 1 in the jungle, and a bit of parity over in that soul lane. The Niflheim Wargs, having removed the Gold Free from the map, can start playing around that soul lane too. Pyromancer, so valuable in Season 10. Does everything you're used to in Season 9, but now also drops that Runic Bomb, which is essentially a objective secure, or siege secure, just makes everything so much easier. The standard answer to Gold Free going down is going for the opposite. Yomi Tanuki do exactly that with Gamma nearby.
Vulcan ultimate will be enough to secure. Gamma not able to find the stun. One looping around back behind, but maybe can try and lock Promise in place for Crimson to get a little bit of extra poke through. Get some of the stacks up on that tablet. Nearing 20 so far for the mid lane. Remember, max 50 stacks, and that gives you at least 7% of your mana as true damage to your opposition when that's fully stacked up. And considering we've got 2 within the book tree to provide a lot of mana, Crimson's going to be getting a lot of value from that item late game.
Could, and even could decide to itemize towards things like Breastplate of Valor, double dips, reminiscent of the builds that we see from Paul. Get a little bit of CDR, some defense, some survivability to deal with the dive of Yomi Tanuki. Crimson, though, wants to stack damage and damage alone, I'm sure. Tends to be his playstyle, so unlikely that he looks towards utility going forward. We are likely going to hit a bit of a stalemate for the next couple of minutes. Pyromancer and Gold Fury off the map. Barring some very nice picks, clean picks from either side, it's pretty unlikely we see Fire Giant before that 20-minute mark. Neither team exactly the best at dealing with that objective. Maybe slight advantage over to Yomi Tanuki. Having a damage-dealing Soul Laner as well as a Vulcan means you've got the burn and secure. And a Runic Bomb at that. I think if anything, Niflheim Wargs probably need to play concerned on that right-hand side. Instead, it's a massive stack up on the left. Grave connects with Gamma once more.
Once again, but Fear No Wheel is there by Sam to keep Promise at bay. Vulcan ult won't hit anybody, but unfortunately the landfall gets caught by the wall. Grave still goes in. Sam is low, and Sam is gone. Grave finally picks up a kill for himself this game, but it's only going to be one so far, and the Runic Bomb dropped to get no value there. Promise can't get to the sky in time, barely makes it up, but Aquarius is there, won't find the shot. Stewart's got to get him with the Valkyrie's discretion, but he just cannot, and now Rundus joins into the fight. World Serpent won't find anybody on the first hit, but he's still got two more to keep Stewart and Crimson locked down. It's an unofficial double for Grave, 2 for the Yomi Tanuki.
Not much to fight over on this side of the map. Maybe push into that tower. 4 versus 2 now with Aqua back in base. Call it 1. Gamma too weak to stick around. A tier 1 on the left, maybe not the most valuable, but getting a little bit more gold and keeping her up Crimson in place could be the value they're looking for.
Gonna get hit by Rundus. They're gonna lose the tier 1 tower on the left side. Fury's still down for about another minute though before that one comes back up for the Tanuki to get. So it will just be their 2 picks and the tier 1 tower. And that evens out the game entirely. Barely any gold and XP separating them now. Really the only substantial lead is still in mid for the Niflheim Wargs. 2 levels up still for Crimson over XDO 001. But now we've finally seen that jungle close its gap up. We actually see a little bit of a lead in the dual lane now.
And I'm loving how Yomi Tanuki are approaching these fights. It's very disjointed. They're trying to walk in, maybe grab somebody with Graves' ultimate, grab somebody with Promise's ultimate, then it's an immediate disengage. The Niflheim Wargs, I think, playing with a bit more confidence than they should be, considering the state of the game and exactly where the gold leads lie. Start to chase out some of these engagements. Yomi Tanuki, as they back up, start to fold in. Rundus, for the most part, has been coming into the fight after it has started up, almost like an assassin. It goes in with that stealth. It makes it so difficult for the Wargs to retreat from these situations. And if you are on the retreat as the Wargs, good luck outrunning all of these picks. Promise giving over essentially a heavenly sprint with his second ability and the Bracer. Rundus with the World Serpent has great chase potential as well. If the Wargs get dropped low, I don't think they walk out of there. I think your best bet, likely, turn and burn.
It seems that maybe Rundus has adjusted his build for the remainder of the team, not going in towards that full damage Yorm that we had seen prior. Instead, going to 2 defense items immediately after. We'll see how he can impact this next team fight as the breakout around the Oni Fury starts out. Poke off the mark by Promise this time around. The turret will pull the Oni Fury back towards the Yomi Tanuki, but Aqua and Rundus having a little square off on the right side of the pit over by the mid Harpies. Neither team willing to commit to the pull so far. The Niflheim Wargs a little bit more spread out. I say that, but Grave is all the way to the far left in the lane for the Yomi Tanuki, just split pushing the wave.
Look at vision around the Gold Fury, though. So much controlled by Yomi Tanuki. Not only the Gold Fury pit itself, but also the majority of the pass in towards it. The Niflheim Wargs, they're going to really struggle to just even close gap. They have to assume they're on vision the entire time. You haven't got any wards in pocket, or any sentry wards, rather, on the side of the Wargs either. So it's going to be playing at an information disadvantage for the entirety of this dance.
Crimson's walking really far up with Gamma and Stu. Promise on death's door, but able to swing away. Now Stewart is the one in danger, goes up into the sky just for some immunity to get away. But Grave walks a little bit further forward. The Vulcan ult immuned out by Stu, but look into the backline. It's Sam and Aqua are just terrorizing the backline. It's a double kill for the Soul Laner, nearly a triple, but Crimson gets the last hit. And the Niflheim Wargs find 3 picks in an instant and can walk back to the Oni Fury.
I cannot believe it went down like that, J-Mac. Yomi Tanuki knew everything that was happening. The entirety of the Niflheim Wargs playing on a ward, and Stu just simply W keys in, drops Promise to 20%, and then Valkyrie's Discretion's his way out of there, and the Tanuki had no response. With Aqua creating space in the backline, zoning out Shinigami, there just was not enough damage on landing to actually punish Stu's insanely aggressive positioning. Not only turning around a fight that probably shouldn't have gone their way, but grabbing the objective and likely a Pyromancer as well.
Crimson playing very greedy in his pathing. Takes a couple shots from Shinigami and one from Rundus on the way out. Puts him down to a quarter, and that may have just given up an opportunity to take the Pyromancer for the Wargs, but
They
with
wouldn't.
Aqua nearby,
They wouldn't. They
be
would.
a stop of the Tanuki at there. Instead, the Tanuki go to the Fire Giant. Rundus zoning Aquarius. He's the only one who can get in there. No Runic Bomb for confirm, but they do have a Vulcan ultimate. Aquarius gonna do his best to try and zone out. Hundreds of Bass used. Fire Giant only at a quarter, though. It's not going down as fast as they had hoped. Sam for Soccer's here. Fear to Weevil. The Wargs
He got it.
steal the Fire Giant away. Sam picks up a double all the while. And his Rundus on the run, but XD gets caught out by Stewart and is being batted away by the Freya. 3 picks and a Fire Giant off the back of Sam for Soccer.
Just a miserable situation for Yomi Tanuki, because you got to think they're playing that perfectly. You spot Stu on left. You know Crimson's gone back to base. Season 10, larger map, pull fire every single time. Secure just off the mark, and Sam for Soccer, given a natural disaster level ultimate there, completely disrupts Yomi Tanuki. Now Fire Giant on 4, and Aqua on the mend in 5. They walk into the Phoenix just to poke some damage and then back themselves up. This is all gravy for the Niflheim Wargs. Everything that has happened within the last 45 seconds, not accounted for, not in the plan. You just happen to get into a really good situation thanks to Aqua's phenomenal play around that fire, slowing down Yomi Tanuki just long enough for Sam for Soccer to get in there. And talk about a swing. This is the difference we talk about between some of these top-seeded teams and the bottom seed. These small mistakes, these small, just micro issues can really punish you. We went from dead even to 6K down in 30 seconds.
And that's always the struggle that when we talk to the SCC teams and they're going up against the SPL, they say, you know, and against other SCC teams, we make one little mistake.
Not a big
Not
deal.
a big deal. You know, it happens. Even if we're, you know, only a couple thousand gold up, we can fight back, no problem. When you get to the SPL, all it takes is one mistake for things like this to happen. Niflheim Wargs made a perfect punishment off of that one small mistake, that one risky Hail Mary that the Yomi Tanuki went for on that Fire Giant. They took down Aquarius. That was part number 1, was making sure that the Cucullin doesn't steal that one away. But unfortunately, they took so long on the burn and killing of him that it gave Sam time to rotate in.
Yeah, I wonder if the call even is to burn Aquarius, right? It's not as if he's got massive steal potential. I know we've seen wild steals so far this week, the 120 damage Guan Yu Fire Giant steal during the Tanuki set previously. I think probably indicative of difficulty securing, but you've got a Vulcan, you got a Bastet, Jormungandr 1 also outconfirms just about anything Aqua can do as well. Had they ignored him, I think they grabbed the objective and disengage.
Sam used his Runic Bomb to walk into the Phoenix and take about half of its HP with a couple extra autos to boot. But it's a grouping on the left and then a split with the mid as well for the Niflheim Wargs, keeping the Yomi Tanuki guessing as to where they need to keep their pressure and keep their defense up. Sam and Aqua against Rundus and Grave in the mid lane. The other 3 to the left side of the map. Promise half HP already. Gamma goes in, but Gamma has to back out once he starts getting targeted by that bird.
Yeah, Gamma's so tanky, though. He's allowed to just keep weaving in and out of that Phoenix range. I don't love the usage of Runic Bomb from the Niflheim Wargs so far. You really want to utilize it almost as a pseudo-Emperor's armor. When you use it on structures, it takes away some of that attack speed. So when you're going in for a dedicated siege, so powerful. Instead, the Wargs poke out the mid-Phoenix, drop it down to half, but immediately disengage.
Stu lose out on the beads during that fight. That's going to cost him the beads for Graves' ultimate, so a nice little trade out there, but that seems to be enough of a call for the Wargs to back away. Only 30 seconds left on their Fire Giant, and then the Fire Giant will respawn itself instantly. So with the last few seconds, the Wargs will go towards the Primal Fury, try and take as much off the map as they can from the Yomi Tanuki. Now we've had our first kind of pseudo defense. I can't really call that much of a siege defense so far because it wasn't really a committed one by the Niflheim Wargs. How does it feel for the Yomi Tanuki as we're now starting to push towards depths of 8,000 gold down and potentially more if this Fire Giant goes back their way?
You ask me how an 8K deficit feels? Not ideal.
Not great.
Let me tell you, J-Mac. Me personally, I prefer leads. No, I mean,
Like
there
everyone
still
does.
are certainly ways for Yomi Tanuki to stick around in these fights. I think it comes down to initiation. If Grave can grab priority targets with that ultimate, it just really simplifies your game. But so far, we've only been grabbing Gamma, and Gamma is a complete tank. And now Gamma's also got Magi, so it's harder to grab him. There really isn't a whole lot of threat on beads from the Niflheim Wargs. Keep your eyes on their relics. For the most part, Crimson has always had his available. Stu, the only one lacking right now, but still has that Valkyrie's Discretion as a line of safety. And considering his positioning in previous fights, currently, and going forward, doesn't seem like Stu feels like he's under much threat either. Keep your eyes on Grave, keep your eyes on Rundus. I think those two really important for Yomi Tanuki, whereas XD and Shinigami largely relegated to playing in their own backline.
Just going to try and walk forward, but gets stunned by Gamma instantly. The burst damage from this Merlin puts Rundus low, and Stu walks up and nearly takes out the Yorm. Teleport still down for 15 seconds on Rundus. That is a window of opportunity now for the Wargs to start with the Fire Giant. The Promise is still here, as well as the rest of the Yomi Tanuki. Gamma's tanking this one up. Fire Giant's not falling very fast. It feels like the Wargs are just trying to bait the Tanuki into the pit instead.
Yeah, they got to bait with damage, though. If the Fire Giant's HP doesn't move, neither will the Tanuki. Rundus TP's in regardless. Rejoins the fight with the rest of his team. And it's Yomi Tanuki who have moved the goalpost now. No longer is the Skirmisher on fire. Instead, it's the Pyromancer. You're willing to coin toss this a little bit more. Not quite as valuable. But even then, Tanuki need to create some space.
Damage from her up Crimson. Now, you know,
Ooh,
all-time
got
high,
Stu.
Stu gets pulled back in. The beads are still down, but he has the ultimate to pull himself back out. Grave nearly gone, caught out by the wall of Gamma and dropped by Erupt Crimson on the Merlin. Aquarius goes to the back line, finds the frontliner and the carry of XD, who's on the run. The shell has been popped, and so is the landfall, just to try and block off a path, but there's so much damage coming from the Niflheim Warg. So many paths back in, but Promise able to make it out. Shinigami whooped up by Stewart and dead the moment he hits the ground. 2 more picks for the Niflheim Wargs.
Tanuki, just a bit of an overstay there. He already grabbed the Pyromancer. Grave initiates the rest of his team on disengage. Weren't quite able to follow up, and once more Aqua gets into the back line of the Tanuki and prevents any sort of follow-up afterward. I like the attempt from Promise to close off that path, buy some time for the rest of his team. Shinigami as well tries to get out the rest of his boys by standing his ground, but simply falls prey to the CC of the Niflheim Wargs, and once more, Fire Giant finds their way to the veterans. Now 5 strong, plenty of gold to collect on the map.
Wargs will go ahead and take down the last tier 2 tower on the right side of the map. And Doug, if we can get a look onto Crimson real quick, I'm just curious as to what his mana pool is right now, because he does have that tablet fully stacked.
No way you're going to do this math.
Roughly 200 damage. 7% of 1,000 is 70. He's got nearly 3K. He's sitting at about 200 extra damage per tablet.
I'll
stack.
take your word for it, man. I'm
reason
not
I
doing
know-
any math right now.
Yeah, he's swinging, and that's every 2 seconds he gets to do that to somebody. That's crazy damage output that this Merlin has, and it's now put him at the top of the damage charts.
And Merlin's so good at proccing it. I mean, you could just catch someone with a stray singular tick of an Ice Storm or the first ability. Any of his stances, really. This guy just throws out massive color explosions that dominate team fights or even sieges. Merlin's so good in situations like that. Going to be very difficult for Yomi Tanuki to prevent this next attempt on these Phoenixes. I'm curious to see how the Niflheim Wargs approach it. Previously a 3-2 split with the Hunbots playing towards the center of the map. But I think Sanford Soccer is so integral to the team fight of the Niflheim Wargs. You almost want him playing with the core of the team. Fear no evil. Just so good at shutting down Yomi Tanuki's front line, or even now their back line. Both Shinigami and Grave. 30 seconds left until those beads are up.
Push up to the left side. Sam will split himself away from the team and start getting some of those mid waves up towards the Phoenix. Niflheim Wargs will play very cautiously on the left side, waiting for their minion wave to arrive. And Sam, buying some time in the mid, will likely divert the attention of at least one member of the Yomi Tanuki. The Wargs are playing so far back on the left. Almost feel like I'm watching a bots match where they walk back and then walk in with the minion wave. But now with those minions here, quick clear out by the Yomi Tanuki means it'll be yet another wave before they can initiate. Aquarius did get pulled back by Promise, but immediately able to break away from there. No further push from the Wargs just yet.
Yeah, this is the worst magical hunter in the game and actually sieging Phoenix. Freya struggles with that structure damage of the Wargs playing very, very aware of it as of now. With an enhanced minion wave, maybe you got a better shot. Yomi Tanuki won't be able to one-shot this wave.
Gamma blinks to the back line. XD is in danger. The Landfall doesn't find anybody. The Vulcan is
What
one
hit him?
shot away, and it's Aquarius who takes him down. The World Serpent runs through the back line, but Rundus has got to get away. And instead is a left side Phoenix and a single pick for the Wargs. With another minion wave on the way, the Wargs can move towards mid for the next bird.
I have no idea what dealt the damage to XD there. 80% of his HP was just gone immediately. He beats Aegis so fast, it just wasn't fast enough.
Rundus still goes into the middle of 3. Big
Big
stun
stun.
by Promise, puts 2 at critical HP, but in the sky is Stu, and in the grave is the Bastet. Rundus joins him as well. 3 down for the Yomi Tanuki, and make it 4 with Promise. It's a double kill for Stu, and the Niflheim Wargs can walk to the Titan and take game number 1.
The Wargs given a landfall of just massive good fortune around the Fire Giant, completely snowballed up until this point. Yomi Tanuki were not allowed to find their footing after one flubbed objective play towards the mid-game. The Wargs, it's a veteran squad. If you want to beat them, you got to play perfect.
And this is a team coming into this event, Myth, when we all sat down at the table and we said, all right, what's our predictions? Who do we think is going to be one of the teams making it through? Every single one of the casters predicted the Niflheim Wargs. It's for plays like this and for games like this. Just such a dominant force on the map in this first game.
It is, but when I had given that prediction, I was thinking to myself, well, Sanford Soccer is just going to go carry mode, right? Season 10. That's not exactly that performance. It wasn't the emphatic performance that I was expecting from the Wargs here. I thought it was going to be a quick, just let's run it through, keep it concise. This time, though, Yomi Tanuki showed a good deal of fight back.
Niflheim Wargs really felt like they played a lot through their carries more than anything there. Sam kind of got to play facilitator a bit more this game on the Hun Bats, but you blame for how many picks were, or I should say bans were thrown his way towards that
True.
one. Didn't have the easiest time going through, but Niflheim Wargs able to take game number 1. We'll see if they can keep up the pace in game number 2 right after this break.
Take 10 steps back till you get to where you're going. Just research where you're going. A t-shirt where it's snowing. A preacher not quite knowing what he's saying. What he's saying. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. 10 steps back. Close your eyes and listen. And look from somewhere different. I know that I've been slipping. I fold my tie and ribbon to hide my scars. That's how it starts. Ooh, I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Yeah. Told you so. Yeah. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. I don't wanna be around when you lose control. When you lose control, it's so hard to hold. All this weight up on my shoulders. I hate to say I told you so. Hate to say I told you so. I hate to say I told you so.
Well, it's not all smooth sailing, but it's still a 1-0 victory here for the Wargs after a bumpy start, let's call it. Trelly, they clean things up as the game goes on. Score, I just said his name, but it's Trelly over there. The Wargs, again, a team that we expected to come out on top.
Yeah.
I will admit, I'm personally surprised not length, but the bumps that were on their way to this victory, right? At the very beginning, the Tanuki actually looked incredible. I think there were just some really key moments, maybe some of that veteranship coming through for the Wargs that really helped turn it back and keep them in favor, get them this win. But you flip a coin about halfway through there, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, that Fire Giant play in particular where Sam for Soccer shows up. Actually, I guess Aquarius was there, stalled long enough so that Sam for Soccer could show up, steals the FG, wins the fight handedly. At that moment, that's when the game was really cemented for the Wargs, and I think even before that, they had the lead, of course.
Yeah.
It was I'm not going to call it a Hail Mary, but it was definitely a risky call for the Tanuki to try and go for it, but it was a weighted coin in their favor for sure. I mean, it was a solid 5v2 at that Fire Giant, and Sam still makes the clutch plays, as you would expect from a World Champ MVP, right? I mean, Sam for Soccer goes on point this game. I think Aqua had a fantastic game, just diving consistently on this Kakolin. Crimson you could count on for the damage in the backline as Merlin was pumping big numbers, and of course, Stewart, I think, was stepping up a little bit too far at times, but the team had his back. He was able to get peeled out, and after this is when I was like, okay, yeah, that's probably over.
And it's actually interesting because back-to-back, I think you get the fight that gets the Wargs back in a position of control, right? That one Gold Fury fight. Stu walks forward, chunks Promise down to 20%, almost loses his own life, but is able to get out of there. And like you said, it's because he was playing very aggressively, but it paid off because most of the time he didn't die when he was playing that far up. You get yourselves ahead, you get an Oni Fury, you feel confident then. Then Sam gets to go in and steal things. And when you're already ahead and you strip away something that big of a play as well, yeah, you better win the game after that. And so the Wargs look incredible there. 4-1 and 8 picked up for Sam. 5-1 and 4. I mean, really good slash lines all around. Have to give the shout out to Crimson, undying on the Merlin and affecting 14 total of the kills. It just feels like everybody, when they started getting things back on track, right? Maybe you can call it a warm-up for the first 10 minutes, whatever you want to talk about. Once they got things on the rails, it felt like the Tanuki had a hard time answering back.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of the Bastet pick. I said it as it was picked that it could have some shakiness as it goes on, but I saw a lot of Grave doing decent damage and then trying to finish kills with the pounce, and that's all well and good if you can get the kill and get out, but more often than not, it was immediately found by a wall from Gamma or some follow-up, so I'm thinking maybe change up the jungle pick there, and that could have been a different game, but we'll see what the Tanuki have because they got to bounce back.
Well, we had to wait until set number 4 yesterday before we got a 3-game set. We'll see if the Tanuki are going to find themselves a draft that can do it here. So we get into picks and bans for game number 2. Outside of, the Bastet maybe stands out the most, and now with the Freya being banned, maybe that is an answer to the question as well. What kind of things do you want to see the Tanuki change coming into this draft?
I mean, overall, I think that Bastet can be an early jungler, but I still want even more aggression out of the jungle early on. And then more particular, I don't want to see Stewart on Freya. So I'm glad that this has already been remedied in the sense of Tanuki your first pick, and the Wargs are the ones who are going to be banning out the Freya, so that's going to be a good call. As good as Sam is on Hunbats, I think that he's that good on many other characters, so I wouldn't hate just letting the Hunbats through. I don't think that's the end of the world if the Tanuki can deal with that CC, but for me, mostly, I just want to see Grave on a hard carry jungler, and the Bastet didn't do it for me.
So maybe something a little stronger for them. Last time around, it's a little more focus on Sam specifically. The Mercury had been banned out by the Tanuki. And Bacchus jumps up in priority, right? He had been banned in their second wave. And they ban him up front alongside the Thor and the Oler on the other side. Very expected first pick bans. Freya, Yamoja, and the Maui. And so the Tanuki, I mean, we've been talking about it. We expected magical carries to be the precedent coming into this, but Soul finally not only getting through, but getting first picked.
And I think that that's going to bring some extra pressure over towards the duo lane. More often than not, that's where the Soul has been going. These magical ADCs, with the addition of the Bastions, like Soul can just stay with those full heat auto attacks. No one can really outbox her before level 5 if she's hitting her abilities correctly and making sure to keep that heat going. So it can be a detriment if you try and box up against this character. Tanuki wanted to play through that duo lane pressure, trying to give that over to Shinigami. I think a smart call. What do the Wargs answer back with, though? With the Maui and the box is taken away. It looks like they are going to go over towards the Ymir. Still going with that early Guardian, but in this case, you already took 3 bans, I guess, the Emoji as well. So grab that Ymir and get Crimson back on the Merlin. I've got no problems with that. I mean, Crimson, he played perfect positioning, as you said, did not die, and plenty of damage numbers as well.
Yeah, if you go 3-0-11, I think, like, legally we aren't allowed to complain about the pick.
Yep.
Maybe there's something else in there. Maybe there's a clause at the very end, but I'd have to double check. The Ymir is the one that excites me the most. One that, admittedly, Trelly, last year we got used to 2 kinds of Ymir games.
Right.
There's the, I've now fed my brains out and I'm 0-8, and not necessarily the reason my team lost, but it sure as hell did not help. And then there's the alternative, which is something that we've maybe come to expect a little bit more, at least me specifically out of Gamma, which is the, I'm hitting all my walls, they look perfect, I'm changing up these team fights in favor of my team, finding good freezes, even if I end up dying, I'm getting good damage out there. A lot of things that the Ymir can bring. He's also been banned quite a bit the last couple of days, so finally getting to see it picked up feels like it could be a big win. For now, we'll stay in that realm of possibility. There's a hover here for the Tanuki on a Ra, which Benny Q's not in that booth, so I'd be honestly impressed if it gets locked in, considering right now I feel like there's only maybe a couple
awesome.
players that I'm expecting that from.
I love the Pele here. I was going to say the only way I'm fully on board with this Raw lock is if it was going to be a Naja in that slot, but because it's the Pele, I thought the Raw would lose a little bit of value there. Doesn't really appreciate going up against the Ymir wall, but they're laughing. They got smiles on their face. The Tanuki are confident with this one. They've got plenty of magical damage. Again, we already saw a fantastic performance from Grave on the Pele earlier on. So far, they've got decent objective burst. They've got plenty of damage. They've got the early pressure with the Pele. I need to see a little bit more CC and setup for this Raw, because more often than not, you're not hitting those free Raw ults when the Wargs know it's coming, right? They usually can react to that, so I'm going to need a little bit more CC.
Now, said this yesterday. I was casting with Mifflin when it happened. Kernanos' lock-in line is very morbid. The inevitable death is all in nature's plan.
Is that what he says when you lock him in?
That's what he said, at least in the 2 games that I've seen him yesterday and today. It's what he's been dropping on us. And look, man, it's too early in the morning to have existential dread like that.
Well, the thing is, me and J-Mac have a bit where every time Hunbats gets locked in, we always just say, like, hey, man, just so you know, it is not wise to put a basket on your head because you will be eaten by a dog or something like that. I think that's what he says. So we just go back and forth with that one, but now we got to add the Cernos line to the mix. And I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to. No, it's going to be maybe some wild back and forths for him. Kabrakan gets banned out by the Wargs this time around. And so maybe a little worried. You had mentioned, the Soul, the Pele, the Ra, and maybe not necessarily feeling great into the Ymir. I think Kernanos was feeling the same way. Anything that can throw some walls up. Also maybe speaks as to what the Wargs are maybe planning here in the future. Fenrir is the answer back from the Tanuki, trying to isolate some of those jungle picks of Sam. And you have to imagine if they banned it in the top 3 last game and they're looking at the jungle, the next one presumably would need to be a Mercury or something like that, unless they think they can handle it a little better with the composition they have right now.
Definitely could be. I think that Merc is a decent matchup into Raw. I mean, you don't have to worry too much about your ult getting juked because Raw just kind of stands there.
He drifts lazily to the left.
Yeah, he's either going left or right. You get a 50-50 chance at that point. But again, lots of CC needs to be taken away here. That's why we see the Atlas and the Kabrakan gone. That is going to take away a big portion of what the Tanuki want to do. I have seen Promise on the Terra a few times. They already have a lot of healing on this comp, so maybe they don't want to double dip too far. And it will be the Susano lock
That's a good
here
pick
for the Wargs. That is a good pick. Has a great time into both of these mages if you can weave in and out with the jet stream and just try and 100-0 them. But I think that Pele can definitely find Susano in the early and try and track him down. That is some of that CC I've been looking for, as well as just great early pressure. If you're trying to play through Soul, Horus is one of the best early game supports you can really get.
Especially, I mean, you factor in some of the shards, and admittedly we haven't been seeing it as much lately. A lot of cooldown shards have been the maybe focus for pretty much every role, outside of some attack speed shards, things like that. Horus has built-in prot shred flat statement, so it's really a little more convenient. Do you think, though, you had mentioned it, like the CC, Pele with the knock-up feels kind of nice, but Horus is still single target. Does that cause trouble later on, or do you think that they're going to be able to overcome that with the damage they have?
Well,
I guess maybe the Chalk.
I was going to say, I'm hoping to see a big CC ultimate here, and that is what Chalk provides.
It's almost all he provides.
Yeah, that is pretty much. He provides slows and that ult. What I will say is you got a good time in lane, depending on who Aqua locks in here, assuming that he's none of these picks, which I think is fair. And yeah, the team fight of the Tanuki, man, it's looking a little rough, to be honest. As you said, a lot of single target. If Ra is not consistently sniping off the Horus, from behind, this comp gets rolled. Like, the Tanuki cannot fight back from behind. They just have to hope they get a snipe and go with it. But so many of these gods do almost nothing from behind, whereas the Wargs, they can sit back, they can play off their team fight.
Yeah.
They just have to deal with the anti-heal that is surely going to be coming through, because I see 5 gods with healing in their kit. And Kakolan is going to have that built-in anti-heal that will help them out. I'm thinking the Tanuki want to snowball from early, and that's the call. I think duo lane is probably the lane to do it. You leave Chalk alone on an island, and you really hope that Soul, Pele, and Horus start to pop off like pre-5.
Just get him going as fast as possible. Aquarius just had a phenomenal game. I mean, you had mentioned the anti-heal for the Kakolan, but really everything else, right? The CC, the dive that Aquarius had, that plus a Ymir wall, plus the damage follow-up. I mean, Merlin, Kern, Susano is a very dangerous 3 in the middle. Feels like, as you had mentioned, that the Wargs may be more well-rounded and can fight from behind, but if the Tanuki are able to get ahead, it seems like you could maybe err in the way of some good Raw snipes, some good Soul play, higher execution threshold for him to make it work, though.
Yeah, it's the Wargs can fight from behind. The Tanuki have to fight from ahead. That's what we're looking at here, because it's just the single target CC, the fall off of Ra if he doesn't have constant babysitting. Like, he would just get essentially killed. We saw how well Aqua and Sam Soccer were diving the backline last game. Cullen and Susano can do that just as well, and Ra is even less safe at this point. So I'm thinking once again, early aggression probably slotted towards duo, and a lot of weight on Grave's shoulders.
A lot, like you said, for the jungler specifically. Sam might not have the big, well, actually, he does still have a big AoE ultimate. I was thinking not in the fear no evil sense, but in the I'm going to knock you all up and then kill you dead sense. That's what Susano is going to be bringing to the table. Plus, you get the polymorph. I don't know, Trelly. I'm inclined to agree with you here, where it just feels like the Wargs have one that's a little more well-rounded. From ahead it works, from behind it works, at even it works, in team fights it works incredibly well. And so a lot of pressure on Grave to get things going. You had highlighted the duo lane. And I guess that's the matchup I would love to zoom in on. Sol versus Kern in terms of clear, as well as Horus versus Ymir. I mean, both of them have a stun. One hits more targets than the other. But is there enough backup from these carries to make it lean one way or the other?
I mean, I would say if the Tanuki are using their CC effectively, they should be able to just walk up to lane. They're not going to win any 2v2s because I don't think the Wargs, unless Gamma just gets a massive freeze, are going to feel that confident fighting anyways. There's a lot of CC. There's a lot of sustain built into Tanuki's kit. But we saw Sam come over for an early gank last time,
True.
or at least attempt to. He sort of just walked around, and Grave still has that ability, so I imagine not too much pressure throughout, maybe just sitting at the halfway point until those junglers make their way over to duo.
And it seems like it might be easier this time around for him to stick to everyone that's there, right? Sol, Horus, they have safety mechanisms, but Sol kind of peters out a little bit away, and Horus relies on somebody else being over there already. And so definitely some opportunities for Susano to chase them down. We'll see how this one shakes out. Will the Wargs close it out 2-0, or will the Tanuki surprise us? We'll see here in game number 2.
And it's the Yomi Tanuki bringing some pocket picks to game number 2 up against Niflheim Wargs. A raw mid, a Horus support for Promise, and then Shock for Run, as we've been seeing almost exclusively Jormungandr from the players so far this weekend. Any of the matchups that we've seen so far from his competitive, but swapping it up for the Shock in game number 2 to go up against Aquarius' Cucullin. Mifflin, I know you're not the biggest on Shock, but how do you feel about him maybe in year 10 in the solo lane matchup?
I prefer Chalk in solo almost always. I think I'm generally fine with that. Has decent scaling. If you want to go down the mitigation tree, he's going to become nearly unkillable. Massive teamfight disruption ultimate as well. So no complaints really here. Maybe the only issue is it's possible that Chalk could struggle against ganks if Sanford Soccer rotates through early, especially with this Transcendent start, assumed Transcendence. It would make it very difficult for Chalk to survive some of those engagements, especially around level 5. But with the propensities Sanford Soccer showed in previous matches to just go ahead and rotate over towards that duo lane, I think you're allowed to go slightly greedy in the build. And once you have Transcendence, it essentially is just another defensive item, considering how heavily your heal scales with power. So long answer short. Yeah, I'm all right with it. Chalk solo, all right.
Chalk solo, cool. Chalk jungle, maybe not so much from what we've seen in the past.
So not good.
Not that great. You can just go maybe another assassin in the build. Speaking of assassins, though, Pele for Grave. We've seen what Pele is able to do with some early game damage in previous seasons. We've even been able to see what Pele can do this season so far in year 10. And we do have Sam going over towards the Susano. Another one that feels like it could just be something that you're maybe kind of going towards because you need a decent assassin, some decent CCing. But this also feels like, when you talk about top 3 Sam for soccer gods, along with the Hunbats, this Susano is definitely one I always kind of see him as.
Yeah, Sanford Soccer is like Hunbots, it's Susano, I'll throw a Thanatos in there.
And a Mercury.
And a Mercury, absolutely. And then you got it. That's the 4-piece combo that composes a Sanford Soccer. It's what the 4 stands for, actually.
Oh, is that what the 4 is?
Yeah.
I've never actually asked him what the 4 meant, but now I don't need to. I've got the information from Mifflin. Once again, this time it's a rotation from Sam over towards the dual lane to try and get things going for Gamma and Stewart. Said it may just be a skirmish by the shield buff as Grave has revealed himself on the map towards Sam. Could be having a 3v3 brawl in duo. Gamma already half HP, slowed down as well. Grave goes through, but gets frozen instantly. Sam goes in to try and stop. The wall is not enough to hold them back. And Grave and the Yomi Tanuki once again will strike first blood.
Man, if it's a meditation or a shell start for Gamma, he lives there just because that freeze was so clean. Actually catches the knockup from Grave, keeps him just out of range. But because he had elected to pick up that horrific, maybe got eyes a bit more for kill pressure rather than actually playing defensively. Wasn't quite able to work his way out of there. And now it's a magical hunter with a lead up against Stu on a standard hunter. which is just not going to feel great. I mean, you can see how quickly he's already starting to work through those bastions. 150 gold infusion this early in the game, absolutely ridiculous. And considering Grave was struggling to keep up with Sanford Soccer and just macro farm, getting first blood to his name, a great start.
A wrap back around for Grave. Not sure he was spotted on the ward there, but maybe got spotted by Gamma as he was standing in the jungle. Gamma will now leave. Shirley walks over the ward. Actually, no, it seems that ward may have just faded in time. Promise misses the dash, but Stewart beats preemptively just in case it was going to land towards him. Instead, now it'll be both bastions removed from Stewart's tower, and maybe a purple buff stolen by Grave, who is still stuck around to the side of the map. Shinigami's going to drag the minions in with him to try and go for this one. Only Gamma there to try and stop, but just too much damage from the Yomi Tanuki, able to steal yet another buff out.
Yeah, Sanford Soccer, privy to it, steals away the speed buff and potentially the red buff as well. Can't let it get into that tower. XD level 5 has got the secure, won't be using it this time either. So Sanford Soccer, in trade of his own team's purple buff, takes both speed and red away from Yomi Tanuki. A small win there, to be sure, considering how much time Grave had spent on the left side of the map as well. Just not farming up, not splitting waves either. Should have cut the majority of the lead that Grave had established just from getting the first blood.
And then we see the Chalk versus Cullen, and something that Aquarius did last game. Not sure if it was just an answer to the fact that it was a damaged Jormungandr that he was going against, or if it's something that Aquarius just likes on this god in particular. It was Soul Leader last game, seems to be the answer yet again for Aqua. And I'm wondering if that's just a call because he's seeing that his opposition is going damage, that he knows that maybe that's not him to go towards.
Just some sustain, some power, the ability to stick around in the lane a little bit longer. I think Soul Eater is just generally very good. If you are a Soul Eater god in Season 10, it just gives you so much lane bully potential. If you're worried about matching sustain with Rundus, and you should be up against a Chalk worried about that sustain, Soul Eater is just about the only option Aqua's got here. So no question marks from me there. And it slows down your tankiness a bit, but by the time you're 2-3 items deep, you're already incredibly tanky, very survivable, able to get in that back line with relative ease. And for the most part, what we've seen from Soul Laners is, hey, I'll hang out in my lane until level 20, and then I'll go get involved later on, right? It hasn't been exactly that early rotation meta that we had seen established in Season 9, where it was, which Soul Laner's better? It's the one that gets to the gold free first. Now it's, which Soul Laner's better? It's the one that's farmed up and has the more impact in the team fight.
Well, speaking of being able to pick up some early items, Shinigami now Telkine's online, so Stewart, who is already having trouble boxing up against this Soul, will now have an even greater struggle, considering he's only got that Tier 2 Balance Blade online. Promise still sticking around inside the jungle. Goes for the stun on Gamma. Stellar Burst to follow up. And Gamma will drop the wall down to block off the path of one, but Promise is going to go in with the ultimate. Grave on the way. Nowhere for Gamma to go. Will end up losing his life up in this trade. Let's give a second one over to Grave and the Yomi Tanuki. But even with those 2 kills, the Tanuki haven't really been pulling much of a lead.
No, not quite just yet. It's a tale of 2 games, right? Because Sanford Soccer is doing the exact same thing all over again. Give me your speed, give me your red buff, enjoy my purple. Gotta play wary of this, though. XD was spotted on his rotation out of mid. The Wargs have to realize this is the call. Gold Fury, all of a sudden now you're starting to build up your lead. Yomi Tanuki feeling much better about their odds and the time and investment that they've made on the left-hand side of the map. I don't think there's much fight back there. Crimson isn't playing a pick that's really got steal potential. Doesn't have a snipe ability. Isn't going to out-confirm a Raw. Can't really walk in safely. Same with Stu. With Gamma off the map, he doesn't want to walk in either. So I think probably the proper response from the Wargs is just go ahead and not try and contest the Gold Fury and instead take your small wins on the map. But you can't allow that to continue. You can't allow Gamma to be accosted this entire game. It's high committal plays from Yomi Tanuki at that. It costs Grave his ultimate. Promise has to use his ultimate as well. I believe Grave had used his blink in that situation. If Sanford Soccer is able to start making the rotations over towards the left side with how much Yomi Tanuki are using, turnaround plays certainly on the books here. And Susano, very good at peeling for his allies, very good at just catching out anybody, highly mobile, can chase out these kills. I'd like to see Sam spend a little bit more time in the fight rather than invading.
You gotta imagine that once Sam starts to get involved, it maybe turns the tides a little bit more for the Niflheim Wargs. I mean, we saw the early 3v3 in duo. That one didn't favor them too much, but Aqua being rotated on by Grave. Does have the ultimate. Is able to jump away from what Rundus has. Grave popped his own. Not enough sustain for Aqua. He will fall to the damage of 2. Sam on the way. Can he find the pick? On the run as Will blink in, gets the pull back, but the teleport from the Axe will make sure to get Rundus out of danger, and Sam will not come up with anything on this gank.
Yeah, it goes for the auto cancel there. I think if he just goes straight into the third ability, you're stuck to him. Rundus has no escape there, but because he tries to maximize his damage output, a bit slow, wasn't quite able to connect that slipstream, and Rundus just works his way out of there. Grave has had just much more impact on map so far this game. The jungler for Yomi Tanuki just active on the both side lanes now, really keeping his laners' heads above water, facilitating these objectives. Sanford Soccer playing a much more selfish game this time around. Has given him some farm, keeps him in parity with Grave, but the rest of his team suffering for it.
Let's see Crimson once again going for the tablet rush compared to the Book of Thoth for XD. It doesn't seem like he's going to go into a tablet at all, potentially. Second item, going into the Ancient Blade tree. Do you think there's going to be a Lotus Sickle pickup for the Raw early?
I wonder. You have so much healing on the side of Yomi Tanuki, you got to assume that there's going to be a pretty heavy commitment to anti-heal from the Warg. So further committing into healing, I think, and sacrificing your damage, probably not ideal, but I can't imagine anything else he's building from that tree. Keep your eyes on it. I'm curious to see.
Stewart goes in aggressively with the dash. Shinigami pulled back, but the Horus ult won't be in time. Shinigami gets dropped right before the drop goes through for Promise, unable to save his dual laner in time. The Niflheim Wargs now on the board. A kill to Stu will give him a little bit of pressure up in this dual lane.
Yeah, just Promise tries to get a little bit too much space there. If he cancels the ultimate a bit earlier, you don't get all the way to the tower, but you still certainly find yourself in a much better situation than that. Or even just use the shell beforehand, right? Give your ally a little bit more HP to play with. Instead, it's a pick for the Wargs who finally put themselves on the board, but with Gold Fury already off the map, the only thing they can really grab is maybe their second purple buff of the game and the neutral camp on the left-hand side. Gold Fury will be back up in the next 30 seconds. I imagine we see a significant grouping from the Wargs this time around. Yomi Tanuki haven't exactly got the lead, but the Wargs are still in arm's reach as far as gold and experience are concerned, and even have experienced leads here or there. Crimson, who has been allowed to free farm both games now, has established about a half-level, one-level lead both games in a row.
I gotta say, though, to me it's a little impressive that Gamma's stuck around in this dual lane with Stu for as long as he has. Feels like Gamma hasn't gone further than this point on the map until this point. And he's back to even with Promise, and Stewart hasn't faulted because of it. He's been able to even get ahead in farm compared to Shinigami. So impressive stuff from the Warg's dual lane to be able to find a lead. But the Oni Fury pulled, being kited around by Promise. He goes in with the dash, but immediately frozen out as soon as it's done. Aqua has rotated. This time out triple wall to hold 3 back, but it's an immediate shell to get out. Stewart dashes, lose out on his beads, but the ultimate of the horses brought the team right back in. Rundus is low, and Sam is gone. The snipe, plus the damage from Grave is enough to take the jungler out. But Aquarius is still 3/4 HP, and with Gamma on the walk up, they could find one. Could be a good turnaround for the Wargs, but they're come up empty-handed.
Yeah, we need anti-heal, and we need it now. It's got to be the cause for the Niflheim Wargs as Aqua takes some damage on the way out. Good CC immunity. Should buy his life. But it's an objective now for Yomi Tanuki that should go cleanly. It's just healing for Rundus, healing for Grave, Promise, Shinigami, XD. They've all got it some way, one way or another. And there is no answers just yet from the Wargs. Keep your eyes on Pestilence. Keep your eyes on Contagions. I'm thinking Brawler's Beat Sticks. Divine Ruins need to get purchased sooner rather than later. Because Yomi Tanuki, I think based off positioning and damage taken, they lost that fight twice. If that healing is even mitigated, cut by 20, 30%, that fight goes much cleaner to the Niflheim Wargs. Just take into account how Gamma had played it. Uses the ultimate to immune Fracture, immediately throws up the freeze, isolates the team fight, throws up a 3-man wall within a 2-second time frame, and strips the shell. Those are hero plays from your support that need to go rewarded. But because there's so much to sustain on Tanuki, they back up, they sit in raw heal, and they say, hey, you just can't kill us.
Well, one piece of the anti-heal puzzle has been fixed so far. Sanford Soccer now with the Brawlers. Gotta imagine for Crimson, it's gonna be Divine Ruin in that third slot. It'd be criminal if he didn't for what he's going up against, but XD double dipping into defense now. Does pick up the Lotus Sickle, and now going in towards the Breastplate tree as well. Not gonna be a lot of damage coming from XD, but going to have a lot of ability spam more than anything as the game goes on.
We'll have decent ability spam, but I think looking at the builds as they are, XD isn't going to suffer too much going down this utility tree. Aqua has 0 magic defense. The only one that's got any is Gamma, and you're not exactly focusing the Ymir anymore. And if you are, it's not exactly Ra's job to do it. That's Shinigami with the Shred or Grave with his burst potential. So if XD is hitting literally anybody else, I mean, you're still putting up pretty decent numbers.
Rundus goes for the ultimate, immune out by Aquarius. The knockup from the Typhoon is good. And Niflheim Wargs will fight back in, but Grave is still chasing down Sam. A lot of damage coming through, and the Horus ultimate to land in. It brings XD along with him. And it's not even necessary, though, as promised. Deals the damage to make it a 1-for-1. Snipe off the mark by XD, but that will force Aquarius back. And potentially a tier 1 tower to go as well with the Tanuki.
Should be a tier 1 trade in mid, though. Shinigami can't make that rotation. Crimson grabs that one on his own. Should spell the end of the fight at that. There's not much more you can do on the map on the right-hand side. So at the end of the day, 1-for-1 trade. Losing out on Susano's life, though, I think a pretty significant loss. Regardless, though, it's the Wargs who still sit with a lead. It's not gold, it's experience, and that's the only lead on map. 30 gold, 300 gold here or there. Not exactly significant. The 1,000 experience, I think, certainly much more so. And it's coming from the carries of the Niflheim Wargs, the backline, both Crimson and Stu, getting the better end of the farm. Surprised to see it at that. I mean, the narratives we've seen from all the Hunter players, all the current SPL players, is that magical Hunters simply jam lane just better. They just outbox in the early, they scale well into the late, but I wouldn't believe it considering the position that we've seen from Stu so far. Hasn't been forced back a single time. Instead, it's actually him pulling out his lane opponent.
Sam misses on the pull. And I think I was making a face out there. I don't know if you caught him, if I was looking over at Crimson's build. It's not Divine next item. Going towards Soul Gem.
It's got to be Soul Gem, right? That's tough.
Gotta imagine so, but that means we're looking at 4th item Divine, maybe, unless he's going for the exact same build that he did in Game 1, which would put Soul Reaver to be the 4th item after that one in the build. So maybe no Divine Ruin, and maybe that's an answer to the fact that it's only 1 full damage item up for XD, so his healing isn't scaling up. But I just gotta imagine, man, I see a Raw, I see a Horus, I see pretty much that entire squad. I'm screaming anti-heal with you, so surprised to see that Crimson's not going towards it.
Yeah, maybe that indicates that Gamma will be going Ankh in next slot, and if that's the case, you need him level 12, and you need him level 12 before this Gold Fury spawns. Anti-heal needs to get stacked up. This Gold Fury fight can't happen with just a Brawler Speed Stick. You gotta think, unless the Niflheim Wargs find a pick going into it, but easier said than done. Graves got Magi's and is already disrupting the back.
Oh, the wall will block him out. Goes in for the ultimate, gets some backup. I promise. The snipe just off the mark by XD. Gamma will get hit by the knockup of the damage, but Aquarius has found a pick in the backline. Grave is gone, and Shinigami low as well. Root is good, and the war cry after. It is a double kill for Aquarius. He continues his charge in. A triple ult by Rundus, but that is not enough. The wall just barely off the mark by Gamma to lock in the chalk. But that's 2 kills for the Wargs before this Fury spawns.
Maybe the Brawler's Beat Stick was enough. I think it's probably more got to do that Yomi Tanuki group up, not as 5, but instead as 3, and get caught in the engagement. Nearly shut down Sam for Soccer just off the mark with XD's ultimate. Could have changed up that entire fight. But now it's Niflheim Wargs with the proactive element, grouped up around the Gold Fury, down to 50%. Steal potential low from Yomi Tanuki, so a disengage in the cards. And it will go over to the Chaos side. Clean play. It had to be a pick. If it was a 5-on-5 engagement, you just got to favor the sustain. So the Wargs don't give it over and instead take the fight beforehand. Yomi Tanuki just weren't ready.
Man, Crimson is playing so aggressive on this Merlin, nearly frontlining at the beginning of that Fury pull. Actually uses his flicker just to get away from the dash of Promise, getting away from that fracture, and then turning around, and what does he do? Instead of walking back to the team, he still throws a couple more abilities. We'll see if it comes up positive here. The Tanuki do get the Pyromancer and immediately disengage. They might not even be able to have time to pick up that Runic Bomb that gets dropped by it instead. It seems that Gamma will be able to puppy guard that one for his team. And Stewart, left alone on the left side of the map, will take a tier 1 tower in trade.
Yeah, Stu just spending his time farming up and making sure he's a threat to the front line when the time comes. Fire Giant seems to have been pushed back. Back in Season 9, it was 18 minutes every single time. Nowadays, it's close to that 20-minute mark. We start to see these teams group up. With the lead that is now slowly starting to establish for the Niflheim Wargs, the power spikes that are coming as well, you got to think they want to start forcing these engagements. Even looking at Aqua, Prophetic Cloak in that third slot. You got to stack it one way or another, and the only way to do it is get involved in these fights. Already has a level lead, so Aqua could decide, just go ahead, leave the lane, start pushing elsewhere. But it's a suffering from success situation for the Niflheim Wargs. If you want to force a fight, generally at this time frame, it's let's take the mid tower, the tier 1. Let's group up on duo, fight there. But with both of those towers already off the map, you don't exactly want a 5-stack on the tier 1 on right. That'd be such a committal rotation for the carries of the Niflheim Wargs. Thinks this is just a situation where the game's going to have to slow down, barring jungler engagements. Those guys are always the wild card. Could catch just about anybody else out on the map. And one's got a bit more threat generated now than the other. I really like Sanford Soccer's build. Feels like he's got massive 100-0 potential, whereas Grave, by nature of the CC that the Niflheim Wargs have drafted, forced to go for a little bit more utility in his own build, should be a bit mitigated in his efficacy, at least as a solo agent. If he's got an ally, I mean, Pele's got enough damage in the kit that you can drop someone down to about 10% regardless.
Well, it is an Ankh from Gamma now. He's hit his level 12 mark, now 13. Picks up that anti-heal. Still going into the book for Crimson, so double downing on making sure to get those tablet stacks and get the most value that you can from them. So no anti-heal unless he goes it last item in the build now, but last game is any indication, probably not. It's going to come down a lot to just Sam and Gamma to be able to deal with all the healing that the Yomi Tanuki have. Didn't seem to affect him too much in that last fight, but as you said, it wasn't really a true 5v5. It was a very scattered engagement by both squads, where it was the Tanuki who suffered because of it, with 2 kills going to the Wargs. But with only a 2,000 gold lead for the Niflheim Wargs, it's not much of one to play with, especially with the confidence that the Tanuki have had to start these fights.
Yeah, Tanuki playing very aggressively, but it's been Grave starting up every fight. Grave purchases Magi's because he wants to walk in first. He wants to be first in, last out. Let Promise start your engagement. Have Rundus come through. Blink Chalk engage. Very powerful. Functions similarly to a Blink Cullen. Get the knock up, a massive silence, and all of a sudden the rest of your team's given a window where they can fight. But for the most part, it's Rundus trying to keep up with Grave, or Promise doing the exact same thing. I think for now, Grave's best use of his time likely is trying to isolate Sanford Soccer or catch Crimson. Catching Crimson, easier said than done. He's gone down the I'm going to just kill him. Can't heal when you're dead strat, right? So that's massive burst already for the Merlin. So instead, I think Grave probably would prefer to take that 1v1 with Sam. Remove the Typhoon from the team fight, and all of a sudden the Niflheim Wargs are much easier to collapse on. Yomi Tanuki, 5-stack around the Gold Fury. Niflheim Wargs, similar position. It's actually a back from Aqua. But with teleport available, should the need arise, he'll be there quickly.
It seems that he might just be channeling that one in to rejoin the team, but where will Aquarius port back in? It's actually behind enemy lines. I'm not sure they even recognize it. Aqua goes in, finds the triple knockup, the double shot for some anti-heal. Snipe goes through for XD, but it doesn't feel like it hit anybody there. Sam's being chased by Grave in the backline, though. It's Sam is gone, but so is Grave. It's a 1-for-1 trade out, but make it 2 as Gamma's ult is channeled through. And Aquarius with that transformation. Promise trying to dash on out, but without Shell down, the wall is going to ring true for Niflheim Wargs. They just can't get the damage out in time to find it out there. XD able to live through, but Crimson will knock him down, and that's a 3-for-1 for the Niflheim Wargs.
I love the idea from Grave. Does exactly what I called for. Jumps onto Sanford Soccer, makes sure that Typhoon is forced channeled defensively, but still hits 3, so couldn't quite do it enough. Sanford Soccer finds his value regardless of dying. And the Niflheim Wargs rallying behind the damage of Erupt Crimson, able to shut down Yomi Tanuki through their healing. Great usage of Aqua's abilities, applies that anti-heal inherent to the kit, as well as Gamma with those walls, just making it so difficult for the Tanuki to maneuver the map. Even in a situation like that, Shinigami was able to disapparate through the wall, but just leaves his allies isolated and can't return any damage through it with this auto-attack build. An ultimate down. The Niflheim Wargs show their veteranship once more. Just once it's gotten to this team fight phase, they seem to have a more firm grip on how they want to approach things.
And Aqua starting out that fight with a teleport to the backline that I guess there's just no vision back there for them to have caught. And by the time they realized Aqua was there, well, he was already triple knocking up there. Promise caught out by the wall. Snipe only tickles Gamma, but Promise is going to be forced out of this fight. all the way back to base. The Horus may need to go. So I'm not sure Promise One's trying to stick around for too much of a fight. Fire Giant pulled by the Wargs. Promise still sticking around. Will dash over to Shinigami to avoid the damage from Crimson. This Fire Giant is not going fast. Crimson and Stewart not enough damage to output this one for themselves, especially with them tanking it up.
Yeah, I don't think Crimson was willing to dedicate his actual kit to the Fire Giant. It was same as last game. The Niflheim Wargs, they'd much prefer to take the fight before the objective. Yomi Tanuki, though, showing some discipline, realized they don't need to walk into the pit if the Fire Giant isn't taking damage. There was not enough threat generated. It's a thin line the Niflheim Wargs have to play when it comes to actually dropping the Fire Giant into like critical territory where it forces your opponent to actually walk in. Because when you look at their comp, who's confirming it? Nobody. Maybe Shards of Ice from Gamma with one of the hardest hitting abilities, assuming he's putting points into it. Otherwise, you've got a lot of tick damage from Merlin. Maybe Typhoon from Sanford Soccer could do it, but you're worried about Shinigami's ultimate. You're worried about XD's ultimate as well. So in situations like that, the Wargs, I think, right to look for the kills first. Yomi Tanuki won't give them over easily. So it's a reset back to neutral. Collect your buff, spend your gold, regroup again. I love the call from the Wargs to at least try and generate that pressure, generate that threat. So long as they're grouped up on fire, Tanuki still have to stand in range. And if they're doing that, they're not farming, which only favors the team with the lead, which is currently the Wargs.
The Wargs is about a 4,000 gold lead so far, but as far as XP is concerned, Graves got a 2-level lead up over Sam. It's 2 for Crimson over XD to kind of mitigate that one out. It's mostly the lead of the dual lane and the side lanes more than anything for the Wargs that have really gone unanswered. 4-1 is Aquarius on the Cucullin. He'll teleport in to rejoin around the Fire Giant pit. Promise at full HP this time around for the objective, but it's a slow rotation in from the Tanuki to answer back. Rundus walks up, gets frozen instantly, and all the damage in the world from Crimson. The ult goes through, but it's not going to get too much value. Pulled back in by Sam. Snipe is there, but Stewart has to aegis away from Grave, who is terrorizing the backline himself, but Sam has already found one pick, and Aquarius transforms in the middle of 3, finds 4 with the ult, and pushes down Grave. It is a rampage for the Cucullin, and maybe one for Sam. He pulls back XD, but took a little too much damage. Instead, it'll be Aqua to charge into the backline. That's a double, and make it a triple for Aqua.
Crimson's got the 1v1 up against Shinigami, but make it 2. Aqua, D-transform. Full kit available, and plenty of damage to play with. A good Aegis. Should buy some time, but you're not outrunning Cucullin.
He is just going to W-key him all the way to the Phoenix. One more shot, unofficial quad for Aquarius, and a Fire Giant for the entirety of the Niflheim Wargs. All 5 get a benefit from the buff, but it's Aqua who gets the biggest benefit from all those kills.
And this is what I'm talking about, man. Yomi Tanuki, they have to show up to the Fire Giant. You can't give it over for free. Niflheim Wargs, just by grouping up, force Rundus to walk in. He has to face check it because they haven't got vision in the pit. If the freeze connects before Rundus goes into the ultimate, you're not tanky. You're not walking out of there. You're not surviving the full combo from Crimson. Drops him down to 20%. I had thought maybe Yomi Tanuki were going to be able to punish the Wargs for playing greedily around their Ankh. Gamma actually holds it until he was on disengage. Survives a real long time, but not long enough. And the rest of the Tanuki not in range to follow up. So Rundus goes down essentially for free. And from there, Aqua, as the lone tanky frontliner on the map, was able to run amok in that backline. Yomi Tanuki got to find an answer soon. I wonder, with this heavy defense stack, with a mitigation stack up as well, maybe Sunder's got to be the option to deal with these soul laners, because we saw the damage output Shinigami had. It wasn't small, but not enough to turn it around on his own. If he has just a little bit more defense shred from the rest of his team, could be enough. But now Spirit Robe, it might be a little too late.
Also doesn't help that, Aquarius is consistently finding 3- and 4-man ultimates in the middle of all these fights as well. To start them out, then a transform and drops another one immediately after that one. Just so much AoE damage that he's really outputting here. Grave almost found the pick into Sam in the backline as well as XD threw the snipe out. Nearly took out Stewart at one point, but maybe at this point you got to put a little attention towards this Cucullin. Grave will port out instantly, nearly dies to the damage of Crimson, but he'll make it out after losing his Magi's and his ult.
Yeah, that is not an ideal situation with the Niflheim Wargs already knocking on the door of your base. No Magi's, no CC immunity, no ultimate available. Grave, AoE, dampened in this next fight. The Wargs now don't have to worry about it. Grave was the answer to Sam, and now Sam doesn't have to worry about a question being asked.
A better siege for the Wargs as far as range damage to the bird this time. Stewart on a traditional hunter compared to the Freya last game. So we see the full 5 grouping of the Wargs. Aquarius to the back, finds 3 with the ult yet again. Double freeze by Gamma. Runus is trying to zone them out, but Sam and Aqua in the backline have completely wiped the carry off the map. Shinigami out, Promise in XD at critical HP. Aqua just barely missed the timing to take out the support, but it's a left side bird +1 for the Wargs.
Make it a mid-Phoenix as well, given the time. Aqua can tank this up nearly indefinitely. Grave looks for the 1v1 up against Crimson, finds it, but Sam nearby.
Grave able to get the 1. Sam is able to find his way out, but Grave goes to an early death for himself. Sam for Soccer still fighting back, gets Rundas, who gets walled off by the Ymir, able to teleport over the wall. The mid lane Phoenix has been spared, but it cost a couple of lives of the Tanuki to do so.
Excuse me for calling for Sam for Soccer to do it. It's got to be Aqua top to bottom. 10, 1, and 3, 13 of the 14 affected kills out of the solo lane. Dude's
That's
not
unheard
involved.
of.
He's not involved for half the match. First 15 minutes, we didn't see Aqua.
He's the jungler now.
Yeah, the second he got there, he did everything. The damage output, the survivability. Solo got to be feeling like a good role right now. There's just no answers from Yomi Tanuki. The mid laner going for this utility build. Can't exactly burn him. You don't really want it to all be up to Shinigami. Rundus does no damage to him. The support does just about no damage to him as well. And even Grave having to slowly dip into a bit of utility. Takes a hit to his own DPS. Aqua's going to run amok. I don't see an answer on board right now. Buy some time. You might find one in the next 5 or 6 minutes, but I'd be surprised if this game goes that long.
I really wish we could see, of those prophetic stacks that he has, how much of those were invested into each of the different damage types, because it just feels like the magics are doing nothing to him. Feels like the physicals are still doing nothing to him. I wonder how much of an even split he's got there, but there is no answer for this Fire Giant from the Tanuki. The closest person there is Promise, but he's not going to risk his life to stop this objective. Almost in hands time, but not quite. The Niflheim Wargs will grab fire and march up the right lane.
So how does the base defense look for Yomi Tanuki? Assuming there's no picks beforehand. You've got a double mage, keep the minion wave at bay relatively easily. The damage output being so lacking means Aqua can just tank up for just about forever. And if it's not up to him, Gamma can do the exact same thing. It's an easy walk up. Where's the answer?
Well, you gotta deal with Aquarius, because right now he is bullying Shinigami all by himself. Sam nearly takes out 2 together, but Rundus is able to take out Sam 1 for 1. XD does manage to get the revive off with the alternate timeline, but Aquarius' health bar hasn't moved. It is still full and continuing to climb back up. Solo lane Phoenix gone, only the mid one still left standing, but with the death of their jungler, the Wargs will back up.
Man, Aqua's playing like he's just a Ymir wall. You can't walk through him, and you can't kill him either.
Did he put God mode on?
I don't know. Someone's got to check this guy out. This is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of space he's created. Sam tries to get involved this time around. I think you should just leave it up to Aqua at this point. Use your Typhoon from a distance, because 31-22 is where this man's HP is going to remain for the rest of this match. I don't imagine it moves again. It is criminal how much space and how much time and how much damage he's put out so far. Aqua putting on an absolute clinic in this match. Yomi Tanuki, though, silver linings where they lie. Left side Phoenix should respawn by the time Fire Giant does. Right side Phoenix the easiest to defend while simultaneously looking towards the neutral objective. Titan goes undamaged, so you don't have to worry about backdoor attempts rather. The Wargs haven't quite been able to close this one out, but the gold lead has ballooned out of control. Experience no longer matters. But we're talking about elixirs going forward, and I don't want to see Aqua with an elixir of defense or an elixir of... I don't want to see Aqua get any stronger than he is right now, if I'm being honest.
Cut off his item shop. This man can't buy anything more because it's already devastating for the Yomi Tanuki. He was in the middle of 4 people behind their Phoenix.
That's right.
And lost essentially no health.
I didn't see it move.
That entire way through. Whether that be some sustain from himself, the Fire Giant, doesn't matter. Aqua can do no wrong in these fights. He's got 4 seconds till blink, and I imagine once that cooldown is up, he is right back in. Rundus jumps into the back line, but that might be the worst decision this Chalk could make, because Aqua will continue running them down. Typhoon to the back line. Grave, well, Grave is gone. Aqua's still full HP. Finds the root on 2. Shield hits for XD, but so does the rest of his life. Immortal on the solo laner. 11, 1, and 6. Might make it 12 up against Shinigami. He is tanking the Titan. He is taking the damage from the remaining members of the Yomi Tanuki, but it's just not enough. I don't know what you gotta do to get rid of Aqua, but if anything, just get him off this pig. Find something, because that's got to be what's answered first.
Shinigami hit him for 90 in the last team fight of the game. Aqua turned around with his big, meaty claw and backhanded that guy for 170. What's the answer? He's tankier, he hits harder, and he's got more HP. Aqua creates infinite space. Given over a great game. Didn't really have to worry about any jungle ganks coming his way. Farms up, gets involved, and does everything you could possibly want from your solo laner. Clean stuff, and that's what you need to see.
And maybe this is what the current SPL pros who have made it are saying is just let these solo laners farm up, get this mitigation build, because they're just essentially gods at that point. You can't kill them. They do more damage back to you. And so far, we haven't seen an answer to Aquarius in either of these 2 games by the Yomi Tanuki.
It's got to be Sunder, right? It's got to be Sunder.
Sunder.
It feels bad to have to buy a Sunder, but it's got to be Sunder.
True damage. Anything that you can do that guarantees
pretty
true
good.
damage, maybe pick that up there. Niflheim Wargs look great in their first set of the week, and they move on to the winner's bracket. That's it for me and Miff on the cast. Throw it over to the desk to break it down.
Well, thanks so much, J-Mac and Mifflin and Trelly. I think this one, there's two numbers, 2 stats out of this one that I think are the only ones that matter. Aqua's slash line and Aqua's damage mitigated number, whatever the hell that ends up being.
I mean, just for everyone at home, there's an item you can buy in mid lane that gives you true damage to people like that, like Aqua. I didn't see it purchased. I saw tank items on Raw, so they have no excuse. There's a reason Aqua goes unchecked, and I don't want any. Whatever, it's fine. I just know people will be like, no, Aqua's broken.
Yeah.
Anyone can build that item, you know. Guess who also had that item? Rundus. Did you see him die? I saw him die plenty of times because Crimson built the item. I'm done talking about it. It was a good game. Well played by the Wargs.
There you go. Wargs look good doing so. This is the thing that I think is going to be most interesting, watching the highlights. And more so, let's play the game of how long until it becomes just a highlight reel of Aquarius, which admittedly is gonna be pretty easy to do. Even from Gamma's perspective, you're starting to get Aquarius highlights. I mean, look, there's so much that goes right here for the team, and what is really amazing about it is that while Aquarius, I think, gets to stand at the forefront of it all because we saw the last 5 minutes of gameplay, you know why. I think there's also something to be said about how clean the rest of the team is playing to really facilitate this in a way that you're not that worried about it. I mean, you're getting huge deep dive team fight impact from Aquarius, Jelly. But that's not stopping anybody else. In fact, if anything, it's enabling the rest of the Wargs to do their job so freely that they don't have to worry about it.
Yep, it just seemed like, I mean, we have talked about it ad nauseum, but there was no answers for Aquarius that game, clearly. I think the entirety of the Wargs were like, we have a game plan, and then Aqua's like, I'm gonna just blink in, man. I can tank up Phoenix, I can tank up Titan, and I can take up all the damage in the world. It will not matter.
It was a little legitimately frightening how little damage the Titan was dealing to him. I mean, I saw the lowest I saw over the last like 3 minutes of gameplay. The lowest I saw the health bar get for the Kukulkan was with the Fury of all things. Like that was, and it went down and then immediately back up in order to pick things up. I think it was absolutely insane. A fun one to watch there from the Wargs. I'm sure the first of many, at least in their eyes, that are yet to come. But you don't have to take it from me. We got the coach Neil Moss standing by for an interview.
Yeah, that's maybe the weirdest thing to say out of all this is Coach Neil Moss standing by with me, the coach of Niflheim Wargs. Congrats on your team finding the 2-0. Tell me kind of how it feels moving from, being on the battleground for the last X amount of years of gameplay that you've been doing it, to now being the coach for the team and watching them get this 2-0 to start out.
I mean, it's I miss playing a little bit, but at the same time, I've actually learned a lot being on the other side, just having the spectator point of view. It kind of gives you a little bit more clarity, right? You're not focusing so much on your individual play. So I think it's actually been a lot of fun just being on this side, and I think it's helping me study the game, and I'm just happy that I can be with these guys and help them out any way I can.
Yeah, I mean, so far, the team's looking pretty good out here. Kind of give me your thoughts so far on your team after watching their first matchup. They've got a whole long tournament to go through, 2 teams to qualify in. How are you kind of feeling about the chances of your team so far this event?
I mean, these are kind of like the forgotten like players of the SPL, but they're all insane. Like just watching them practice, every single one of them deserves to be in the SPL, and it's just going to be about if we can have a good read on the meta, we can play how we know we can play, and just put everything together. So I feel really confident going forward. These guys know what they're doing. They've been there, done that. So I think it's just time for them to show up this weekend, and the rest will be history.
Yeah, and it's so weird, hearing you say the forgotten players. I mean, I look at some of the names on there. Sam for Soccer, who was a World's MVP at one point. You have Stewart, who was literally just in the World's Finals, making her way onto this team. One last question for you. One of your former coaches here, Chuckles, is in the event against you. Is he kind of your rival, the team that you want to beat out to try and make a spot in?
I mean, at the end of the day, we got to look out for ourselves, so I'd love to beat him. But if there's anyone else after we've qualified I want to win, it's that guy. So yeah, he deserves a spot. Best of luck to him unless he's against me. And I mean, I'm just in his head. I counter him. There's nothing he can do.
It's just too easy for Neil Ma and the Flying Warriors. Well, Neil, congrats on y'all's 2-0 win. I'll let you get back with the team. We'll throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, I don't know. Normally, I'd say like this is the point where you can go and maybe do some VOD review. The last game is just going to be like, hey, maybe we should let Aqua do this again. Like that's pretty much the review that's going to come from that one. No, it's a good game from them, and you can hear good words there from Coach Neil Ma. I mean, a lot of focus on the fact that these guys are really good. Right. Like we know, and we all know that. That's part of the reason that if you were looking at predictions tier lists for this tournament, the Wargs were up at the top because you've got just 5 plus 6 if you add in the coach. Really, really good heads on guys that are really good at the game and a good hand on the ball here. So the Wargs are definitely going to be one of the tougher teams to beat, as they just showcased against the Tanuki. And unfortunately for the Scorpions, after their win yesterday, that is what they get next, is a fight up against the Wargs. But it's not all doom and gloom. Again, double Elim, that's still up in the winner's bracket. Next, we're going to be going up to the Gilded Gladiators Shabalba Storm matchup. Winner of that will go on against the Hounds. Loser will get knocked down there to match number 10. And of course, what's going to be coming up next, it's actually played, if you're looking at the numbers, match 8 will be third. And so that's the Titans taking on the Valkyries. And then we'll close out the day with the Sages and the Wardens. Next set, still in the winner's bracket. Nobody's going home. Last two, different story, Trelly. We're going to go down from 10 to 8 by the end of the day here. And now seeing some of these teams, where their success has been, what kind of performances we're getting out of them, it feels like the bar, even though it was already pretty high yesterday after the standards some of those teams set, somehow managed to get raised here, and it's going to get even more difficult as the week goes on.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that also at the beginning of this tournament there wasn't too much data to go off of, just scrims and like ranked play.
Yep.
As the tournament starts to continue, a meta starts to form, and maybe some god changes and build changes start to pitch up. So we'll have to see how it goes.
And there's a lot of Smite still to be seen and a lot still to watch, so we're going to kick it to a quick break, and when we get back, we got match number 2.
Time runs me over, and I want some thicker skin. Learn to be skeptical of those with good intention. Why is it hard to love without hurting anyone? Are we still young? Are we still young? Are we still young?
And welcome back, Smite fans, to day number 2 of the SPL promotional tournament and set number 2 about to be underway. We'll get our first look at the Gilded Gladiators, who didn't get a chance to play yesterday. We're going to see how they look today up against the Shabalba Storm, a team that was kind of on maybe some of the lower seedings of predictions, but have come out with some very interesting picks that were able to help them find a win yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit about both those teams as we move in towards this set. I'm J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me on the desk this time around to help me as we get the breakdown of these teams. Looking at the rosters through, as I said, we got to see the Storm yesterday, some unconventional style of play. The double assassins seem to kind of be their go-to ideal and their kind of the identity that they've made for themselves to find their win. But now we take a look at the Gilded Gladiators, a bunch of players who were either right at the top of the at the SCC last year or right at the bottom of the SPL before they made their exit out.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm the only caster that had the Gilded Gladiators back.
I think
look,
so.
I love bookie odds. These guys have played at the highest level most recently, so I think that certainly have earned their seeding. I've got high expectations for this team. Some of them have taken a gap year recently. For those not in the know, top to bottom, I'll go through it in order. That's Dude Man Bro, Inbound, Snoopy, Kierme, Scary D, and it's Kassir acting as the coach. All names you should be very familiar with if you've been watching the Smite Pro League or the top-level SEC matchups. DMB, the SEC representative for this team right now. Inbound, of course, took a gap year after his leave from the Solar Scarabs, but besides that, these guys have been playing at a very high level very recently. And I think this meta, having had an opportunity now, a couple of days, a couple of sets, to start to see how it's beginning to develop, really does favor this team. We see junglers getting active early. That's what Kierme loves to do. We see laners just sitting in solo forever until they're level 20. Scary D was doing it when it was bad, so now that it's good, you got to think he's still going to be doing it, right? So I do have a lot of confidence in this team and their ability to play. They've got strong in-game leaders. Inbound, one of the most vocal players I've had the experience to hear yell into a microphone. Snoopy as well, ever the veteran, and a cool head, should be able to act as the yes or no man for this team. Top to bottom, hard to say how they're going to look as a cohesive 5-man unit. Haven't seen it just yet. We'll get a good idea of it during this set. But as far as individual talent goes, this team's got it in spades.
And it feels like when we talk about junglers and the jungle-centric meta that we're in, as you
You know, I
talked a
might
lot
not be about it anymore
No?
after that Aqua performance, honestly.
Aqua did kind of pop there. But when I think of of junglers who don't necessarily play that facilitator style, the junglers who want to get in there, they want to do the work themselves, Kirmi is one of the ones that comes to mind when he was playing on the Valkyries. He was playing things like the Lancelot, the Dodgy, even at times the Osiris when that was still in that kind of hard carry style of play. Feels like this should be a meta that also kind of fits Kirby's bill.
Yeah, capable of playing things like the Thor as well, Ratatasker firmly within his god pool, these solo agent, global presence, get involved, stun them, and knock them down yourself style picks. Kirby certainly has had plenty of experience playing around that. But it's whether or not his team is willing to play through him, whether or not they decide to play through solo like we had seen in the previous set, how they've developed their meta. A lot of these guys haven't had an opportunity to see what everybody else is doing. Instead, they have to address the changes to figure out what they want to do and figure out what their identity is almost in a vacuum. And it's interesting to see how all these different teams have come up with different answers to how Season 10 should be played. Don't know for the Gladiators, but if we were to talk about the Storm, I mean, they're not doing it like anybody else right now.
No, they are playing their own meta. I mean, we look back yesterday, it was Valo and Mando Warrior playing the double assassin, running it down at any point. And this wasn't like, okay, I'm going to build like this super tanky assassin on one side. They were going burst. We saw a little bit of hybrid build out of Valo in the third game, whenever he was playing the Circuit.
That was full
But
tank
outside of
Circuit.
that, he's been slamming the Thors, full power. Mando's running these assassins, the Loki, the cleanup from the last game as well. This is a team that is playing a completely different brand of Smite than any other team out here in this event.
A hyper-pick-focused brand of Smite. Try and find the 3v1s, the 2v1s on the map before you start rotating in towards these objectives. Given the opportunity and you think a team fight's going to happen on the objective, we saw Mando Warrior, once he got off of ranged carries, start to play things like the Loki and just become a split-push animal. So certainly a diversified win-condition team, but unorthodox Smite only works so long as it is unorthodox. If you can figure out the answers, if you've got the time and the data to look at how it worked out, where the weaknesses lie, there are answers to be sure. So whether or not the Gladiators have done their homework or paid attention to the Shibalba Storm set previously, I think will become evident not only in P's and B's, but also in the first 10 or so minutes of the game. Otherwise, I think the Storm probably playing with a chip on their shoulder right now. They come out, nobody's got them as their favorites. A lot of people expected them to go out in the first set. They've already played upset once, and they look good doing it as a bounce-back victory, going down in game one handily. I believe it was only one kill, and then from there, 2 long, hard-fought battles that go their way. They're playing with house money right now, and that's a dangerous place to be in, a dangerous team to play against if you're the Gladiators.
It's even funny, reading through Twitter and social media after, where a couple of players on the team were like, we weren't supposed to win that one. We weren't supposed to find a victory in the first day. And they're coming in today saying, we're also probably not supposed to win this one or find a victory, but we're going to do whatever we can to maybe make some upsets, get some waves rolling for this team. And it's definitely one that if you give them an inch, they will take a mile with this double assassin. So I wonder what the answer will be for the Gilded Gladiators. They put some focus in the dual lane, try and keep maybe Mando Warrior down, not allow this assassin style of play to get that free farm, to become that late game one tap style of assassin, or do they maybe put that focus somewhere else, maybe play through that solo lane like you were saying through Scary D.
Yeah, I wonder, if you dedicate bans to assassins in first phase, worst case scenario, you're banning out the enemy jungler. Best case, you hit them both, right? So things like the Kleena, I wouldn't be surprised if the Gladiators just go ahead and take that off the table for her ability to not only jungle, but also to play as a laner. But otherwise, it is very difficult to go into a match and say, like, we got to get rid of the Loki. You know, like, we can't deal with the Loki ADC, or we got to get rid of XYZ, especially considering the very low pool of games and data they have on whether or not that is the best version of the Storm, or if that just happened to be what they played on day of. So I think, as always, in a best-of-3 set or a best-of-5 set or any time where it's set play, game one, play your standard. Play what everybody else is playing, play what you've been practicing, and then the adaptations come a little bit later on. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Gladiators just go towards the normal, ban out the normal stuff, get rid of the mage ADCs, and the Storm, we'll see if they want to go directly to their unorthodox or if they'll do what they did in the previous set, which is, again, play standard in game one.
I'm also curious if there's going to be maybe some respect thrown towards Vi on that Tiamat. I believe played it all 3 games and was nearly top damage on every single one if he was. And we'll see what the Gladiators do to answer to the Shibalba Storm as we jump into the picks and bans for game number 1. My answer number 1 is to go ahead and not allow Valo to play this Thor. Absolute pop-off performance in game number 2 in the Storm set yesterday with this pick, so no surprise to see a little bit of respect thrown that way. The Merlin with the immediate response by the Storm, and then the Tiamat making sure that Vi has to play something different today in that mid lane.
You called it, but this does leave a lot of value on the table. Unlikely that you're banning out really any magical ADCs from here. Maybe just the one if you're concerned about one pick, but I would be surprised if 2 eat a ban. So at least 3 are going to make it through. You've got the high priority Guardians still available as well. Maui, Yamoja, both incredibly strong right now. We've seen a good deal out of the Soul Laners getting their priority picks. Vamana seems to be the cream of the crop right now. A lot of people talking about this pick and how well it disrupts the backline, how difficult it is to really shut him down, and the almost non-engagement style that he plays, which is Vamana's going to walk up to the wave, clear it. You're not going to kill him because he's a tank. And he's going to walk between your tower and do it again and eventually rotate to the team fight. So we'll see where that pick priority lies. Freya will eat a ban. I think from here, maybe you put eyes towards Kirmi's God Pool. Could be trying to take away from him. Naja, double dip. Kirmi, capable of playing it, as is inbound.
Gonna make sure those are taken out, but it will not be a Magical Hunter picked up first. The Soul, Olorun, Kronos, all 3 still available. Instead, it will be a Maui picked up for the Gilded Gladiators. That one will go over for inbound in the support role. So we'll get to see our first competitive look for inbound on this pick. He wasn't around when Maui was up and available for them, so curious to see what his performance will be now that he's had some time with this god in the rank scene and scrims and whatnot for him. What would the Strabalba Storm answer with, as mentioned, a few magical hunters still available? Soul, Olorun, Kronos, all up there. Maybe some picks for Vi as well. It seems that at least the Gladiators have put a little bit of respect towards their mid.
Yeah, you maybe want to hold off on Vi's selection. Vamana, of course, just a decent plug-and-play pick. Essentially fits into every single composition. The cleanup pick that I talked about a little bit earlier, great flex potential. Should keep the Gladiators guessing. Has flex between both ADC, could go solo, could go jungle as well. So high damage output, high objective burn. Generally what cleanup brings to your team comp, as well as just the ability to disrupt that backline while hiding inside of those walls. And Season 10 might just be a buff for cleanup. All these walls, all these narrow jungle paths, very easy for her to slip out of these engagements or slip into them as well without really registering on anybody's radar. Hades, though, a pick that was dominating the last quarter of Season 9, has since fallen off a good deal. Didn't see him too often during the World Championship run now, making his first appearance here in Season X. High damage output, good control, but I wonder how he utilizes some of these newer items. Are you a Tablet of Destiny user? I'm not so certain. How has the Bancroft's Claw build changed? How are you going to itemize around it? I'm excited to see, but you gotta assume, maybe, that it's Hades mid. Considering how powerful the mitigation build is, I feel like you really do like having a warrior over in that soul lane. I'm curious, the Gladiators, they're bringing a different look.
You know, either a warrior that can go mitigations or a guardian that can stack tablet up real easily. Things like the Jormungandr, we've seen RDO as well, the options. And Baba Yaga for the Strabalba Storm. God, that we saw a lot of from the European teams at the tail end, or I can't even say the tail end, pretty much all of Season 9, Baba Yaga was under the eye of the European players. So it really didn't come out into fruition until the very tail end of Season 9 when we saw a lot of favoritism towards this god. We picked up for the mid lane for the Storm, and immediately some mage bans for the Storm. It will be an Agni taken away, and the Gladiators respond by taking a shot towards Dingo Dial. Not just the Ymir from earlier on, but the Ares from that third game as well.
J-Mac, take into account functionally how this top 3 works in the team fight. Because the adaptation from the Storm in the previous set was all of our drafts W key, even our mages W key. We saw the Tiamat leap in every single time, get into that quadrupedal stance, be a part of the front line. Baba Yaga is capable of functioning a very similar way. Hop into the home sweet home, knock everybody away from you, benefit from the HP shield, and W key while not eating any sort of like auto attack movement speed decrease. It's very similar to Vamana. They both transform, they both walk forward, and Kleena's got really strong chase down potential as well. I wonder how the Gladiators decide to address the rest of this draft, because they've got pretty decent counter engage as is. Maui's got really strong peel. Hades can really put a stopper on a lot of this aggression. A 2-second fear, pretty good in situations like that, or even just the Pillars of Agony, giving over survivability and holding your opposition in place could really slow down some of these pushes. Ganesha pick that we've seen already from the Storm, generally just used for that Dharmic Pillars to slow down everybody else so the rest of them can get in there and get into range. Then they play around that defense aura very well. The Storm, they found their identity in the previous set, and they're sticking with it.
You were talking about the knockup that comes from Baba Yaga, Vamana with his dash have it, so respect a wheelish ban from the Gladiators, seeing that maybe that could be a composition style that the Storm could be going towards. With that Ganesh, it would have added a third one in there.
They
so
got to think it's clean ADC
banned
then.
away. You got to think so, but as you mentioned, maybe some flexibility. We did see a clean
Yep.
jungle earlier on into the event, so still some flex with that god. See where the Shivalba Storm will go at their last pick. So does this clean it go to Mando? Does this one go over to Valo? That's the question that still has to be answered with the Storm's final pick. Gladiators looking for maybe a mid, as you alluded to, potential is Hades going over towards Snoopy, so maybe a mid or a solo, depending where that one goes through. And then a jungle pick, at least for Kirmi. What does Kirmi go towards? A lot of things still open. First thing that immediately comes to mind for me, probably the Lancelot that's seen a little bit of popularity this weekend for him.
Lancelot comes to mind. Hunbots doesn't feel great here. Vamana and Baba Yaga both have really strong answers to Fear No Evil, and I know that it is solidly within the god pool of Kirmi. Maybe things like Rat, Susano, of course, very strong here as well. If you can catch these targets unawares, the damage output that he's got very high, just off of his CC alone. Still have plenty of options. Looking at the draft, I would like to see just a little bit more CC for the Gladiators, something that's a little bit more confirmable. Maui brings plenty of it on his own, but it's largely single target outside of that ultimate. Mercury, decent CC, range initiation, also single target. Great scaling though, and very strong at dealing with picks like Vamana and Baba Yaga. These guys that go into the big form in Smite, things like Cthulhu, Vamana, Baba Yaga, I'm in my enhanced state, you don't want to fight me. Mercury is really good at fighting those guys. Large target, easy to hit, and nobody's outboxing you. Get up that crit build, and you feel pretty decent about it. This Loki pick, though.
Well, now I don't know.
Yeah, now I don't. I mean, Mando Warrior played the Kleena more often, and most recently. I'd much prefer to have the Kleena in the lane. Yeah, I'm saying Loki jungle every time.
So potential Loki jungle for Valo. Maybe we see Mando go back to the Kleena like we saw in Game 3 of the Storm set yesterday. But one thing that was kind of discussed between myself and Trelly, and I'll kind of open up the floor to you on this one, is this Mercury. Not as many avenues to get ganks in these side lanes anymore, with the way that these lanes are curving away, with how many pathways in the jungle have kind of been cut off by all these new walls and structures that have gone up. Do you feel that really does affect the Mercury in this kind of situation?
I feel like the Merc gank still exists. Hey, I'll just path through my own jungle, then walk into the tier 1 tower and line it up from there. That still is certainly an incredibly viable option. But I don't think Mercury getting a little bit worse at Sonic booming all the way across the map through the horizontal axis is a big deal, considering how easy it is for junglers to walk in a lane just by pressing W, right? Because there are so many more winding avenues in the jungle, it's very difficult to lock down those jungle paths with wards. One sentry ward always gives you an opportunity to get into these lanes. So Mercury, I think, probably just fine. And you're not exactly drafting him for that early game pressure like we saw previously with like Sanford Soccer and Panda Cat rocking like Danza, Burrow, Mercury together. It's not that style of wombo combo, and it's not that Mercury anymore. Instead, we've got late game hyper carry Mercury, who's just going to build some crit and one-shot you later.
And kind of speaking on the late game maybe style of play for both these squads out here, the Shivalba Storm, the 2 games that they won went towards the depth, sometime 38 to 45 minutes of play for them. It seems those Assassins, they're fine going to that point of the game. You can get your 2-tap on there, take out your carries. Is this a composition for the Gladiators that can maybe answer to that late game style of play?
Late game, your team fight's pretty strong. The 5-on-5 engagement actually looks pretty good here. You've got high damage output, decent ranged engagement. It's non-committal initiation from the Maui, so I like how the 5-on-5 looks. But the Storm were very 5-on-5 adverse. They so seldom actually grouped up and defended a Fire Giant as 5 or defended a Gold Fury as 5 or even tried to go in for the Fire or Gold Fury as 5. It's always one person acting as a solo agent trying to distract somebody. Hey, you might want to group up right now, but I'm on your tier 2 on the opposite side, or I'm threatening your Phoenix. And that's something that this double assassin composition really lends itself towards, because maybe now more than ever, assassins feel really good in the 1v1. There are not many roles that want to line up against a level 20, 6-item stacked, any assassin, really.
Well, it's our first look at the Gilded Gladiators on play. We can see if the Shivalba Storm can keep this double assassin momentum rolling as we jump into game number 1 with Dolson and Trelly.
And another one of the fan favorites on the battleground now. The Gilded Gladiators make their Smite Pro League promotion tournament debut. Dolson, Trelly, and Doug with you for game 1, game 2, Maybe game 3 if we get there. And Trelly, the Shibalba Storm, a scrappy team, able to find a win yesterday. Feeling a bit more confidence now in their abilities, but they're going up against a team in the Gilded Gladiators that, if all the casters are saying the wargs are going through, we've had a couple predicting that the Gladiators might fill that second SPL spot.
Certainly could. I mean, I think that saying they have immense talent on this team is understating it, of course, but I think what we all highlighted in on when speaking of this team is the fact that wishy-washy play throughout the entirety of pretty much every player on this squad. I think Snoopy the most consistent that I've seen from this team, and I hope to see them all play to their, their strength that we know they can. And if they do, they should have an easy time here. But the Shibalba Storm, to your point, have had a great tournament thus far. They've went with some weird strats, and it looks like they're running them back here. They have Valo on the Loki and jungle. That's not what I'm looking at. Mando Warrior on the Kleena ADC.
Yep.
And that is going to bring some interesting strats, as well as I've been talking about how I think that Merc is not great on this current map. Myth seems to disagree, and I want to see a good Mercury game because I have not seen the value of picking Merc so much, and he has been banned a ton. I'm assuming he's been dominating scrims, and I am very curious to see exactly how Kirby decides to play it. Actually goes for the blink. Isn't even going to have beads on this Mercury, so I assume he wants to get active very early on.
Well, that's a really good point. I mean, just simply the way the map is built, right? You normally, in the Season 9 map and in maps of past, you can sit behind the Tier 1 tower even and just shoot straight down the lane. You have to play those angles a bit differently, specifically over here in duo and over in solo lane a bit as well. Now, you talk about win rates and pick rates and ban rates. Trelly, we've seen a few Vamana games. Those have all been wins. And then we've seen a couple Loki games. Those have been wins as well. And so 100% win rates on a couple of the picks here for the Shibalba Storm. And it's kind of continuing this conversation that has now begun with what we saw Aquarius do in our last set. The Kukulkan, unkillable, got full mitigation build, spun up. We've seen that on the Vamana a bit, and it's the same type of result. Needing to find answers to the solo laner for the Gilded Gladiators this game, going to be very, very important.
I don't imagine we see Snoopy go 2 tank items on Ra, though. I think that might be a big difference maker, as well as the fact that you're not double dipping into the double mage tree with a magical ADC. Dude Membro on a physical Ishtar will bring another level of shred. I don't think you want to be hitting the Vamana too much. Mostly when you see that ult go through, it's either, hey, we're dropping Ankh, we're dropping Sunder, we're killing him immediately, or we're going to try to ignore this Vamana and fight, after that ult comes through. And if Maokai decides to build that full mitigation style, it will take a bit. Valo taking a lot of damage.
Oh,
Have
Kirmi
to find a blink out here.
doesn't have it, though. Kirmi so close to picking up first blood alongside Snoopy. Love to see it from Kirmi. You think about the year that Kirmi had last year, that Valhalla Valkyries team, hard-pressed to find consistent momentum, but Kirmi, a player who, whenever roster changes were happening, centered around the jungle or role swaps, Kirmi, by his own admission, had been talked to and looked at different points throughout the year, and such an exciting player to watch. He's got a great mind for the game and the way he thinks about things and processes information. Makes him one of my favorite players to watch, and I think having a good event this weekend going to be very important for Kirmi. Not only, of course, I mean, you want to make it to the SPL, right? But for his future and his career, after what was probably a disappointing performance during Worlds qualifiers, this is now a bounce-back opportunity and potential statement opportunity for Kirmi over the course of the next few days.
Yeah, and I think it has to be. If he wants to, keep that confidence, he needs to have a good performance here. Started off well for sure. As Inbound goes for the attempted invade, doesn't quite find it.
Yeah, how about Inbound? Do you think he's in a similar spot? Needs to make some noise here over the next few days?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We had our little caster roundtable where we talked about every single one of these teams.
It was your one-stop shop for
the one-shot shop, exactly, if you ignore all the other things. If Inbound wants to continue his career, he's got to have a standout performance here. He has to show, hey, I'm better than every single other person in this tournament, and I deserve to be in the SPL, right? Those are the kind of plays. You can't just come through and coast by and say, hey, I hit some good CC. I just kind of, walked through lane, did okay. No, you need to absolutely dominate. And so far, the Gilded Gladiators have had a quiet performance thus far, but Snoopy making a rotation over. Wants to snipe the
so
shield
close.
buff.
Well, shield buff gets picked up anyway. Searing Pain did most of the damage, but not all of it. Few ultimates expended. Get the buff. All right, so we're checking a box for the Gilded Gladiators, but the landfall didn't pull anyone. Forced the beads off of Mando. And Dingo Dial able to scurry away. But Dude Man Bro sent out the Ishtar ultimate there as well. This is going to be an interesting duo lane for the Gilded Gladiators to watch grow a bit over the course of this weekend. It's a pair of players. Admittedly, I don't know their history with one another. This might be it for the two of them. Building up that chemistry is going to be important. And a good opportunity to show us what they've got, because on the flip side, Cho, you haven't talked much about the Storm just yet, who I think impressed yesterday. But still, sticking with some of the eclectic duo lanes, you got the Ganesh that's going to provide some good utility. But the power curve of this Kleena will be fun to follow along with here in game number 1.
Certainly will. Early on, you're not gonna. You just don't have that amount of wave clear. But once Kleena gets access to both of the ult ticks and gets that Soul Eater online, then you can kind of step up to the wave and try and actually find those fights. It's just not something that Mando Warrior is going to be able to contest with in the early. Actually, we do see a little bit of a scrap here between Kiermi and Valo.
Yeah, he doesn't want it. Kiermi charges up. The ultimate uses it, but simply not enough, and that's a solo for Valo, and the Shababa Storm jungler spots out Kiermi, trades ults, and wins that trade handedly. Still had half of his HP remaining. And Trey, that's a simple case of knowing your abilities and knowing your power curve to the T in the first 5 minutes of game 1.
Yeah, I think you could have asked anyone at the beginning of this game, hey, who wins in a 1v1 at level 6, Loki or Merc? If the Mercury's going blink over beads, yeah, there's no way Kiermi actually wants to take that fight. I assume thought Scary D was going to rotate over, or maybe thought could rotate out there, but Bluestone Jones has beaten Eye of the Jungle Golden Blade every single time. That's an easy kill for Valo, and I would look to do that again. Again, Kiermi started blink. Until level 12, no safety from that assassinate unless you're pre-charging that Sonic Boom. If I'm Valo, I am finding Kiermi in the jungle, and I'm trying to do that twice more before level 12.
There's a couple builds I want to look at early here. Notably, Scary D in Vi. And you and I talked a bit about this before the cast, Trelly. I know Tablet has been talked about extensively over the course of just the last couple of days of competition already. Seen it in the solo lane a couple of times. This is our first look at Hades and how this character wants to build out a solo. So it's Book of Thoth for Scary D. Also Book of Thoth for Vi, which makes some sense when Baba Yaga is going to stack that effectively, considering the alternative in the tablet.
And, Snoopy's going for the tablet. I think he's going to be trying to use that heal to take it as much as possible in the early game. It's kind of difficult to actually land your Celestial Beams consistently. It's a very slow-moving ability, and if you have to hit it 50 times between now and late game, it's not going to work out. But that one tick of the heal,
he just needs to
easy.
cast
This
it.
50.
He's hitting all of it, right? He's hitting all of it, so you just got to cast it 50 times.
Of course.
Of course. Well, Snoopy's going to have a chance to help confirm. Does not have Searing Pain, might not need it. Shababa Storm rotating out of mid towards the Gold Fury, but not in time. Love the shot calling look from the Gilded Gladiators. Early Gold Fury pull, though. Early in Season 9 standards, maybe right on time so far here in Season 10. And a little advantage now built up for the Gladiators. Almost 2,500 gold in the advantage of the Shababa Storm. Despite the Storm finding that solo kill, has not slowed down Kiermi, who's just returned back to farming.
And that's what we expect. But usually, hold that thought, Valo wants to try and find a gank here. Who's it going to be? Is it Himbound or Dude Man Bro? Maybe both.
And Dharmic Pillars, that corrals this fight, and it's Vi from mid as well. The Baba Yaga, without ult, didn't need it. Drops the Gilded Gladiator support. And the Storm now have been effective in finding kills and trading kills. But just a bit slow on neutral farm and farm around the map. Dude Man Bro, maybe in a bit of trouble. We'll dash away and be okay. And so it could have been more clean there from the Gladiators. They get the Gold Fury, but end up getting called by the Storm.
And that's the thing. When we see the SPL teams facing off SCC teams, and in this case, a sort of Frankenstein's monster of old pros up against people that quite haven't made that jump yet, it's usually this bit of a farm diff where, yeah, the SCC squads, in this case the Shababa Storm, pull up 2-0, but that gold differential is pretty big for this early in the game. 2,000, and it was big before the Gold Fury even came through. The Gilded Gladiators are just farming the map better, but it looks like the Storm are finally trying to get some legs up, trying to find where they can get aggressive off the back of a nice duo lane gank. Inbound is not, contrary to what you might believe about this cloak item, early on you are not tanky. It takes a bit before you actually get those stacks online. So I'm thinking the Maui could be a good target here for aggression.
Do you like it early, though? Because sometimes it takes a while to build up those stacks.
No, I love it early. I just think you have to play a bit safer. As you said, Fury, get out.
Right.
That was more of a Fury, stick around, clear the wave. Kiermi said, hey, maybe I can ult him, maybe we can fight this. They could have just completely ran, and I think it would have worked out just fine. But now, a bit of a damage check there for inbound. Now he knows, hey, maybe I should stack this up more, get one more tank on him before I can really frontline in these engagements.
I think Kiermi steps over a ward on his way to the Shibalba Storm side of the jungle, so nothing all that sneaky from this Mercury, though Kiermi might have thought he was. Could be a Rage, second item for Kiermi. That's usually when you see the Mercury start to get a bit more active, looking for those kills, those assists. Though later on throughout the game, the odds of finding a fair few stacks, still just fine, but you like to get them built up early. There is like the curse of the Rage where you build it, and then you never get any stacks from that point on. That's just the way that works sometimes. But Kiermi, far too good a player to fall prey to that, I think. Snoopy's gone double stacking here. Talked about the tablet earlier. That's got a handful of stacks on it right now. Book of Thoth after that. And so already, Trelly, you're going to get these stacks maybe towards that mid-game point. This Raw should be in a good spot.
For sure. And I think there's a fair bit of setup as well. They've got plenty of CC coming through if Scary D is able to rotate out. And then inbound, I think, is with the landfall ultimates and even the pulls in, could start to add up. And this is what I've been talking about. I know that Mifflin said in the game prior that it's a bit greedy to go for the Book of Thoth second, but I think it works out better as Scary D does force out that ultimate, is trying to grab the blue there, and it's going to work out. Because you're going to get the Book of Thoth stacked regardless. That's going to happen. You're sitting there clearing waves as a mid laner, but actually getting meaningful poke, it's nice to try and get those stacks online as quickly as possible, and it looks like that's the call here, as we do see a bit of a scrap between Mando and Dude Man, bro.
He's trying to hit those autos. He's trying. Mando's slippery, though. Shield buff still picked up by Dude Man, bro. There's going to be a rotation in from the rest of the Gilded Gladiators. You're already getting kind of the sense of the dynamic over in duo. Mando, no Bastions remaining on that Tier 1 tower, barely any damage on the Gilded Gladiators Tier 1 over in the duo lane, so it's been comfortable for Dude Man, bro, despite a couple of kills and some pressure maybe building up on the other end of the Furies. Speaking of Fury, it's been warded by the Storm. Inbound close by this time. A few more stacks on the Prophetic than he had last time around, but still could be a good target for the Shibalba Storm. But you want to stay active on this Maui. Such a setup powerhouse at times. And I think a pick that suits Inbound's play styles nicely. So that's something the Gilded Gladiators will look to play around. Over in solo, we were wondering what avenue Scary D would go with that build, Trilly. Book of Thoth into the Bancroft. So damage mindset early in this laning phase from Scary D. Malachi has his ult, so not under any real danger. Now we'll just trade ult for ult. Now if Kiermi was here, would be worrisome for the Vamana, but we'll go ult for ult and back away.
Yeah, Scary D is going to win this lane pretty much entirely. There's no way that the way that Malachi's opted to build here with the Oni Hunter's garb, as Vi takes a little bit of damage. Just that's a tablet stack. That's what we'll call that.
That's right.
Really no chance at a kill, but it's going to do some extra damage and maybe force out a relic. But Vi was able to hold on to that one. Usually when we see the Vamana, though, it's Golden Blade first. I'm going to try and match that clear.
Right.
Malachi said Sigil into Oni Hunters. You can cycle your abilities 3 separate times and not clear the wave with that build, so it's going to take a while for Malachi to actually be able to fight into Scary D, but that's not why you're picking the Vamana. You don't want to try and win the 1v1. You want to rotate in and stomp on the immobile Ra or the ADC in this case later on in the game.
Oh, Charlie, it's effectively the same lane state in all 3 lanes for the Shibalba Storm right now. No Bastions on left, no Bastions on right, half of the health missing from both those towers, and then you've got half of a Bastion remaining over in mid, and you've knocked down almost 1 on the Gilded Gladiator side of the map. So just those tangibles, a good way of watching which way the waves have been pushing. Oni Fury down to half. Snoopy does not have Searing Pain back up just yet. On a Scary D rotation out of solo, it's Dingo Dial under pressure. We'll have to dash away on the Ganesh. Hasn't been able to use the Dharmic Pillars, and that'll be his death cry. Scary D with the first. Valo through stealth has used his ultimate. Oh no, Scary D's low, but hasn't been cleaned up, and Kiermi finally gets the stacks building on the Rage. And it's Valo taken down by the Gladiators jungler, and an Oni Fury awaiting around the side.
Yeah, some low health bars here. Manda Warrior has just enough mana for maybe a Veil if he can get an ult tick down. Could be some steal opportunity because there's no ult, and he used it a little bit too early. So that should be a free Fury for the Gilded Gladiators, and it is. as the rotation over to Pyromancer immediately happens by the Shibalba Storm. Will they have enough time, or will Kirmi and Snoopy even decide to walk over? Doesn't look like it, so at the very least, a free Pyromancer on the opposite side, but that cold lead for the Gilded Gladiators is still skyrocketing, 5,000 in their favor currently. And the objective play always going their way. In this case, Mando Warrior didn't have mana. Maybe if you have a full health Kleena who can get in the walls and get active, that fight goes a little bit better.
Yep.
But it didn't seem like the Storm really felt confident stepping up. Dingo walks up. He's level 11 with no sort of CC immunity, so he just gets CC chained, and props to Scary D for finding that ult. But that's both objectives off the map except for Fire Giant. I would imagine fighting slows down for a bit.
Snoopy has done wonderfully over in the mid lane. I mean, he's fought around his team largely, but a 2-level lead over Vi on the other side. Still working on that Book of Thoth. Of course, the Baba Yaga is going to beat you to that. She builds it first and gets the stacks from the passive, but you'll take an XP lead every day of the week here if you're Snoopy, and so you're going to start getting towards critical mass in the next couple of items. That's when those Searing Pains are really going to connect. You're going to put pressure on what I assume will be
how
an
far
ace
he
at
has
some
to
point.
go to hit
Yeah,
this
this is
ult.
actually a really good glimpse at what we're talking about with Mercury.
Yeah.
You know, if you want to ult towards where the minions are meeting right now, you can go beneath the tier 1 tower. Malachi might just get soloed by Scary D, and there's a Polynomicon that'll help out with some extra damage. And you can tell Scary's feeling himself. Big smile on his face, bouncing around in his chair. Malachi had been under threat a couple of times. Scary just simply didn't have damage. This time he does. And that'll soften up some pressure over on right, give the Gilded Gladiators an opportunity on left to knock down the tower. This is maybe a last-ditch effort for the Storm. If this fight goes poorly, Gilded Gladiators so far ahead, and it might get worse, and it's a stun from Dude Man Bro to peel out for Kirmi. But Mando Warrior's got the range damage. One more throw in from inbound on an Aegis from Mando Warrior to delay the damage in a landfall. It's on the Kleena. And Dude Man Bro just needs to hit the autos one more, and he's got it. And the Gladiators will trade 1 for 1, but they get a tower. They put pressure on right. And it's a good map state for the Order team.
I love that aggression from Kirmi. That whole fight starts because Mando Warrior's beads were down. That's why he was like, hey, if this Kleena steps up, I'm sending the ult. Didn't quite give him that opportunity, and actually it was Valo who wanted to find that aggressive play onto Kirmi. They're able to get that kill, but as you said, lose the tower in the process. You're trading 1 for 1, and oh yeah, Scary to get the solo kill on the opposite side of the map. This is what I'm talking about. This build from Malachi does not clear the wave, and all Hades does is clear waves. You're going to be taking so much of your HP. You don't have that sustain. You got to use that Pamon ult a little bit earlier, and I think Malachi knows that now, but it looks like a rotation over to Fire Giant has begun. So far, there are no Storm members in sight.
Wow, this is a 17-minute Fire Giant for the Gilded Gladiators. They've got the confirm. They've got a Searing Pain. We'll see if Snoopy even needs to use it. He does. Probably didn't need to, but you're going to take it when you got it. And the Gladiators will get themselves a 17-minute Fire Giant. And have blown the doors off game number 1. And the Storm, Troy, this is now a glimpse back into what we were talking about earlier. The Storm have not fallen behind in kills, not by any stretch. They are right in there in the fights. But across the map, we've been talking about Bastions from the early goings of this game. Now you're talking about towers, where 2 Bastions got taken down in mid, and a bit of health taken down from the left side tower. If you're just looking at the way the waves have been pushing, it's a very simple way of understanding the direction of this game. The Storm have just been backs against it. Scary D has been able to force ult for ult. Effectively on cooldown, Malachi's fallen 3 levels behind, 2 over in mid, 2 in the jungle. Kirmi, despite it 1 and 2, is one of the better 1 and 2 performances you'll probably see as a Deathbringer on the back end of a Rage stack. This Mercury will start to hurt nonetheless. Mando Warrior's in the wall, a chance to steal. Will send out an ult charge, but won't take it away, and a Primal Fury now for the Gladiators. My goodness, Scary D can simply do no wrong.
He's going to get it.
He's going to get a kill on Navallo. Malachi will trade out, but a smile on Scary D's face nonetheless. Charlie, this is a long walk towards a Game 1 win, it feels like, for the Gladiators. Just the pacing of things, and I'm not sure the Storm's composition suddenly gets that much better in the next 10, 15 minutes.
No, the second I saw Scary dash underneath there, I knew at least 1 kill was going to come from that. If there wasn't a Brawler's Beat Stick in that second slot for Valo, Scary gets a kill and probably gets out. So good knowing that the anti-heal definitely need to be prioritized there by the Shibalba Storm, but they lose Fury, and they lose I guess, 2 in the process there because Mando did eventually get chased down by Kirmi after that Fury goes through.
Pyromancer pulled by the Gladiators. Yeah, I don't think anyone from the Storm is going to make this one interesting. So we ended up seeing the Primal Fury get confirmed, but didn't see the kill on Mando Warrior after the fact. Oh, a blink over the wall. That's nicely played by Kirmi. And a crit or 2 assist as Scary D picks up the kill in the same breath over on the other side. So another stack built up for Kirmi. I think he just went back and full bot a serrated edge. Mercury well underway in the build. All right, let's talk Phoenix defense here, Trelly. I mean, that's what we're starting to snowball towards. Because remember now with the Fire Giant buff timer being synced with the respawn time, the Shababa Storm might not be able to poke their heads out of their base anytime soon.
No, it doesn't seem like it. And the issue I think I see with the Storm immediately is their tanks aren't tanky.
That's a problem.
And that's a problem, right? Because Dingo went fully stacked Thieves. That's all well and good. But opted to go for the Cloak second item. We already talked about when you got the Cloak and it's not that stacked, you're not feeling that good. I got a feeling if Scary D gets to the back line, there's not going to be too much contesting him. However, they've got plenty of wave clear. I mean, Vi and Mando are able to keep those waves pushed out. Yeah, the poly shots alone will be able to put a lot of pressure towards the tier 2 towers and in the Phoenix. Dingo uses Dark Pillars just to slow the surge towards these towers, but yeah, it's going to be bunkering down under Phoenix and sort of just hoping that the Gilded Gladiators make a misplay or a bit of an overstep.
Man, these just instant full buys from the Gilded Gladiators are just massive power spikes. With the full damage raw, keep your eyes on the Searing Pain. It's already been used. Now Kirmi looking for the back line, a bit overzealous though on the Mercury, and that's an opening for the Shababa Storm. Kirmi goes in alone. Well, the rest of the Gilded Gladiators not in range.
Yeah, they're going to have to full-on retreat here. It looks like the Storm might have a little bit of wind in their sails. They're going to be able to chase anything down here. Just with Kirmi dying, I mean, again, he went Beads and Blink. It's fairly easy to punish the Mercury in the back line. That doesn't show too much about, you know, the Gilded Gladiators slipping. I just think Mercury is one of the freer kills you can have. However, Kirmi is going to be down for 20 seconds. What does the Storm do in the meantime? Looks like send Valo over to left lane to split push. Maybe say, hey, go hit level 20. And if that does happen, Valo's got plenty of opportunity to just straight up take someone out of the fight. Again, no Aegis on this Merc means if Valo is able to stealth into Kirmi in the jungle, maybe you're able to find a nice one-shot opportunity. But he's a long way off level 20. He just hit 18.
Yeah, needs a bit of time. Gilded Gladiators. They've got the Runic Bomb with Kirmi, if need be, but Kirmi is not anywhere near the Fire Giant. It's going to be a 3-man FG pull. A bit slow, but still safe for the Gilded Gladiators. Malachi, Valo, they head back to base. That's quick work for one of the favorites to qualify into the SPL here for the Gilded Gladiators. Second Fire Giant of the game at 22 minutes. And this is maybe not the best example, Trelly, because there is a bit of delay between Fire Giant dropping off and the Gladiators picking it up just now. But I was talking to Neil a bit about the differences, right? It's a 4-minute FG timer, and then it respawns as the buff is falling off. So there's not that 1-minute window of setup time, really, for both teams. And Neil talked a lot about how, you know, the vision battle becomes so important and stifling, really, for the team that's in the lead, the team that's able to cycle the Fire Giants, basically. Look at ward coverage on right. The Storm were just simply not able to step out. You don't know if the Gladiators are on FG because you don't have wards there. They might be in your jungle trying to bait you out. There's no time where you know that Fire Giant's not up and under threat, and it keeps you forced into your base. This will be objectives across the map. I'm wondering now, Trelly, maybe the only opening opportunities for the Storm are Mercury overextension, 4v5 style of fights for the Storm.
Certainly could be, and I think Scary D, if enough anti-heals on the Hades, he could die as well, but this is a smart call by the Storm. Immediately get over here. Teleport channel by Malachi. They want to try and defend this as well as you can. And with Kirmi's beats down for 24 seconds, I imagine Valo feels just fine trying to take that 1v1 in mid if Kirmi does try to split push. But now left Phoenix being looked at, and those poly shots are starting to add up.
Dude, Bro's done really good damage this game while our eyes have been focused elsewhere. This Ishtar still topping the damage charts, has really overtaken Scary D in the last couple of minutes. Demonic Blade adding a crit or 2, but Scary D tired of waiting. He'll go forward and pull in 2 with the Pillars of Agony, and the Dharmic Pillars around the Hades. The Scary D will have to dash out. Valo, though, has found the opening thread, and it's on to Scary D. And Doomman Bro left to the Wolves, but Snoopy and Doomman Bro flip it around. Kirmi on the reinitiation. keeps his carries on the map. In the Storm, they had a thread of hope, but it was dashed to the wayside, and the Gladiators, they've dominated game 1, and they've done it in such clean fashion. Make it a clean 10, maybe 11 if Valo tries to get in and defend, but this is a game 1 win for the Gilded Gladiators.
Yeah, this Titan will drop down eventually. Snoopy getting credit for that one. And we see this so much in games where a team is down. They think they've got a pretty good shot at defending their Phoenix. They get a pick, and then they overextend.
Yeah, they do too much.
You don't have to run that far. Truth is, you only get that kill because Phoenix does a good portion of the work. If you just stay underneath and defend a bit longer, maybe you're able to hit some more power spikes. But let's be honest, that game was all in the hands of the Gilded Gladiators. Yep. There were some picks here and there, but farm, there was never a contention. Objective-wise, there was never a contention. The Gilded Gladiators just played that one cleaner.
I mean, I love Valo early in this game, taking advantage of the misstep from Kirmi, trying to battle up against the Loki early. That fight goes handedly in favor of the Shibalba Storm, but Valo's just not able to capitalize and push that forward. Eventually,
Right.
Scary just starts taking over the solo lane. Dual lane feels comfortable, and I think you word it really nicely early in that game, Trelly, where it's you know, you might be even in kills, but it's all of the space between those intermittent skirmishes.
Yep.
That is just building up this massive gold lead for the Gilded Gladiators. Game 1 to the Gilded Gladiators. We'll see if they can repeat in game 2 right after this.
We played Halo and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drink Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. They've been with me for some time, and it's nice to know that they still by my side. Friends are like stars, cause no matter how far, when it's dark outside, they will be your light. We'd play Halo, and we'd lay low in our basement until the sun began to rise. We would go to school, but not learn too much, cause it's hard to read when you've got tired eyes. Months go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. Years go by, the time it flies, past the days that we drank Kool-Aid in the summertime. You have habits just like me. Talk too much with strangers. Get way too serious around family. And I don't have
Our second best of 3 of the day, game number 1, goes over to the Gilded Gladiators. We're able to find their success, what mostly felt like through macro style of play here in game number 1 up against their opposition in the Xibalba Storm. A lot of early game scrapping from the Storm, finding a couple of early picks, one onto Kirmi specifically, a First Blood solo kill for Valo, and then rotating over and finding one into the dual lane. But it just feels like this is kind of the same conversation we have a lot of the time, Mifflin, where it's an SPL team, they know how to do SPL caliber farming up against these SCC teams who don't have that same level of practice, and that really feels that's where it won out for the Gladiators in this first game.
But I was almost certain that that style of play was eliminated by Season 10 because it feels like it is so difficult to just win out on macro farm. There's so much contestable farm now that I thought the gold for your Pyromancer trade that we become so accustomed to would essentially just be repeated on a smaller scale on the map. Oh, you want to group up for left mid camps? Well, right mid camps are a legitimate 15-second walk away, so you know the other team would just grab that. Instead, though, somehow the Gladiators control all the macro, literally every single bit of it. They Camelot Kingdom. They regular season Camelot Kingdom, and we haven't seen that yet. We would maybe expect that from the other SPL caliber teams that are in the tournament, but even then, they were dragged into a much scrappier style of play. Just so surprising to see, especially considering the players that are on the Gladiators. These aren't hang back, farm, and just show up ahead type players. These are, I want to earn my money by taking it out of my enemy's pockets, but somehow, some way, they've adapted their play, and they look good for it. That was a very convincing win that starts off shaky, but at no point was I thinking to myself, yeah, the Storm got this one, because every time I looked up, sure, even at the 2-0 start, the Gladiators were, at worst case, like 300 gold down.
Yeah, I think by the time those first 2 kills had ended, it was nearly 3,000 gold up for the Gladiators. I looked down to finish my lunch, I look back up, and now it's 6,000 gold, and then I turn away to look at something else. I look back, and now we're at 8,000, 9,000 gold, and climbing by that point, and a Fire Giant. Gilded Gladiators really just played the map well in game 1, but for Pixelbands in game number 2, we still see some of that same respect that we saw the Gladiators from that first one there, though. Throwing a Zeus in the mix kind of throws me off for the bands, but then the Thor and the Tiamat that we saw repeated from game number 1 now here in game 2. Opposite side, Merlin, Freya, and the Naja banned away by the Storm for a first pick Ymir. Something we haven't seen in a while for Dingodile has been a heavy priority pick in the support role for him.
Yeah, but Ymir, I feel like maybe gets an inherent nerf on the Season 10 map because the jungle is so much more winding. You're not locking down entire corridors anymore. Sure, you'll lock down one entryway to a corridor, but where there was one previously, there's now 2 or 3 for any given escape path. Still certainly valuable. A wall will never be a bad pickup. But grabbing your Ymir this early in the draft, always a double-edged sword. When he's top of the priority list, sure, it makes sense, but now with so many Guardians, so viable, getting a largely immobile pick this early on could open the door for the Gladiators just to look for exposed picks type style selections, things that can just drop on them and make it really difficult to farm the map early on. Even Oleron, to a certain extent, sure, doesn't have a great matchup into the wall directly, but dilate Ymir's time field, and all of a sudden, what's he going to do? Start charging shards of ice? I don't think they're too concerned about it.
So with the Ymir, immediate Maui Oleron response for the Gilded Gladiators, and something that we haven't seen, I don't think, at all this tournament has been a top 3 Oleron pick. He's either been banned away or been completely ignored as far as the picks and bans are concerned. So seeing one of our first Ola-Run matchups. Now we're going to see how maybe the Storm answer to it, because I mean, it's something that we talked about yesterday where when you see an Ola-Run pick, some of the answers in the past have been things like the Guan Yu, the Cthulhu, and even Camazotz and Vamana, notably as well, something that Malachi was already playing. Do you think that maybe incentivizes Malachi to go towards another pick just like that?
Man, it's been so long since Ola-Run was meta, I'd completely forgotten that Vamana was a counter selection back when Vamana was bad. So I think you kind of nailed it here.
Oh, I think you
a
nailed
great
it too.
pickup into this Ola-Run. You don't have the direct answer. You can't just sunder an HP shield from Vamana. You can't just onk it because it is slowly building. Meaning that he's always going to find value and can overheal if he decides to initiate the fight with his ultimate. So Colossal Fury, just a massively powerful tool that completely invalidates a portion of the Gladiators team fight. Sanctified Fields takes a massive, massive nerf into this composition from the Storm. Not just from Camazotz as well. Can operate similarly, not at the same level, not quite as annoying. It's just 3 swoops with the bat out of hell, but still, the ability to just say, hey, I don't feel like fighting you anymore, I'm going to get out, very valuable for the Storm.
And in response to that, Gladiators go back to Hades for Scaredy. Something that we questioned in game number 1 is how good is Hades with this current style of play that Season 10 has developed into? Is it, you know, the warrior mitigations,
Seems
the
all right.
guardians that rush the tablet early on? Seems like not a whole lot of difference for Scaredy. I believe I looked at 1.3-1 on Hades as the highest kill leader for his team, at least to start out game 1. We'll get running back in the second of those games. Now as we jump into the second wave of bans, Assassin's the name of the game, as only one has been picked up for the Storm. Still question if this Camazotz will be jungle or in the duo lane, but with all the bans that have been allocated now towards what could be Mando Warrior, maybe we see that Camazotz still have a little bit of extra flexibility. Or maybe we see something new from Mando. It's a Wheelish, Loki, Kleena, and Mercury all banned out.
I mean, he still has his entire solo god pool that he'd been developing over the last 3 years that he could try and dip into here, but I think there's going to come a point, if Mando Warrior wants to stick to the ADC role, where we got to see some of the standards. We need to see something that can bring ranged auto attacks, that can help you out in siege situations or base defense situations. Assassin's so good at fighting in neutral territory. If the fight's happening around the Fire Giant, you love having an assassin on your team. If you're just skirmishing anywhere in the jungle, you love having an assassin. If you're able to split push and you're in that kind of position, you love having an assassin. But the second the 5-on-5 stack happens, having just a little bit more range DPS, some artillery damage can be so, so valuable. If you're trying to end a game, breaking the base, Hunter's some of the best to do it. As of now, I think we've strayed away. That's gotta be Camazotz for the lane and Thanatos for the jungle.
Now, notably right before the set started, Mando Warrior did tweet out, just remember guys, I'm a solo laner. So it seems that he's going to stick to his solo lane tendencies
Seems
with
like it.
either the Kama or the Thanatos, whichever he elects to go for himself. Baba Yaga once more for the mid laner of the Shibalba Storms. We'll get to see Vi pilot this pick once again. Seems that this is now his go-to when the Tiamat is banned away. I'm not sure if the Zeus was maybe a respect ban added in there. But now we throw a Neith into the mix. Imagine maybe this one goes over to mid lane for Snoopy, unless you're wanting to put Ola-Run over in the mid lane in its place.
It's really difficult to gank mid nowadays. That lane is so small when both tier 1 towers are up that the argument of put Ola-Run in the duo because that's the harder lane to gank, still probably slightly true, but we've seen a lot of emphasis from junglers towards duo, whereas mid laners for the most part have been allowed to free farm for the first 10 or so levels. I think I would still prefer to have Neith in mid. That global presence gets a little bit of additional value when it's on the center of the map, takes a little bit less travel time to get to either side lane. Ola-Run will still be pretty far away from the majority of the action, assuming that it isn't happening in the duo lane. So I think you're right to say that this is likely for Snoopy in mid. Ability-based Hunters feel pretty good right now. Have the ability to find some of that burst. Make it difficult for Thanatos to want to dunk, backflip, very quick active frames because you can avoid the hovering death pretty consistently. I like this draft from the Gladiators. Again, slightly off-kilter, slightly different from what we've seen previously, but still, when you look at each of these picks individually, they fit the god pool and style of each of their players.
Now, kind of taking a look back at the Shibalba Storm, this is still running similar style that they were doing in their previous set, even in game number 1. Problem is when I look at this composition, if I see Vamana, I look at late game, I look at Baba Yaga, I think late game. Early game Thana and Camazotz are there to maybe try to help alleviate some of that. And that's kind of where they fell apart in game number 1, was that early game. The macro farm just went handily to the Guild of Gladiators. Do you think that this composition by the Storm can kind of help them weather through and be able to make it towards that mid-late game?
I think so. Kamazaz and Thanatos, as you said, very strong early on. Ymir as well, very powerful in the early game. That Frostbite passive just means he's dealing more damage than the majority of other tanks in the game. So as those three for your core throughout the early, you feel pretty confident. For the most part, Vamana gets left alone on an island, and who's killing a Vamana? Just about nobody. You're not really concerned about him losing out on too much pressure. Probably will have his wave pushed in pretty consistently. But as far as actually dying, I think very unlikely. Baba Yaga, sure, you might be able to shut her down, but still a standard leap, long range damage to deal with the wave, and CC immunity to the ultimate as well as an HP shield. So if the Storm want to, they can just survive the early game, but I think therein lies the issue. There were points in the previous match where they weren't just surviving or even thriving in kills, it was controlling the farm. That's where they need to make their adjustment.
We'll see if the Chihuahua Storm can make that adjustment. Will they drop down to the losers bracket or extend us to game number 3? To find out, we got to jump in to game number 2.
Adjustments got to be swift and immediate if you're the Chihuahua Storm, because the Gilded Gladiators ran you off the map in game number 1. It wasn't even all that much kill pressure. There was a bit of that, but playing the map simply more effectively were the Gilded Gladiators. And Trelly, there have been some crazy changes to the composition of the Gladiators. One thing that's remained the same is Scary D. He's on this Hades this time around, up against Malachi again. And so let's start there. You think the Storm have better opportunities to help out Malachi in this lane, or are we just looking at a repeat of game 1?
Well, I have seen one big difference maker so far in the build, and it is that Malachi has not opted to start that tier 1, I guess last time it was Oni Hunter's garb, which means he gets more potions, and he can decide, hey, I can go Golden Blade and actually clear the wave this time around. That's what I'm hoping. Yeah, you put some extra gold in to make sure that teleport is upgraded. I suppose he wants to get back quicker. Yeah. And also, if he stays in lane long enough to just buy full Golden Blade, he could. But again, last time he went Oni Hunter's Garb, got completely pushed in, ended up getting soloed. You need a little help clearing the wave if your starter item is not going to provide damage to the wave. That's the way I see it. And Malachi, I'm assuming, just learned that last game and will implement that this time around. If not, I expect to see a lot of what we just saw. I mean, just Scary D getting the better end of those trades throughout the entirety of the early game.
Could be. Largely then laying on the junglers. Valo on the Thanatos here in game 2. I'll put Kirmi over on the Susano. And it was a Mercury for Kirmi. Needed some time to scale up. Totally different jungle matchup here, Trelly. Do you like the power curve of one or the other? If we're assuming we might get a jungle skirmish or two, who are you putting your chips on?
This one's tough because I think that Kirmi has a lot of ways to outplay Valo in this regard. Susano is just so mobile, whereas Thanatos needs to hit abilities. Dingo taking a lot of damage here. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be an issue, but now Dingo could be running for his life here. A couple auto attacks. He could die for sure.
Inbound's going to have hook. Inbound doesn't need a hook, and that is a simple first blood from the Gilded Gladiators. I mean, rule 1, if you're trying to stem the bleeding of a smackdown of a game 1, let's not give up a first blood at level 2 over in duo lane.
And it was a smackdown.
It was a smackdown. I was wondering if the junglers would scrap here. I like to look at Kirmi on the Susano. Man, are you going to lose? I mean, you're maybe one wave away from losing this Bastion. Dude, man, bro, loves pushing those advantages. Big difference here for the Gilded Gladiators. Kirmi was on Raw, or Snoopy rather, was on Raw in game number 1. Still has a snipe. It's a bit different. He's on the Neath this time around. Gone Bluestone. So that World Weaver Trelly, good map-wide setup for the Gilded Gladiators if they're trying to spread things out.
Yep, certainly could be used to just, I would say, if Kirmi ever wants to take the 1v1 with Valo to say, hey, charge it up, I'm going to look for him in the jungle. You provide that extra CC. I'm going to try to 100-0 this Thanatos before he even gets a chance to try and hit me with a Death Scythe or go up into that hovering death. Certainly could be possible, but now the duo lane is looking rough. I mean, Dingo did not start a survivability relic. He's got Blink. As Valo's sitting here waiting to see if Scary D will make a dash on this wave. Looks like decided he probably will not and will just take the cooldown buff in return.
Yep.
But this duo lane's going to have some problems. I mean, it takes a while before Mando's able to clear the wave by himself, so Dingo has to step up. And when he does, he comes out looking like this, about half health pretty much every time.
Bastion dropped on the left side of the left lane for the Gilded Gladiators. A little infusion of gold. Again, more an indicator of the way that the laning phase has gone. Vi back on the Baba Yaga this game, Trelly. Could go into Book of Thoth early. You're going to get that stacked up nicely. Of course, takes a bit longer, to a standard rate to stack up the tablet on the Baba Yaga, and so despite the game being somewhat quick, Vi was really never able to get to critical mass on the Baba Yaga. Scary D plus Kirmi, that equals blue buff invade, and Malachi down, I mean, one sliver away from red HP with no mana, and Valo was hovering over on left. Gladiators again, finding these openings. 1,000 gold lead early just on a blue buff invade and some neutral farm.
Yep, and we saw the reason Malachi can't even go over to try and defend is because it takes him so long to clear the wave. Wouldn't you guess it? Teleports in and just buys tier 1 Oni Hunter's Garb, so.
Hey, but we got the teleport upgraded. We could do it a bit more often.
He can do it a bit more often, and hopefully that means his HP stays a little bit higher, but it is not going to help. That was the Umbrella Ring, the 2, it's just, it takes so long to clear that wave, where Scary D can get all the farm in the world, but again, Malachi knew this, and I'm assuming he is.
This was a choice.
Yeah, this was a choice. He will be rotating in a level or 2 behind, and he has accepted that. And if that's the case, then it seems the Shibaba Storm have changed up their game plan a bit.
Right.
We'll have to see how that works out for him.
Have to adapt the team fight almost entirely. Now, a pick Trelly that, I don't know, I mean, it's been prioritized a bit in picks and bans. The Oleron and all the conversations about magical AD carries and what do you play over in the duo lane. We've seen some Chronos talked about. Freya has probably been the favorite, the magical AD carries. Oleron has been banned out once or twice. And, of course, very strong, can itemize into the rings and make use of the arrow start. I'll hold that thought as Scary D uses.
He's got to die.
Was the
here.
last bit of his mana on his ultimate, but he's able to dash away, and then a World Weaver from mid, and Scary D, no, he does not die.
What?
And a little assistance from Snoopy will just help Scary D back away.
So, Scary D had one bit of mana to use one ability, and Vala decided to blink Scythe, miss that, and then use the Soul Reap and miss that, and then give up on the gank entirely. I don't know. It seemed a bit rushed.
At some point, you got to say, you know what? I'm not hitting anything. Let's go again in a moment.
No,
you know?
I agree with giving up with the gank, but he didn't have to blink.
Yeah.
He didn't have to throw that Scythe. He could have blinked and just stood there, and Scary D would have dashed, and then he could have lined it up perfectly, but he tried to rush that one. Got a little bit overzealous. That was not a rushed gank by any means. Scary D was as far up as you can get without touching the tower line. And a little bit unfortunate that one goes awry.
I'll tell you, I don't love updating gold all that often, but it's been about 2 minutes, and the gold lead is doubled now to 2,000 for the Gilded Gladiators. Good kill opportunity here on inbound, who's already used the solar swing, but the damage isn't enough just yet. Firebolts through, and Valo is able to end up finding the kill column despite a dropped kill in solo just a moment ago. And inbound without that escapability on the Maui has to leave. Dude, man, bro, under pressure here. He drops the Sanctified Field. Oh, no! As soon as it goes right for Valo, it immediately goes wrong. Mando Warrior didn't have bat out of hell. Dude, man, bro's got ult. And beads.
Yeah.
And lives.
Yep.
And when it goes great for the Storm, suddenly swept away on the other side.
You know, and I gave Val the credit last game of saying, you know, well, as we see Kirby get a free kill.
This is starting to get messy, Trelly, and I think that's scary for the. I mean, maybe you need it to be somewhat messy if you're the Storm, scrappy. You know, try to get the Gilded Gladiators, who are clearly a very clean team, uncomfortable. But it's not messy in the right way for the Chihuahua Storm. It's messy in the slightly mistakey type of way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There was no reason to make any of the plays that I've seen so far. Like I said in game number 1, you know, Valo wins that 1v1 versus Kirby every single time.
Yep.
You know, Loki just outright beats Merc in that 1v1. In this case, you know, Oleron has ult, has beads, and you yourself as a Thanatos don't have beads. You're getting slow motioned under the tower. That never works out. I think Valo got a little bit excited after the first kill, tried to chain it into, you know, a multiple thing. A little bit overzealous and didn't quite work out. Again, this time around, Scary D's ult is down. Maybe this gank works out better.
Dashes
Hold
away.
that Scythe this time till you get the setup. There it is.
There it
Simple
is.
as that.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Valo back in the kill column after what was a good and then bad chain of events over on left. And at least, you know, one box getting checked here by the Storm, where it is a 1-level lead for Scary D. It's not gotten completely out of control. Mando Warrior, Dude Man Bro scrapping out a bit, but that's all the damage down from Mando. Sanctified Field close to coming back up.
No beads, no ult.
Doesn't have beads, you're right. Mando does have Blink, but just finishes up Transcendence. Only a few stacks on that, where Telkine's picked up for Dude Man Bro. something in the shield category after the fact there as well, maybe sensing most of the threat. It's going to be from physical carries. No stun from the Thanatos, but there's going to be one from Neath. On to Valo. Kiri not in range to follow up. Dude Man Bro uses Sanctified Field. It's where Bat Out of Hell can really make its money. Floating through that ultimate in the Shibalba Storm. Now they're starting to get scrappy and messy in the right ways. They're catching out the Gilded Gladiators. And they sent Dude Man Bro back to base.
Yeah, that's a great call. I mean, they were waiting over in duo lane for so long. You could see it written on the walls. Mando and Dingo wanted to double blink onto that Oleron, but Inbound sticks around and says, hey, I'm keeping this guy alive at least for a little bit. Once the fight at the shield buff happens, though, that's when they were able to actually find that blink from Dingodile in this case. And a weak Oleron is not going to live. But Dude Man Bro recognizes this and says, hey, I'm going to be taking a lot of physical damage this game. I'm going Berserker Shield.
Yep.
It still feels wrong that magical ADCs can build it. And it looks weird because it was a physical item last season,
yep.
but it gives a lot of different stats.
Ooh,
And
nice.
a beautiful blink there by Mando. Sees that gank coming. Once that finishes up, Dude Man Bro's going to have a much easier time actually scrapping up against Mando. But until then, what are the Gladiators doing in the jungle? They're going to invade this purple buff. I was thinking they were looking towards gold, but they just want a little bit of extra farm. Good little gank there by Kirmi. Not going to net the kill. Nets a blink and a purple buff.
Bad news for the Shibalba Storm is nothing's gotten better. It just hasn't gotten worse. So maybe that's good news, given the pace of the game. This is going to get a bit worse. The Gilded Gladiators will get what looks like the first tower of the game over in duo, and there's a Gold Fury waiting. So, I mean, it's been what? If a team is feeling comfortable, we've seen Gold Fury pulls at 6, 7, 8 minutes into the game. We're about to get to 10. The Gladiators are feeling comfortable. They've got about a level and a half lead in mid for Snoopy, who's fully stacked up the Transcendence. Mando Warrior at 23 stacks. Sanctified Field Trail, you got to imagine comfortable at fighting in these jungle fights. Drape it over the team fight and see what you can get done. Wonder if the Gilded Gladiators may be starting to feel confident for an early objective.
Yeah, last game it was the 7-minute Fury, and I think the lead was even smaller gold-wise than this one. But map state was looking clean
he
at
dashed.
this point.
He doesn't have ult.
Yep.
That's a stun onto Scary D, but dodges out a bit of the return damage. World Weaver makes its way in, but blocked by Malachi, and Scary D sends out a silence.
Scythe?
And Scythe not needed because Malachi's got the auto. I asked you early in the game, do you think the Shibalba Storm have answers for what Scary D was able to do in game 1? We've now seen the answer is yes, and it's just gank him repeatedly. Vi, though, takes a big burst from Snoopy. Has to get out. Inbound was close. Inbound had landfall. Just the house used by Vi. It's already a more comfortable laning phase here, Trelly, for Malachi. It's all the assistance of Vala over on right.
And that's going to help out. But now Snoopy gets some assistance from Inbound and is trying to put some damage into this Tier 1 tower. Remember, Vi sitting on a lot of gold. That was just Tablet and Tier 1 book, only into Book of Souls. So Snoopy has quite the lead itemization-wise on this Neath in the mid lane. You got fully stacked Transcendence, Jotuns going into what you can only assume is Crusher or Brawlers if you net yourself some more anti-heal. Doesn't seem like this Baba Yaga is going to be able to step up anytime soon. Just so much damage coming from the Neath.
No, it's the other way around. I'll hold this thought. Valo's up in the air. Snoopy has beads.
Ooh, pre-Aegis.
Uses the Aegis very early. Beads there after the fact. Good peel from Inbound as a freeze through from Dingodile. But Kirmi's got a double pull on the backside of mid lane. Typhoon is up and it gets the knock up. But Dingodile trades out and it looks like Vi actually hit with the last bit of that Typhoon. And the rest of the Shibalba Storm have left this mid lane engagement, and it's all down to the damage connecting onto Dingodile. One more auto from Snoopy will do it. Ends up being 2 for 1 and a good trade for the Gladiators.
That was a great Mystical Lua into the backflip
Yep.
as well for Snoopy to close gap there. Scary D was on the way, just in case they couldn't close that gap. Had the blink available and could have helped out on the dive. But I think once that ult doesn't connect and Bobby gets the landfall ult, Inbound takes that ult away, makes sure that Valo actually can't close gap onto Snoopy. That fight went better than it should have. The fact that the Shibalba Storm even got a kill there was big because I think they used a lot. Kirmi comes in, hits a massive Typhoon, is able to confirm that kill on Vi, and then the chase down afterwards. Just means that once again, this Neath is climbing even further ahead. Level 14 now, 2 levels. They've got plenty of ability damage, and because Valo hasn't went for that Aegis, as most junglers don't, you're going to be feeling the wrath of that ult pretty much every time it's channeled on you.
Yeah, but think about where the Gilded Gladiators have continued to make their money. I mean, they knocked down a tower on left, knocked down a tower over in mid, no more bastions on right, half HP remaining on the solo lane tower. Really, the only difference from game 1 to game 2 is that Gold Fury stood for a little bit longer. Valo's still a threat on the map, something you have to be aware of. Kiermi learned that over in mid. Without beads, without blink for a little bit of time, it's still going to be Scary D under pressure. That's some burst onto Scary D, but the dash saved this time. Has to dodge out the damage from Valo. Oh no, Valo! He's done too much, and in the 2v1, Scary D has flipped it and might actually kill off both. Kiermi is here to hope to secure something. Malachi will scurry away. But Scary D, with the assistance of Snoopy and a little bit of mental game from Kiermi around the wall, flips the fight. Unfortunately, all of that work, it seems like Valo's done on right. Still has Scary D in a really strong spot.
Yeah, if Valo had a Brawler Speed Stick or a little bit more CDR, maybe that Scythe comes through and confirms that kill. But now Pyromancer started up by the Gladiators, almost down. And they will be able to confirm that one. But I was close by and went for a steal opportunity. Was not able to find it. But it looks like they still want to get aggressive here onto Snoopy.
Good target.
He's tanky, though. He's taking a lot of HP in this case.
Double
And it looks like
knockback.
that's all they got.
Yeah, Malachi, not much more in there. Snoopy's beads and Aegis back up in 5 seconds. And so that was literally the last opportunity until they're used again for Dingo Dial to find a relatively clean initiation onto Snoopy. Doesn't matter. Dude Man Bro finishes up that Berserker's tier 2 of the next ring. Brawling out a bit more effectively against Mando Warrior now. Do like this from the Storm, though. On time to the objective. They realize that if it gets left alone for too long, the Gilded Gladiators certainly have enough to pull it. And they've got that Runic Bomb, if need be. Inbound would love to get a hook onto Mando Warrior here. The tier 1 is long since fallen. However, Inbound's got to be careful of doing too much. The rest of the Gilded Gladiators, except for Dude Man Bro, have backed away. Now, it's 4 members of the Shibalba Storm collapsing in towards the Maui. Will Solar swing away, stun onto Dude Man Bro, but a Sanctified Field is in for the answer, and it's all too simple for Kiermi, who Typhoons 1, teleports to 2, and Snoopy finishes the kill. But all of this is Kiermi's damage, and Dude Man Bro helping. Double for the Susano. Mando Warrior drops in trade, and a 4-kill swing for the Gladiators, while Scary D proxies some farm on right.
Scary D chased Malachi all the way to Phoenix. It's as easy as a fight
We've
can
arrived
get
at
in
the
that
same
case.
conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where what's the goal of an Oleron? Try and get melee characters in the middle of your ult. Valo is ulting in with no beads, getting in the center of the Oleron, saying, hey, I want to be inside that ult. I understand the call was, hey, let's see if we can get some relics down. Maybe we can kill off this. Did not work out, and now tier 2 will drop. Snoopy, that was calculated. He had the numbers written down next to him. He knew he was going to be lived there. And that's plenty of gold in the pockets of the Gilded Gladiators. They're up 11K just about. Doesn't seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. They don't have much to stand on, the Storm, that is. They have a 1-0 Vamana, I suppose, but still down 2 levels, as you would expect.
I mean, they're down 10K in gold. That's one thing, you know, I referenced a couple times early in the game where nothing had happened and it was a 1,000 lead. 2 minutes later, it was 2,000. Storm found a couple of fights. Valos finally started to hit pay dirt on Scary D on right. And all that did was stabilize the gold. It just didn't move much. Eventually, the Gladiators cleaned up some of their play. And again, have arrived at the same conclusion nonetheless.
It's a big arrow.
It is a big arrow. It'll stun out Mando Warrior, but Bat Out of Hell will swoop far enough away. He'll be okay. I wonder what this tells us, though, about the Gilded Gladiators, because if we're thinking, all right, Warg's on name recognition and talent, and this Gladiators team has plenty of it, don't you worry, but we're assuming that team goes through. We're considering it a failing if the Wargs somehow don't qualify into the SPL. Then there's sort of this race for that second spot in a lot of players' minds and a lot of fans' minds. The Gilded Gladiators get the shout-out from a couple of us. I wonder if this is maybe some of the most clean Smite gameplay we've seen, though. The Wargs had a really, really nice set to start off our day. The Gladiators doing so as well. All this to say, Trelly, the battle on Saturday and Sunday for the last couple of spots in the SPL really going to heat up. All these teams that are expected to be in there and battling have all looked very, very good so far here this weekend, Gladiators included. They are likely on their way to a 2-0 set win, unless Snoopy and Inbound somehow end up getting traded out here. That's not that much damage from Vi. Snoopy takes a bit of extra burst. will get out just fine. Seems like a fire giant, 17 minutes over the horizon. Same thing happened in game 1.
Yeah, this was wishful. The build was wishful thinking from Vi. Going tablet into Book of Thoth into Warlocks, like the triple stack, I think is a little much.
Where you go tablet first,
right?
Because you got to build them up on your own.
No, I like the tablet into Book of Thoth, love that. But into another stacking item, like you're hoping this game goes what, another 15 minutes without you needing to do damage? I would imagine.
Yeah, we're on Fire Giant 5.
Yeah, I'm thinking that needed to
15
be a
minutes
Divine Ruin or a Soul Gem. Something that is cheaper and gets online a little bit earlier. In this case, Warlocks is going to take a while before you're getting that value, even with Baba passive. And you need Fire Giant damage, or I guess defense for the Fire Giant right now.
Right.
You don't have time to sit in lane. And it looks like they're going to step up for a soft defense. Here comes Mando and Vi. But Scary D's on zone duty, and they're immediately going to run away.
Yeah, Runic Bomb for Kirmi, but Secure is still there for the Gilded Gladiators. No real big burst opportunity from either team, unless you consider some of the fire bolts from Vi on the Baba Yaga. None of it needed, though. And the Gilded Gladiators, I think in game 1, Trelly got like a 16, 17, 18-minute Fire Giant. Same thing here in game 2. This is a team, you know, we saw Inbound. He walked into the studio earlier on today. Big smile on his
All
face.
smiles.
Player feeling confident in himself. Crocs were in comfort mode, though. They weren't in sport mode at the moment, or at the time.
He did say he was going to put him in sport mode
Okay,
later.
he did. So we're thinking the straps are back now.
Yep.
They're looking like it.
I saw the confidence. He even asked us what our plans are for first week of SPL when he joins us. No, I'm just kidding. He didn't say
Look,
that.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, every team has a shot. It's the beauty of this tournament. Who knows what happens in the lower bracket and the upper bracket. Some of these top teams are going to have to lose at some point, and they're going to drop down. Teams can go on a run. It's a race. There's a lot of teams here that can make some noise, and only 2 spots in the Smite Pro League remain. And so there are a lot of notes being taken. How do the Wargs look earlier on today? They look great. They look very clean. How do the Gladiators look against their opponents? Same thing, same outcome. They look great, clean, just like the initiation on Vi. These might be the closing moments of game 1. We are just reaching 20 minutes. Another kill dropped, and it's Dingo Dial this time. Mando pulled back by Kirmi. Up and over goes Valo, but he's gone in alone. And a double for Snoopy. Goodbye, right side Phoenix. And Trelly, I'm thinking goodbye game 2 and goodbye set. Gladiators' first look is a clean one.
Yeah, they weren't really able to find any legs to stand on in game number 2 here, the Shabalba Storm. They found some decent ganks over in right lane, but that was pretty much it. The Gladiators play a clinical brand of Smite off the back of some nice ganks from Kirmi on the Susano, as well as Scary D still getting online. Doesn't matter how much you try and gank that solo lane, how much you're going to put the Hades down. He's still going to rotate in levels ahead, and no one really had the build to deal with it. Again, not much anti-heal. We saw 3 items from Vi. The Baba Yaga just got Warlocks online.
Yep.
She wasn't going to be chunking for another 8 minutes or so.
Look at Scary. He's bouncing around in the player booth right now. It's a player who's feeling confident, and all that Scary's gone through in his career as well. I mean, think back to a couple years ago, not in the SPL, rejoins the SPL last year, far from the year that Scary would have hoped for, had some great moments, but never found that consistency. The roster that he had around him never found that consistency. Now hoping to make it back in. So you start off your Smite competitive year by trying to win your job back, basically. I think showing up, especially after weeks of what we imagine are anticipation, you know, you get notified, you know, your team is going to have to go through the play-ins, and finally showing up and playing and having it be that clean, got to feel great for the Gilded Gladiators. It's 2-0 and one of the cleanest sets we've had so far this weekend. That's it for Trelly and I on the desk. We'll take it from here.
Yeah, I think clean is a very nice word to use for this matchup here for the Gilded Gladiators. Pretty dominant game number 1 where it was purely macro play that was winning out, at least in the early mid stages. This time the kills roll through a little bit faster though, Mifflin. We see Kirmi get off to a great start. It wasn't until about the mid game that we see Snoopy really start to rev up through. It just felt like this double assassin comp, it can only work so much once the teams have dialed it in. It's something that we talked about with some of the players for this team when it was players like on the Anansi Weavers, where they're doing these weird things and it's working right out the gate. But once you give it a couple of sets, a couple of weeks through, these weird styles of plays get figured out and eventually able to get picked apart.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I think a little bit different in pacing in that it was a lot of unforced errors that net the Gilded Gladiators their massive lead. I'm thinking about that Thanatos dunk into the tower, and it's just an easy pickup for DMB. I'm thinking about a failed gank in the soul lane, and all of a sudden now you've got Scary D, who is massive on a Hades, right? It's these small issues where you're getting a little bit overactive. Even this first blood just feels like was so avoidable had he pathed literally just towards his own tower or anywhere else, then into the jungle and then back into the enemies, right? There's just a couple of nervous plays, I think, cost them pretty massively here. But as far as I'm concerned, even looking outside of this, the Gilded Gladiators have looked like the cleanest team so far. They're simply getting more farm on map. Their macro is clean, their small wins are bigger than other people's small wins, and it seems as if they've got themselves a pretty solid identity. This game, more so than any other so far this weekend, I think dictated by individual play though. Game 1 was team play and macro. Game 2, they just won out in every fight that came their way, be it a 1v1, a 2v2, or a 3v3.
If I'm not mistaken, Game 2 being, I believe, the fastest game of the weekend so far at just over 20 minutes of play as they were pushing up in towards the throne room. Gilded Gladiators dominating the number 10 seed Xibalba Storm. Now, it's not over for the Storm. The Storm do still move on, at least into the losers bracket. We'll have a much more difficult path now to have a chance to qualify in towards the Smite Pro League. Now for that team and everybody in the losers bracket, which we'll see some more of those teams a little bit later on today, there's no more second chances. This is their second and final chance. A lose in the losers bracket means you go home. So for teams like the Gladiators, like the Wargs, the ones who have been staying on the winners bracket, their path a little bit easier and they've got a little bit more leeway to play with.
Yeah, I think so. You really want to keep your head above water for as long as possible in tournaments like this. The winners bracket, of course, less games, feels great. You show less of your strategies as the event goes on, and it is so comforting as a player. I can't speak to it. I never had it. It's not a privilege I had. This double limb thing's like new to me, but I have to imagine it is so comfortable and so reassuring as a player to say, hey, you know, some days we come out, we have a bad day. I'm not going home off one bad day, though. It's going to take two. And if the Gilded Gladiators keep this up, I don't see any bad days coming.
Gilded Gladiators are one of the favorites to make it through to the Smite Pro League, and one player who's wanting to get his chance back in the SPL is Kirmi the Jungler, standing by with a post-game interview.
Yeah, we got Kirmi, Jungler for the Gilded Gladiators, standing by with me, post-game interview. Kirmi, talk to me a bit, if you will, about early goings here. It's year 10 of Smite, map completely changes. Jungle's being talked about as maybe one of the strongest roles in the game right now. Do you feel like it's in a spot that really caters to your play style? We got to see a Mercury from you. We saw Susano from you, playmaking style junglers. Do you feel like that's how you want to be playing the game?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really good for... I think jungle's kind of disgusting right now, especially with a lot of the hyper carries. So it feels really easy to play the game that way. I think I played a little shaky game one, but it's just getting the nerves out of the way. But other than that, yeah, I really like the gods I get to play.
Talk to me about your perspective then as a jungler. Do you feel extra pressure? If you're in the mindset that this is one of the strongest roles on the map, is there an extra weight that you need to be performing a little extra for your team?
Not just because of the role, but maybe more just how we are coming into the tournament. I do expect us to make SPL. Whether it's first or second, I'm not sure. It's just going to be how the three of us, or the Glides show up on that day. I think we can easily sweep through this entire tournament, but we'll just have to see.
Well, that instills a lot of confidence, I think, in you guys and the rest of the fans that were out watching. That was one of the cleanest sets we've seen so far. If you will, brief, how did this team find one another? Did you guys mesh very quickly, and was this sort of an expected result based on how things have gone in your early scrims, in your early practice?
It's definitely expected based on how we were doing really well in scrims, especially really leading up to this tournament, but it kind of got down to the point where there was a lot of miscommunication with the other top two teams on who wanted to play with who. So a lot of us kind of ended up left alone without teams, so we just started building together. But we're all really good guys. They instill a lot of confidence in me, which helps me a ton, and playing more confident and playing better, which I've been really enjoying. But I'm really glad I'm with these guys.
Look, there were smiles through the player booth. I could tell a lot of players happy with the way that first set went. I imagine it's a weight off. Kirmi, excited to see what the Gladiators get done the rest of this weekend. Thanks for your time. We'll go back to the desk to wrap it up.
Yeah, it sounds like Kirmi and the rest of the Gladiators happy with the win they were able to find up here against the Xibalba Storm. They're going to continue on in towards the winners bracket, and we're going to take a look at the bracket for the entire week, still to be seen. Gilded Gladiators will now face off against the Eldritch Hounds, another one of those top three teams that is kind of predicted amongst the casters, along with the Aru Scorpions and the Niflheim Wargs. So kind of the four teams that we were talking about in our caster roundtable, still up there in the semifinals of the winners side of the brackets. Then obviously the winners of those will move on for a chance to qualify into the SPL. Opposite end of the bracket, though, Xibalba Storm will now await the losers of the Tartarus Titans and the Valhalla Valkyries. That match will be played just a little bit later on. And then the Athenian Sages and the Callan Wardens will face off for Mat 7 to face off against the Yomi Tanuki, who are now down in the loser's bracket. So our last 2 games of today are going to be elimination matches. And every day here on, we're going to be sending at least 1 team home, and I believe, if I remember correctly on how it all breaks down, sending 2 teams home every single day from here on for the rest of the tournament, Myth.
Yeah, and looking at that bracket, I think there is a clear delineation in one of these sets is going to be so important for qualification, and it's match 12. That's the Gladiators up against the Hounds. I think that is going to be one of the most telling sets. If you can only watch one more this week, watch more. But if you can only watch one more, make sure you stick around for match 12. I mean, that is going to be so indicative of where the power rankings really stand.
Yeah, I think all eyes are set on the winner's bracket for those 4 teams still there, but now we're going to move ourselves into the lower bracket of those ones. We got 2 more sets to go, so stick around. We've got match number 3 of our day coming up right after this break.
And we're back, and we are on to the elimination portion of our day here on Thursday. It's Thursday. Time's a flat circle. It all blends together. But elimination matches for the last couple of our games here on this fine Thursday during the Smite Pro League promotional tournament. All 10 teams are still in it. We'll be down to 8 after our final 2 best of 3s. And I've got some good news for you at home. You're already getting great value by sitting and enjoying this awesome competitive Smite. But if you have wanted a chance to win any skin in Smite, anyone ever, use !Temple right now for all the information. It'll pop up in chat. Follow that link to enter the giveaway. And if you win that giveaway, you can win any skin in Smite for the Temple of You giveaway. It's also worth it just to see that really cool video. So definitely love all that stuff. Make sure to use code !Temple. I'm sure it'll get spammed plenty of times. Follow that link, enter, and you can win any skin in the game. My name is Dulcin. Guess who's with me? Same guy who's going to be with me for the rest of the day. Trelly Relly joins me. And Trelly, we are finally on. I say that like I've been looking forward to it. Our elimination matches. We've started with 10 teams, and we're going to whittle it down to 8 by the end of the day.
Well, if you want to get to the end, and actually see who's making it to the SPL, then you got to get a little excited about sending someone home. Unfortunately, we don't want to see you go, but at this point, we got to see who's going to be making it, and I think we got a pretty good matchup up here.
That's right. The Titans and the Valkyries, one that I think fans looking forward to. We got some fan favorite teams. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately because the 4 teams that we're going to be watching throughout the course of the rest of today, teams that are filled with fan favorite players. And we can look at overall what has happened so far. Shabalba, Storm, Calvin, Wardens. That's our only 3-game set so far here this week. All the other ones have been 2-0. So the stage is set for tomorrow with Wargs, Scorpions, Gladiators, Hounds. How about those matchups? And Trelly, our predictions kind of coming to fruition. We figured those would be the top 4 teams in the event, and those are the only 4 teams remaining on the upper side of the bracket. And so we will make our way down to the losers bracket for the remainder of today. That'll be Tartarus Titans, Valhalla Valkyries, and Athenian Sages and Kowlin Wardens. These are send-home matches, remember. So still a lot of action. The bracket will be filled out over the course of the next few days. Let's talk about this one a bit, though, Trelly, because it's 2 teams. I think that came in with something to prove. Of course, wanting to win. You're going to take your shot at qualifying into the SPL every single time.
Right.
But it seems, I think, that we're a bit disappointed in the way that their first games went. Tartarus Titans, I want to look at them first. A team that had some excitement, though, in their matchups. And think about the way that the games went for this Titans team. As a reminder, it's in my Zen, Dashboard, Nehu, Dame, Delaney, and Coach Tom. This is a team that loved playing through Zen early in the game. They were able to establish a good base level. And then come group time, come team fight time, things sort of fell apart. And so adjustments needed in that area, though the Titans did have some bright spots.
Yeah, I think this was the matchup where a lot of the build tweeting were first getting sparked. I think, a little bit questionable about how some of these build paths were going. Maybe need a little bit more tank damage, that sort of thing. But definitely some high points there for the Tartarus Titans. As you said, in my Zen, I think had a great performance. Dame was consistently coming over here and setting up those sort of kills. It was a lot of, unkillable solo laners running through late game. That was the real highlight, or I guess the low light in this case. So I'm thinking the Tartarus Titans probably make some adjustments with that and try and play through dual lane as they have been doing. I think Dame and Zen and Dashboard as well all should be able to make a pretty quick bounce back. I don't think they're hanging their heads on that loss too much.
No, Dame got to spearhead this approach for the Tartarus Titans, especially with what we've seen from our first couple of matches today. The remaining 4 teams in the upper bracket all have had some really standout jungler performances throughout the day. And Dame absolutely capable of that. I actually don't think Dame's God Pool strays that far from what we've seen from those upper bracket team junglers so far. And so being able to lean on that, a great advantage to this Tartarus Titans team, who I think will favor themselves in a matchup like this because of the way that they play. Here to have some fun, but also here to make some upsets and try their hand at moving through this lower bracket, because you're going to have to go on a run, starting with a game up against the Valhalla Valkyries. This is a fan favorite team, headlined by Warchi, Rotwin, Ray Shadow, Worst Turtle, Nil, and Sir Choka, the head coach. Now, Trelly, it's hard to, I think, iron out exactly what went wrong for the Valhalla Valkyries. They were a bit eclectic in some of their pick ban priority in the first match we saw for them here this weekend. And so I think reassessing some of their draft strategy could be a fine place to start.
Yeah, I think, we talked about it earlier on, at least I have on the desk, about I think the meta of this tournament will start to shake up as the tournament continues. Game number 1, some teams tried, they tried some things. I do not think the Valhalla Valkyries found much success in the things they were trying. I would love to see Warchi on whether it's a magical ADC or a traditional hunter. I didn't see too much value out of the assassins in duo lane. Mando played it to some effect, but we just saw Mando in last set. The assassin ADCs once again were not so strong. So I think ranged damage is still extremely prominent in some of these team fights. So I would like to see that change up, but there is value in sticking to what you practice. So if the Valks literally threw out hunters and only put Warchi on assassins for all of their scrims, then we may just be getting the full-on run back, and we'll have to see if they can make it work.
Yeah, we need to see a big set from player that's second to top of the screen there. Screen. Rotwin, who had a big 4-man taunt yesterday. It was one of the highlights of the day. Such a talented support player, and still had the moments even in what was a very difficult set for the Valhalla Valkyries. And so I think if that initiation is there, that gives the Valks a really nice opening throughout the rest of this set. I think the tournament meta that's starting to unfold will be interesting throughout the remainder of this set, because it's two teams that have clearly done some homework on one another going into this set. And it's, do we have answers to Warchi if he's going to try the assassins, the Najas, the Kamazatzes, things like that. On the flip side, do we have answers for the aggressive junglers that we know Dame is going to be playing. So there's some identities that could be capitalized on one way or another, and we'll see how they are in picks and bans for game number 1. Maui off the board first to make some sense. Rotwin, just talked about him. Incredibly talented support. And Maui, one of the best in the game at the moment. He's just going to take all 3 bans here. Maui, Yamoja, followed by magical AD carries on the other side. Titans worried about Rotwin. And for now, the Valhalla Valkyries, they were a bit worried about In My Zen. Cannot blame either team for their ban placement.
I think both teams pretty good so far, and I love that Thor ban as well. I was going to say, got to put some respect towards Dame, and it looks like this is sort of what we've been talking about. The meta of the tournament, seen a lot of Vamana solo, and Vamana solo, well, I guess it could be Vamana jungle. We'll hold on to the ambiguity of the pick, but more often than not, Vamana solo is going to be the first grab there for the Titans. Immediately met with the Kukulkan Tiamat on the opposite side. I love the Kukulkan. I think it's got a good matchup into the Vamana, so don't hate the insta-lock there. And you still have that extra anti-heal if you really need it when still dealing with the rest of the Titans draft. So good answer back there from the Valks. This Tiamat has been consistently looked at in the top 3 for pretty much all these teams.
Now, 2 different storylines between Vamana and Kukulkan as far as the games have gone today. Vamana, just in our last set,
Blades of light.
did not feel all that comfortable against the Hades. That's a scary D special, and won't have to deal with that in this game, luckily, against Kukulkan. But think about what we saw Aquarius do at the beginning of the day on the Kukulkan. Simply ran down opponents. Once that mitigation build came fully online, felt like there was not much damage rolling through. But composition that is good at dealing some shred damage. That's a Merlin. That's an Ishtar Trelly. 2 picks that over the course of the weekend seem to be top in their class at the moment. Obviously some picks in the same tier as one another. But Ishtar's been right up there with physical AD carries. Merlin has been near the top of the pick charts for mages in mid.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Merlin at the moment. Pretty much any mage that can spam multiple cooldowns and proc, your soul gems, your soul reavers, your tablets, are going to be pretty strong at the moment. And it seems like Tiamat and Merlin definitely at the forefront of that conversation. Agni, another one that's been pretty highly prioritized. But, another thing that's been pretty highly prioritized is healing in general. A lot of healers being picked in this tournament. The Sylvanas prioritized pretty heavily here for the Valks, trying to get it in before that next wave of bans, before the Titans could throw 5 bans towards Guardians this time around. So probably smart. They're going to be able to make sure that one goes through. But that also means that you're also banning out Dashboard in that case, because they have not grabbed their support. The Bacchus, the Ymir, the Vanis, all taken away.
Yeah,
so
where do we go here?
Going to have to dive pretty deep into the God pool. However, there are still some top-tier supports that we've seen so far, I think. The Kabrakan is a decent matchup if you're trying to wall off the Sylvanas.
Seen some Terra.
Yeah, Terra still brings that healing. There's you know,
There's options.
there are options, and that's what's important.
Yeah, Divine Ruin could be good here for Nehu out of mid. Merlin, great applicator. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Applicator, Divine Ruin. Helps out with
He
Sylvanas.
applies.
He do be applying. Agni locked in for the Valhalla Valkyries, and so a mid lane battle. Maybe a mid lane battle.
A battle over who gets to play mid lane.
Yeah, who gets to play mid?
Yeah.
Now this goes back to a conversation we had when we were sort of breaking down both teams, Trilly, and it's that the Valks in their first set of the weekend had a more eclectic grasp of the meta. Eclectic to us, at least. It's less standard than what we saw in Season 9.
Well, it didn't work, so we can say that. If it worked, we would have
Sure.
been like, oh man, they're pioneers. So because it didn't, we can say
That's right.
that.
They used to ride these comps for miles. Now it's Agni and Tiamat. Where's some alternative value? I mean, we've seen Mage in duo, right? In the past, we've seen Mage in the duo lane.
Yep.
I suppose we've seen Mage jungle. It's not going to be solo, and it's not going to be support.
I assume it's Agni ADC, and
Right.
with that in mind, the value is not there. I don't think you're getting immense value out of Agni over, for example, like if you want a different Chronos, Chronos is still available. That could have definitely been a mid laner, or I mean an ADC that could have been better in that slot. But it seems to me that the Valks do not value the auto attacks, so we'll have to see what the last pick is. If they do get ahead and try and siege a Phoenix or a Fire Giant, I'm not seeing how they kill it right now.
You're not in on the ring build, Agni?
I'm not locked in yet. They're gonna need some more damage. So let's see. Last pick, I'm gonna need some more burn, and there it is. The Mercury will bring some crits towards the Fire Giant. It's gonna be rough to try and actually kill a Phoenix, but hey, they'll cross that bridge when they get there, and Tiamat brings lizards.
That's right. They're trying new things. Or the Valhalla Valkyries. Remember, this is an elimination game. It's a best of 3. Not an elimination game, elimination set, best of 3. At the end of it, one of these teams going home, the other moving on in the lower bracket of the Smite Pro League promotional tournament. I don't think it's far-fetched to say, Trelly, the Titans have a bit more of a standard composition from how we have seen teams draft over the course of the weekend.
I'll give you that one.
Where the Valks have a more standard composition for the way we've seen the Valks draft
Yeah.
over the course of the weekend so far. What's the win condition here for this Valkyries team? It's obviously a bit different. Are you stacking up tablets, hoping to shred through some of the potential mitigations, shred through some of that health? Is that where there's value? What point of the game do you need to reach?
I would hope that we do see stacking up some of that, just proc items for sure.
Right.
But it still gets so difficult. If the Valks do get ahead, they're not pulling Fire Giant first more often than not. They're gonna bait in a fight and try and fight. They just want to brawl. Objective play is not where this Valks comp succeeds. It's in team fights. They want to try and group up and hit these big AoE abilities and hopefully just hit a 5v5 wipe and try and just push up lanes that way. So they're going to need to get ahead early. If the Valks do get behind, it's hard to climb back with a composition like this.
What are some parts of the map then that you're worried about the Valkyries falling behind? You've got an Agni in duo, which is different, but is it a threat for ganks from Dame, from this Tartarus Titans?
I am assuming it's Agni in duo.
Sure, right.
And
It's
that-
a mage in duo lane.
Yeah, it's either Tiamat or Agni. I would prefer Agni just because his clear is a little bit better early on.
Right.
You could just dash through the purple and the green, and that'll help you out. And yeah, you're gonna have to watch out for the ganks, no doubt. But you also clear the way pretty safely once you get level 5. And after that, you can just sit underneath tower. You're not going to be too pressured out in that regard. It's just auto attack trades. You're not trading with an Ishtar. She's got pretty ranged autos as is, so I don't think they're going to care too much about that one. Zen's been looking real clean on the Ishtar, so I'm thinking you don't put too much pressure over towards duo lane. You probably just leave Warchi alone and say, hey, you're going to be farming.
Well, look, we saw Vamana in our previous set. It was up against the Hades, got shoved back constantly, and didn't really have much of a leg to stand on. Could be a side of the map, Trelly, where junglers choose to put some pressure. Is there any excitement in your mind in Vamana Vico calling in lane?
The lane matchup, not at all. But
fair enough.
once the junglers get involved, maybe.
Maybe we'll see what the junglers can get done. Elimination match, first of the weekend, and it's the Tartarus Titans up against the Valhalla Valkyries with Gormizer in Mifflin.
A lot of fan favorites in this matchup. A lot of players, Mifflin, that have been around for a while, have had pretty historied careers, at least at the minor league level here in Smite. And a lot of pressure, I think, to perform. It's actually wild to me to think that one of these two teams, of all of them, are going to be one of the first eliminated of the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at some of these rosters, man, I mean, any EU SEC team all of a sudden just after Worlds has just got infinitely more, man, what momentum behind them, expectations. It just the EU SEC's tear through the Smite World Championships has really upped me on the entire region. So it's crazy to think that an entirely European team now finds themselves in the losers bracket already. This is one of the, or some of the premier North American SEC players from Season 9 on the side of the Tartarus Titans as well. The unfortunate truth of all forms of competition, though, is that someone has to lose, and a loss here will send you home, both these teams vying to keep their tournament lives alive. That said, I have strong feelings about this Valhalla Valkyries draft. I feel some kind of way. We've seen metas in the past where double magical or even synced carry damage exists, where it's double physical, a double hunter in long lane and the duo lane, or a mage in long lane and the duo lane. And generally when that's the case, there are a couple of answers to make sure that your opposition can't just stack magic defense and your structure damage is still good. One answer is one of the mages needs to be a Polynomicon user, so you actually can deal with these structures from a range, and your sieges will become awful. Neither one of Ray Shadow or Warchi can really utilize Polynomicon. So as far as actually sieging a Phoenix, that's going to be very difficult in the late game, I think. But they do have the silver lining of having a hyper carry out of the jungle. With this Mercury, Worst Turtle should have at least a little bit of space to do nearly true damage in the late game. If it's a Hunter and a Mercury, then you're thinking, okay, they're stacking physical defense, we're talking about spectral armors, this, that, or the other. If the Tartarus Titans want to itemize to deal with Worst Turtle's late game hyper carry potential, all of a sudden Warchi and Ray Shadow are just outpouring damage in the team fight because they haven't itemized to deal with the double magical carry. And if they say, okay, well, it's double magical, we need to go that way, that's Worst Turtle's situation to thrive. So there are situations that...
we are in not uncharted territory. Warchi yesterday was also refusing to play Hunters, but was playing the Assassins. And while it didn't work for the Valkyries then, you go look at someone like Mando Warrior, where all of a sudden that's how they quite literally turned around their game. And so this is something that is either, as you said, going to be one of the more interesting games that we get to see because the Valkyries may be finding success, or it's going to end up being very... I don't want to use the term bland because it has a very negative connotation to it. Maybe straightforward is the way to say it. There's the pull back. Luckily, while he's less mobile, still somewhat mobile, Warchi can dash away. But it is not a really invigorating feeling, I think, to get plucked that early on, to have this amount of pressure while you're trying to level up as the Agni.
Yeah, you are at least leaning on the sustain that Rotwin brings to this lane. Sylvanas should keep Warchi topped off. Meditation's still available as well. So survivable certainly still is Warchi, but I mean the Ishtar matchup in Agni just can't be fun once you're left alone on an island. I know that Charlie said, look, you can play safe, hang back, use Rainfire to clear wave, and that's all true. If In My Zen decides to start zoning at archers, all of a sudden Zen's ultimate with Ishtar having that cripple on it means that Warchi is going to take nearly infinite poke and won't have the sustain from Rotwin to lean on. That's generally that's like we're looking 2 or 3 minutes out, or even further, considering that last set felt like supports were hovering the duo lane to level 9, 10, don't really like to get involved in the mid. Could be that that's the strategy here for the Valhalla Valkyries. If Rotwin sticks around, I think it almost enforces that Dashboard has to do the same. And then you have to have a conversation about the 2v2 in mid. Nehu and Dame up against Ray Shadow and Worst Turtle. I mean, Merlin not exactly known for his early game damage, but can certainly start to stack it up quickly if he elects to go down that tablet tree, pick up some of that true damage, those proc effects. Dame, early game's there. Susano has very strong early game. But Worst Turtle, it's going to take him a little while.
Yeah, looking for the in-lane gank here. Goes for the ult, not going to connect.
Yikes!
Misses the special delivery. Doesn't even matter. Delny goes up into the ult. And that is going to be all she wrote. 2 ults used. And maybe one of them having a little more effect. Delny with some staying power. Worst Turtle losing a huge part of the arsenal.
Yeah, that is one incredibly unfortunate that we got the third-person view of that and just got to watch some true whiffs on the battleground here.
Yeah, I saw Vamana go flying by to the right and then a wall.
Yeah, I mean, it happens so fast, and it really is a situation that happens often, but losing these resources, tough.
Look,
I mean, okay.
Yeah, this is just straightforward, right? You come in,
I was
you
wrong.
walk up, do it maybe a little cleaner than Worst Turtle was able to. Delny might have overstepped. No,
he's fast.
Worst Turtle going to be just a little short, like you said. Speed there for Delny. And if not, Dame's cooldowns maybe coming back up. Worst Turtle could have been worse for wear. So not only do they miss out on First Blood for the Valkyries, goes the other way, and the Titans now find themselves up 1-0.
I'm surprised Worst Turtle doesn't try and stick his ground there and actually chase out that kill. One more auto attack's all you need, and he had popped Wing Shard, additional movement speed, additional attack speed. You'd think you have the chase down there. What I suppose just a little bit too threatening from Dame to want to stick around, and Worst Turtle comes up empty-handed once more. That is the absolute worst case scenario for the Valhalla Valkyries. Initiate your gank on right, it goes south, Dame rotates through because you've put pressure on the lane, and his gank just works out for him. I don't want to see Worst Turtle rotate in towards Delny again, unless Delny's ultimate is already down. That's a hard ask. Cucullin trying to shut down the Vamana and force out that ultimate defensively can happen, but does not often. But if Delny's got it, I just don't see a world where Worst Turtle pre-crit can actually threaten this Vamana.
Yeah, I think there's got to be a lot more, unfortunately for Worst Turtle farm, that has to grow and get to that point. Dashboard being a little bit of a nuisance. Does not quite steal away the purple buff. And you had mentioned it, but trying to match or at least follow rotations of the Sylvanas. Rotwin has left the Agni alone. And it actually seems like Dashboard's going to be lurking around, at least over on the left-hand side. I thought he was going to go for a pluck, try to get something going, but Warchi not under pressure just yet. And that kind of feels like where a lot of the story of the Valkyries is right now, where it's just like, okay, this pick could do well, but not under pressure yet. And unfortunately, that's a second gank that's not going to work out here, where Turtle comes back over to right. Delny just knocks him into the air and says, okay, cool, I'm under my tower again. What's up?
I mean, the only way that works is if Worst Turtle connects Sonic Boom, and it's the perfect range Sonic Boom where you get to auto-cancel it immediately afterward, then channel the dash, and hope Nil's got his ultimate too. The situations that Worst Turtle is putting Soul Lane in are almost no win condition. Like, it is such narrow odds. Showing up there with Nil without having ultimate, best case scenario for Worst Turtle is he forces Delny's ult, and he gets it. But I just gotta think that his time would be better suited elsewhere. Mercury's got a pretty decent gank into Ishtar.
Yeah.
Especially considering he's playing on tower line and has been for the last 7 or so minutes. His time has got to be better used elsewhere.
Well, now you need to be careful about it. Dame chased him down a little bit. Forced Worst Turtle to play safe, but there's 3 Valkyries here, 2 Titans. So they're not going to press their luck. That's going to be a backup from Dame. But Dame has his ult again. Still a little while there before Nehu gets it. I'm keeping my eyes. I mean, every time I look up at the minimap right now, it is between the junglers. Might see something from Dame over on right. No buffs available. Nil playing a little aggressively. Dame seems to have the line. Goes forward. Does not quite get the pull. Looking for the damage. Doesn't feel confident in this one. Doesn't drop the ult. Just backs away.
But even then, it feels so much more confident, Dame that is, in his ability to actually shut down Nil. If the pull connects, if Nil's a little bit slower on his ultimate, or if Dame waits it out, that's it. Cucullin's dead, and it's so much more simple for him. Whereas Worst Turtle needs to work much, much harder to hit pay dirt in that lane, especially at this phase of the game. Fortunately for Worst Turtle, has backed up a bit, spent some time farming in the jungle, and has actually established a slight lead, experience-wise, over Dame. I think it's gold, though, that you got to be concerned about. Looking at net worth, still slightly below, or if dead even, with Dame on the other side. One of these 2 gods much more reliant on their itemization, and it's Mercury. It's, do I have crit? If yes, I feel really good in the fight if I'm lucky. Or if it's late game, it's not even luck because you're up to 60, 70, 80% crit. For Dame, it's, yeah, I got Jotun's Hydras. I'm online.
And unfortunately, right now, he's got one of those 2, and he's almost to the 3rd. Maybe a little trouble for Rotwin in the jungle. There's a pluck from Dashboard immediately into the Merlin damage. There's going to be the ult from the Ishtar as well. The stun is good, and the damage is there. A clean kill in the jungle, and the Titans put another one up.
Dashboard getting aggressive on a Rotwin continually this game, and that is an issue Sylvanas has had since he has come out. Displace him, put him out of position. Sylvanas doesn't have great ways to peel for himself, especially against these range carries. Tries to use the ultimate reactively, buy some space, get Nehu, get In My Zen off of him. They're playing max range, my friend. They're not going to barrel stuff you. All you find is a knock-up on a Dashboard, and that's just not enough to get you out of a situation like that. But take a peek at the itemization. Rotwin seems to have taken some notes. PBM, been raising a stink on Twitter, has forced out the prophetic.
Yeah, finally gets the ult that you have been looking for from Worst Turtle. Maybe not picture perfect, but something that gets the job done. Forces an ult from Delny over in right. Unfortunately, even with the ult connecting this time, the Valkyries unable to find a kill. unable to put themselves on the board. It's only been about 1,000 gold separating them. But you have to imagine, you had mentioned it, pretty much dead even. Now Hydra's Lament finished for Dame. And Mifflin, based on what you had just said, I'm starting to think we might see a lot more Susano here in the next few minutes.
He's just got massive power spike. The Hydra's passive with the auto cancels that Susano have got, just incredibly strong. We've hit level 10s. The flat pen you get from being an assassin starting to stack up as well. Tartarus Titans, they're powerful. This is an opportunity though. Delny, finally with his ultimate down. If you want to fight him, it's got to be now.
Well, they're going for it. Delny so far has just been running. And despite the small stature of Vamana, he makes it out of there no problem. Fastest got alive, laughing in Mercury's face right now. Meanwhile, the Titans see the gank. They go for more. They grab the Gold Fury easily. No contention there. And Worst Turtle did the only thing he could. The Vamana gets away. What's he looking for? Any jungle buff, any invade. And unfortunately, every single one of them was down. That blue buff respawns as he's retreating from the Titan side of the jungle. So not only do they not get the gank, Mifflin, they don't get the invades, and on top of that, they're unable to close out and get that Fury.
Don't force Delny back to base. Delny's got his ultimate back now. We're starting to reach the point where he's going to build up like a Berserker shield, so Delny's not even worried about the ganks going forward. It's just a massive 11-minute time investment from Worst Turtle to try to put Nil into a winning position, and I just don't think it's worth it. This continuous refusal to play elsewhere on the map has allowed the Tartarus Titans to free cast in the duo lane. Nehu, I forgot what god he was playing because we've had no reason to spectate mid. We haven't even had any action on that side of the map, so he's just been free farming about a half level to a level lead. Zen's Omega chilling, man. I swear, I could design a bot to do what he's doing, you know, because he hasn't had any pressure put on him. Whereas Dame has had his stamp on every single lane so far. Rotation towards duo. He's hovering duo or solo now, just trying to make sure that Worst Turtle, who has been here the entire game, isn't able to get another gank off. It is wild that the Valhalla Valkyries have put so much emphasis on this side of the map.
Dame, I thought was going to back off. Might be looking for more. Forces a dash out of Worst Turtle. He's his own little teleport to try and close gap. Dashboard's been looking for something. This is maybe a bit of a rarity. Warchi actually standing up on the tower line of Zen this time around, but you had mentioned this could be very problematic for an Agni. Zen doesn't seem to have the space closer to be able to put that into a full punish zone. But Warchi definitely maybe having to play a little more careful here. Nehu, dashboard, controlling mid. I mean, Mifflin, it has been a very succinct game so far for the Titans, right? 2 kills plus the objective, it's 2,000 gold. And it hasn't been insanely flashy plays that they've made it happen. It's just playing Smite. And unfortunately for the Valkyries, catching them off guard. Now they might be looking for something a little more. Ray Shadow in trouble. Knock up good by Dashboard. Pluck. Follow up.
Wow.
Even more solid. Pulls into the damage. And that's going to be the knock up, the kill. And 1 more for Dame. Put 2 on the board for his team. 3 total. They might be able to find more if the Valkyries stick around in a poor engagement.
Man, looked like pinball there the way he was bouncing him around. Now Dame rotates through towards Warchi. Slipstream off the mark, but 4v2, you love your odds.
Yeah, you just walk into this one. Good stun, good knock-up. 3-man coming from Rotwin, but it's not enough to save their lives. The duo lane from the Valkyries go down, and Worst Turtle just has to watch it happen.
That can't have caught them off guard. The Tartarus Titans were 4-stacked in your tier 2, and then they folded back towards your own tier 1, right? Worst Turtle was there. He cleared back camps while Ray Shadow was dying, and then try to rotate back towards mid. If the Merc is around for that engagement, Dame doesn't have ultimate, Dashboard as well, still waiting on his ultimate, you gotta think there's some turnaround potential because there were hero plays from Rotwin and Warchi, the 3-man knock-up, nice stun onto 2, bombs are connecting. Just a little bit more is all it would have taken, but Worst Turtle takes the pacifist run, goes over towards the center of the map. It is not often where you can just quote slash lines for impact on map. 202 for Dame, triple goose egg out of the jungle. In Season 10, I don't think you could do that.
Yeah, Worst Turtle as well. I mean, you know, after starting the Rage as well, you had mentioned the crit. Like, at this point in the game, this is the lucky portion you had mentioned earlier.
30%.
But also, you need to get some stacks on Rage somehow. And so far, this has not been the run. We have seen it. In fact, one of the more infamous games that flashes to my mind in the Pro League last year, I think Panatom was playing the Mercury. Started off really well, finished the Rage, got 1 stack, and that was it for the rest of the game. Maybe we'll see what they can do. Lurking in the waters from Dashboard around the Pyromancer. It's half health, but leashed. Dashboard pops back out. Valkyries use that as the opportunity to re-aggress. Pyro is not something
It's
they're
just
willing
dash.
to commit to. And yeah, I mean, there's not much going on. They have maybe some players around there, but
They know it's
Dashboard's the only
5v4.
one who's ready. He's going to go back in. Pyromancer's low. Valkyries are able to get that one. They should, well, maybe not be able to pick up the bomb, so they're just going to get the gold, just the experience. And Runic Bomb will stay seated as they have to back off, and instead it's a trade for a Primal Fury.
That was a coin toss through and through. If Dame's just a little bit quicker on the ultimate, looks like he had really good odds on the steal there. Dashboard keeps vision on the Pyromancer, buys so much time. The Valhalla Valkyries were waiting to see where In My Zen was on the map. Shows himself on the wave on left, and that's when they make the commitment call to the Pyromancer. Fortunately, are able to grab it for themselves, but because it had taken so long, Gold Fury respawns, Tartarus Titan sent over Nehu, and the burn is there. Even without even itemizing towards it, Zen has not gone down the crit tree whatsoever. Instead, has eyes for Tank Shred, Kin Size, Executioner, and Aussie. Doesn't matter, though, when Merlin's making up the bulk of your burst and burn around these objectives. The Tartarus Titans, they're just playing the map better right now.
Well, Delny, I want to say might be in trouble. Has his ult, that's CC immunity and a lot of healing, or just health, I guess, at this point. He's going to have Dashboard as backup. Nothing big going to happen on the right-hand side of the map. Plus, it might be on cooldown for another 80 seconds, but the Blighted Ankh pickup just now from Dashboard when he backed feels like that's going to be even more helpful in these already one-sided team fights. And we're just a few hundred gold shy of a 5,000 gold lead here for the Titans. A very, very comfortable first 16 minutes.
And look at the experience gaps as well. The portions of the map where the Valhalla Valkyries haven't played, mid and duo, have got massive leads. 2 levels for Nehu, 3 for In My Zen over in the duo lane. The Valkyries, they've done a good job. That 5-man group around the Pyromancer, I love the idea. Stem the bleeding, create a focal point on the map that the Tartarus Titans have to respond to. But it was the trepidatious play that buys time, and the Tartarus Titans, a slow question is not one that's going to catch them off guard, and they have the perfect answer in moving towards the Gold Fury. But you could start to see the ideology of the Valhalla Valkyries changing, even in that small positioning on the right-hand side. Just previously, a minute ago, we saw Worst Turtle, Rotwin, and Ray Shadow 3-stack on the Tartarus Titan side of the map, just trying to catch someone clearing a camp, catch someone rotating for backs or going for a blue. Unfortunately, the someone they catch is Delny, and Delny is now a 6-stack Prophetic Berserker Shield Vamana, who's almost unkillable just by nature of being Vamana.
And so far, we've seen that come into play, what, 4 or 5 times so far this game? Almost every gank on solo, at least against Delny, has worked out in their favor. Against Nil, the knockup's still going to be good. The damage is there. All they need is one more hit. Delny is going to make sure they put him down. Takes a while. They still get the kill on the Cucullin.
Good Aegis.
Is going to be in a little bit of trouble.
Wow.
Beautiful Aegis. Gets so much value out of that. Now still has a lot to work with. There's so much commitment over here.
He's
and Worst Turtle
them.
is losing it. He's barely able to make it out, but Nehu rotates in. Nehu picks up 2, and he's going to try to chase down the 3rd. Ray Shadow is on his way, so it's going to quickly turn into a 1v2. You got to play that carefully as the Merlin backs away. Delny takes his place. But you got to think Zen buys so much time, does so well to keep his team in that, and with a beautiful rotation from Nehu, they make it worthwhile.
Could even potentially find some more.
No
Nehu
way.
hovering nearby. That's Aegis, that's Beads, and that's another massive win for the Tartarus Titans on the left side of the map. I mean, In My Zen just clowned the Valhalla Valkyries on his own. The dash to avoid the burst damage from Worst Turtle, the Aegis to avoid the double bomb from Warchi. The juke you don't even get connected with on Sonic Boom. Zen plays that as close to perfect as I can imagine. I'm trying to think of a better situation, and I can't come up with one. He may have not survived as long as Nil, but he put up so much damage, and his team was so willing to rotate that it comes even better for the Tartarus Titans. Map play, positioning, they're just in range to punish the Valkyries, whereas that, 20-second dive on the right-hand side of the map where Nil is just scraping and clawing for every second he can buy for his team, nothing comes of it for him. It just goes to show. Tartarus Titans, they're playing together as a unit.
Plus now they get the Pyromancer. Dashboard goes back to pick up the bomb this time around. It is a huge deal in my mind, specifically because we saw what, Ducky was able to do, or Aquarius, sorry, was able to do on the Cucullin earlier today, right? A lot of pressure. And unfortunately for the Valkyries, That pressure has just not been found anywhere on the map for him. Survivability is there for a few of them. Warchi, not one of them. Taken down by Dame in a quick fashion. Get the Pyro with very little contest. Now go over to an Oni Fury after getting a kill on the main carry in the duo lane. And I don't know about you, Miff. When I look up, there's a lot of lacking of red in the area. So it's another free Fury. Titans up 9-1. They're starting to push 7,000, 7,500 gold.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Deathbringer now for Mercury, so if we see the Tartarus Titans continue to put pressure on duo, there is the answer of, okay, we'll just burn Fire Giant. Leave it up to a coin toss. Doesn't matter. I think Hail Mary's now probably on the mind of the Valhalla Valkyries. So you've got that to lean back on. Probably want to stack some penetration before you look towards the team fight proper. Likely a serrated edge for Worst Turtle in this next slot. 20% would go a long way, as well as the lifesteal and movement speed to keep you involved in these fights. But only having the one stack on Rage doesn't exactly put you in an ideal situation. And the Fire Giant Hail Mary's going out the window with the Tartarus Titans started up.
Making sure to keep this engagement first in their favor. Who has a lot of burn. Delny's going to be leading the way. Dashboard going for his own. Gets a pluck onto Rotwin. Rotwin's getting burned down fast. Rotwin's just gone. And Delny has made his way into the back line immediately onto Ray Shadow. The other four not following up with the Vamana. Might not need to with the damage output that Delny has right now. Body block keeps Delny away. The CC keeps Delny away. But Dame just chases it down. Is a little deep now on his own. Delny has left him alone. There's not much you can do there. Good autos. And a good kill finally goes the way of Worst Turtle. Unfortunately, it's cost them a little bit more. Not just their mid laner, not just their support, but the Fire Giant, 21.5 in.
I got to shout out Dashboard. It's a change to Sobek that I believe is still in the game. When he lands the pluck, has a brief moment of CC immunity.
Yeah.
We don't see that interaction very often. He used it to immune the knockup from Rotwin and then timed it so perfectly that the pull comes through after the Sylvanas ultimate, completely displacing him and changing up the entirety of that team fight. That's clean. I mean, you can't teach that stuff. That just lines up. The stars are there. I mean, Mercury's in retrograde, and Dashboard is thriving off of it. And now it's the Tartarus Titans with Fire Giant on 4 and a decent siege composition that can just start working their way through these Tier 2 towers. I'm keeping my eyes on Nehu. Merlin, as always, on base defense and base siege, one of the most important pieces of your composition, has so much AoE damage, controls so much space. Both relics still available, undying so far this game. Would be surprised if much changes. The Valhalla Valkyries, they have to find the answers, and I think that answer lies with Worst Turtle, who has spent a whole lot of time farming on map, now has serrated, 2 stacks on Rage, Deathbringer finished up. He's got to get that and apply that damage to some of these priority targets. In my Zen, awesome. Now you can't really go for the Phoenix anymore. Get Nehu, the team fight starts to look a lot better, but it's all easier said than done.
Well, especially if you're putting the mantle on Worst Turtle. He's over in right now. Pushes a wave into the Tier 2. That's going to be the go button on the left side. Phoenix for the Titans, getting aggressive. Nil seems to be the target. Zin looks for a lot. Finds this one on Warchi. Doesn't have the follow-up. Aegis, good by the Agni. Keeps him alive, gets him to the back. He's able to go to the fountain, heal back up. They're whittling away at the Phoenix once more. A lot of good shots coming out from Zin. Zin's trying to focus it down. Great ult by Rotwin, but a better pluck from the other side. Luckily, Nil is just straight up tanky and is able to survive. And there's Worst Turtle finally making the difference. Comes in, gets the ult, grabs Zin, and shuts this one down.
Dashboard now on the chopping block. A little bit more damage. Consume, not enough. Dame on the rotation in. It's an overextension, and Nehu puts him down. 5 for the mid laner, the Tartarus Titans. But with only 4 still standing and Fire Giant on 3, I think your Phoenix dreams probably die here. Tier 2 and mid, that's an easy pickup. Fall back towards the Gold Fury. Line your coffers even further. This Fire Giant power play still has a minute and a half on it. Tartarus Titans might have more to say.
Least able to pick up, you had highlighted them, the neutral objectives that spawn in. Honestly, with the Pyromancer focus, if they had caught this off, whether it was wards or whatever, this would have been a great time for the Valkyries to maybe try and aggress on the Gold Fury themselves. Instead, it's Worst Turtle getting chased down. A lot of good damage from Nehu, of all people. Against the Mercury, slows him down. Doesn't quite get the kill. Might be a TKO. We'll have to watch Worst Turtle, because the ult's going to be coming up soon. Gold Fury tentatively started. It's just the Merlin damage right now as Dashboard runs in circles.
Playing on a ward.
And they know what's happening. Rotwin, Warchi, they're doing the purple buff. I don't think they have much to worry about here.
Yeah, no way the Valkyries step up here. Not with Delny acting as an iron wall between them and the neutral objective. So the Tartarus Titans take once more the Gold Fear on the left-hand side. Don't really have much more time on this Fire Giant power play. Don't imagine we see them group up and push much further. Instead, collect as much gold as you can on the map, grab your buffs, head back to base, collect vision, and set up for Fire Giant, which should be spawning in about a minute from now. Otherwise, the Valhalla Valkyries, I don't think, can give this one up. It's not an ideal situation. You don't want to be forced to fight in neutral territory right now, considering the deficit that they're playing into. But if Fire Giant goes over to the Tartarus Titans, their siege is strong. I'm not so certain I love the base defense from the Valks, even with that clean play from Worst Turtle to shut down Zen on the left-hand side. That was in a 5 versus 4. Dame was playing on his own in the center of the map, trying to push down a tier 2. So once they're actually 5-stack, the Tartarus Titans, that is, I just don't imagine the base defense goes well.
Speaking of 5-stack, a lot of presence from the Valkyries. Over on the left, looking for the tier 2. Should be able to find it no problem. They trade out the Fire Giant for their troubles. I don't think we could see a Phoenix push here, but we definitely are going to see 1,500 gold go into their pockets. Trying to make a divot in the lead the Titans have made. Mifflin, I looked down just to check the slash lines. 5-1-4 and 5-0-3 seem really good when you've got 2 players popping off at that level. You get just the back and reset a push back from Delny, who has the teleport available, can come into the fight maybe whenever necessary. Tier 2 on right for the Valkyries will be gone. That's all of their towers that have disappeared. So you had mentioned it. Now we're starting to talk Phoenix Sieges. Merlin, a benefit to have on those, so it's really good for the Titans. But Ray Shadow, I will give the shout-out. Despite 1-3-1, at least yesterday on this Tiamat, was able to put up some massive damage numbers. That's really what the team needs right now.
They need anything.
Some proactive play.
I don't even know if they can be proactive now. It's just got to be the best reactive play you've seen. Just some fight back, something. Some damage output, some poke from a range, get Ray Shadow to play a little further up. Maybe keep the Tartarus Titans at bay. But Downey's starting to hit critical mass. 1 item away from a true 6 slot. Already has upgraded that starter. 18 stacks on the Prophetic, so just incredibly tanky already. I'm expecting some, just walk it down. Aqua style, I'm unkillable play. Good luck getting through me. Haven't quite found an answer to it just yet. Have the Valhalla Valkyries. Worst Turtle, though, has an okay matchup. If Downey steps too far on his own, Merc with all this crit should be able to burst through a lot of the HP that Downey has got. Maybe a little bit of help from Ray Shadow or Warchi could turn things around. Those item proc effects, the soul gems, the tablets, very useful in situations like this.
Well, it's a 2-3 split for the Titans. Delny and Dame in mid. The rest of the crew starting to focus on the left. Delny walking forward, pulls the attention to 4 over there. That opens up the left side Phoenix. Nil caught between the 2.
He does not care.
And is going to be a little bit. There's going to be the beads used. Dame turns that around. Worst Turtle ults in and gets killed off. Well played by the jungler from the Titans. Gets low, though. He's going to have to back away. No teleport for him. So it's going to be the old-fashioned run back. Meanwhile, left side Phoenix takes a little bit of poke. Mid Phoenix goes down about halfway. They got 40 seconds without Worst Turtle.
Downey's got the 1v1 in mid. Make it 2v1 with Warchi hovering nearby. Just waiting for Dashboard to resustain a bit. Sickening Strike, going to put in the work there, as well as the Fire Giant buff. 1.5 left on the buff for each member of the Tartarus Titans. 30 seconds of the respawn for Worst Turtle. And with Warchi limping back to base, got to think the bird's going down.
Yeah, lucky if he can even make it there. Delny's going for something. Good knock-up, good CC, keeps Warchi alive, but you lose the Phoenix to keep the Agni. Maybe a worthwhile trade with the way this game has been going. You need defense. You're going to need it under the Titan. Mid-Phoenix. Now, the sole target of the Titans, aggression. And that's going to be a quick cleanup. Nils getting aggressive. Gets a good knock-up. Taking a lot of shots from Zinzin.
Wow.
Turns their attention over towards
Vegas.
Ray Shadow. Ray's low. It's going to be a back and forth. Dashboard's low as well. Delny trying to lead it. Good knock-up into a couple of autos. Delny kills off Ray Shadow. Worst Turtle's back. Ult almost available. Going to have to go back to Fountain to heal back up. Unfortunately, you're losing everything around you in the process. Nil picked up. Nil taken down. Worst Turtle goes in, gets some good shots, but takes just as many in return. Barely scrapes his way back into the Fountain. But does it even matter? At this point, the damage is true. The Titans play well, and they kill off the Titan itself. and win game number 1.
Just a clinical game from the Tartarus Titans. Map play, I think, the separator this time around. Jungle presence as well. Gotta shout out Dame. He was running circles around Worst Turtle for the first 15 or so minutes. Delny, very survivable in the soul lane. Not easy to deal with 5 back-to-back ganks in 8 minutes, but does it and doesn't go down a single time. In My Zen looks like one of the most slippery Ishtar players on the planet in that game, too. Maybe one of the only guys to put up, I believe, 2 deaths for his team, but still looks very good considering the amount of pressure that was coming his way. There needs to be adaptations from the Valkyries. They need to figure out where they want to play through. What was the plan around this Agni? What is the strategy? How are you getting these late game pieces to the late game? Because triple hyper carry late game Agni, Tiamat, Mercury, someone's got to get you there. They just didn't.
On the Agni, the crits start to finally ring true as the Phoenixes are going down, right? Takes a little too long maybe to get hands on, well, at least when it started being effective. Tried as early as possible. Just did not work out there. The Valkyries are going to need to bounce back if they want to stay alive. Otherwise, they're 1 game away from elimination. We'll find out what happens right after this.
Now just potentially one game away from sending our first team home from the Smite Pro League promotional tournaments. The Tartarus Titans taking the win in Game 1 over the Valhalla Valkyries. The Valks got some adjustments to do yet again. It's a composition that's unique. It's born out of being creative, but just does not get it done. Tartarus Titans able to call them on it. And really through Dame, and it feels like Nehu this game, Trelly, funnels so much pressure. The style built around this Merlin that could shred, and Dame being able to run it down on an aggressive jungle style of pick. Feels like it slots perfectly into the Titans' play style.
And that's the thing. That's what we said during picks and bans,
We
right?
sure
This
did.
looked like the Titans got exactly what they wanted, and I honestly don't know what the Valks want. You know, was this a good Valks draft? It didn't perform well, but is this what they were looking for? We saw Warchi in their first set of this whole tournament on Assassins in the ADC role, and that didn't work out. Now he's on Agni. Is this what the Valks are trying to bring? I'm not sure, but they need to switch up something, because I did see some decent kills from Worst Turtle on the Mercury. The rage stacks were coming through, but that was pretty much it. That's one of the only high points of the draft that I can even give to the Valks because of how explosive the rest of the Titans were, particularly Nehu and Dame, as you highlighted, just running around the map, essentially collecting kills.
They were. When your Merlin is aggressively flickering forward and making plays happen with those transformations, tends to not bode well for the opposing squad. And Dame took some fights that were very impressive. That right there nearly dies. Had a little assistance from Delny, but you got to play that inch perfect. One more auto attack, and suddenly you're trading out kills and fully needing the assistance of your Vamana over on the other side. You know, Trelly, eventually this one gets pretty cut and dry. You know, there's a lot to look at as far as how we got there. It's aggressive playmaking from Dame. It's Nehu who had some miraculous rotations early in that game. And finally we get a look at a Vamana that didn't really have answers. I think a lot of it comes down to draft strategy in this one. I think the Titans were able to apply a lot of pressure to Rotwin. Think about the first 3 bans that the Titans threw out there. All of them centered at Rotwin. And just never really found that footing on the Sylvanas, and the kills never just really fully stacked up. So, you know, the Valks haven't shied away from their play style, from their Season 10 God and composition priority. I know we always say, you know, how do you adapt your strategy? What do you change after games have gone poorly? The Valks haven't won, you know, any of their games yet this weekend. I think they're here, and they're trying to make this style of play work, but I'm not sure, Charlie, we're going to see a complete detraction from what we've seen so far in the name of adjusting.
Well, I mean, they're 0-3, as you've said, game-wise, and, you know, 1 game away from going home. I imagine something needs to be changed. If their goal is SPL qualification, something needs to change.
I'll condense this down into a question.
Okay.
Do you think dropping assassins and mages for either magical or physical AD carries is enough of a change to remedy all of the issues we've seen for the Valkyries up to this point?
Certainly not, but it's a start, and I think getting Warchi on...
Do you want to see that?
I do want to see that, 100%, because I think we saw some shimmers of good play there. We know Rotwin can make some game-changing plays, and I think Worst Turtle had some success there. It was just maybe they needed one more leg to stand on in that case. So I think that could be a change, but, you know, I talked about it before. There is a bit of value in sticking to what you practice, and if hunters were just thrown out of the table, then I guess that's not what the Valkyries.
Yeah, especially, you know, if tournament lives are on the line.
Right.
To your point, you're not bringing out some composition, you know, potentially for the first time after not having ever practiced it.
Yep.
Unless for some reason you've got some confidence in your team's ability to make it work. If nothing else, I've enjoyed watching some of the creativity from the Valkyries. Just hasn't paid off over the course of this weekend so far. Remember, one game away from elimination now are the Valhalla Valkyries. They've got to win a couple straight here against the Titans. The Valhalla Valkyries will start off their draft with a Yamoja, which is a very strong look for Rotwin, again, who got heavily banned out in Game 1 by the Titans. Game 2, it's still Athena, it's still Maui, but of a mono ban instead. That one largely centered towards Delmi. Titans considering the team out here after Freya, Sol, and Merlin all banned out.
Arise, my child!
Why not? Nehu had a great game on the Merlin. I like the Valkyries taking that away, but still a very strong pick and the Tiamat left open.
Yeah, they hovered the Thor for a second. I would have thought that would have been a pretty easy first pick there, but maybe
Still can be.
Dame either thinks, number one, that Thor isn't that valuable, or two, that he's got plenty of other
Second
options.
pick?
And it looks like they're gonna change it. What's the point? You know, you hover the Thor, change it to a Tiamat, then pick Thor. You know what it is?
That's sending a message.
I think Dame is second pick, and he said, "Bro, I don't want to trade. Just like let me pick it, so I don't have to."
Yeah, it's a really
trade.
good point. The extra clicking
extra
the swap button and then yes. Now he can lean back.
Yeah, he does
and
not
not
have to
anything.
touch the mouse for the rest of the picks and bans. He can just talk. And
These
I think,
junglers.
Yep.
Just want everything given to him for free. You know?
When you're doing as much on the map
That's
as
true,
Dame
he's earned it.
he's allowed to lean back a little bit in that shit.
He's earned it after the way that Game 1 went for Dame and the rest of the Titans. Valkyries now with a lot to consider.
Time to get in there and mix it up.
Achilles doesn't tell us much other than likely that's now their soul laners. That's a Nils pick. All cleaned up. Likely means, Trelly, that we're going to be wandering into the second wave of picks here, wondering what the Valkyries are considering for the dual lane partner for Rotwin here. Remember, it's been assassins, been mages, and still a lot of value left open. Ishtar, one of the most popular physical AD carries, still open. Said it'll be a mid lane pick for the Valks. Discordia has been played once, Trelly, and had a really good game when we saw it before. Good follow-up, good setup, good burst damage for the rest of the team.
That is going to be, you got to assume, a mid lane Discordia, because the clear and duo is not the best. So, a very strong front line, though, from the Valks. I mean, Yamoja, Achilles, I don't see anyone in this tournament being upset about that top two. And then a Discordia in the back, whoever is going to be like popping off on this side of the Valks is going to get that disco passive, and I think that can help with some early pressure. The Titans are just going to lock in Ishtar for In My Zen once again.
I was wondering, you just ban assassins and mages, I guess, or probably just assassins. I don't know if you're banning out any mages, yeah.
They're sticking to meta, too. They're not even like trying to ban out Worst Turtle. They're saying, hey,
Right.
Kleena and Loki are scary. If you play them, cool. If you go back to your Merc, we don't care about that either.
Right, I'm not even sure that's all just towards Worst Turtle. I think
That's a good
Warchi
point.
catches a stray or two in
that's a
the,
good
in the
point.
assassin bans there. It'll be Initiation banned away by the Valhalla Valkyries. Still some Initiation left open, however. Ymir for the Tartarus Titans, and for Dashboard, their support as well. I think it's another example, though, Trey, despite having flip-flop pick order. I still think through the first four we can say the Titans got exactly what they wanted.
Yep.
In their individual roles. I think the Valkyries might have, though, as well. Yamoja, one of the best. Achilles, very strong over in solo lane. Discordia, great at controlling mid. I don't think either team looking bad through their first 3 or 4 picks. It's the Valkyries' next 2 that are going to tell us a lot of the adaptations they choose to make or don't choose to make. Ao Kwang has been banned out constantly in ranked. Haven't seen it much this weekend. Will now see it for the first time, alongside potentially a set-in duo.
I
would
will
assume
say,
over in duo for Warchi,
if that is set ADC,
which it will.
and it gets locked in, I like that a lot better than any of the other assassins that we've seen Warchi pull out in the
That's at least
ADC
got like
role.
historical value,
Yeah.
right? We've seen set ADC.
I mean, Set quite literally carries with his autos. His
Yes,
Kingslayer ultimate, he does bring some auto attack damage. You've got plenty of magical damage with the Alquang, the Discordia. I think this comp is the best one the Valkyries have had all week.
Yep.
If we're going with the 4 games we've seen them play, this is their best shot at a win just against anyone. However, the one issue with Alquang has always been, is he getting bullied early? And Tyr and Thor, Ymir, there's a lot of CC. There's a lot of lockdown for this Alquang. I think Worst Turtle is going to have to be on point with positioning, trying to stay away from those fights when he knows all that CC is available. And if so, the Valks get off to a pretty good early start at just trying to find some nice targets to execute.
Actually, really like the way the Titans end their draft here. I think Delny, great at these styles of solo laners. Tyr, one of his better picks. And so expectations still there for the Tartarus Titans. Identity-wise, we saw what the Titans wanted to do in Game 1. They played around mid quite effectively, played through their jungle, Dame, Nehu, really big games in Game 1. Based on the way their composition is built, do you think you can return to that type of identity here, playing through mid, playing through jungle in Game 2?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have so much pressure with the Thor, it almost doesn't matter. But I do think that the Valks have some answers this time around, right, where they've got a fair bit of lockdown of their own. They can fight with this Yamojol. They have 2 different executes, so the Titans are going to have to watch their HP thresholds to make sure they're not just deleted from a fight a little bit too early than they would have hoped. It's just, again, a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown early. The Titans can almost play this slowly at first and just decide when they're going to actually initiate with these ultimates, and I would say that the Valks are the ones who have to play a bit reactive in that case.
Now, you've already analyzed the Alquang a bit. Surprise factor, though, Trelly, because, again, in a lot of ranked games, we've seen Alquang still ban-worthy. You know, the one big set of 5 bans. Alquang usually catches a ban in one of the 10 that the players are selecting.
Sometimes 2.
Sometimes 2. That's right, on either side. First pick ban priority all weekend long for the Alquang. Surprised it's taken this long to see this pick.
I don't think so. It's just because in ranked is so different. It's hard in ranked.
Wait, you mean ranked isn't the same as real competitive in Studio Smite?
This may shock you at home, but it is a little bit different. When you just let an Alquang hard carry the game away, it's usually because you're letting him find those 1v1s. If you group up around an Alquang, it's hard to let him hard carry, and mostly it's 5 cohesive units in this case, all operating under one. So I think Alquang's still very solid if you can let him pop off, though.
Valhalla Valkyries, they're on the brink of elimination. They need to win 2 straight, but the Titans, they're looking good. We'll see what happens in Game 2 with your casters.
The Valkyries, it's do or die. They win this one. They at least push us to game number 3. They lose this one, and they go home, Mifflin. No SPL hopes for them for at least another year. So a lot of work to be cut out for them. And I feel like, maybe I'm misremembering, but I feel like relatively recently I heard you talking about Alquang. But I cannot for the life of me remember whether it was in a positive light or a negative light. So I'll just let you talk about him again.
Man, I was thinking I was being a little too mean to Worst Turtle in the last game, so I didn't want to bring up the Alquang.
Okay, instead we can talk about something else. Look at that Ymir.
Too late. I'm going into it. I'm gearing up. I'm going to talk about Alquang. He's not my favorite right now. It just feels like in a meta where there are assassins that scale incredibly well to the late game, that you would rather just play them than a late game scaling mage in the jungle, because assassins early game are by rote better simply because they get flat pen for free. Flat pen so valuable in the early.
That is really nice.
Because it essentially gives you, like, you roll up at level 8, it feels like you're doing true damage right now, especially with itemization as it is, stacking up a little bit of flat pen from Jotuns too. It just feels so good. And in a game where I think Worst Turtle struggled in Game 1 to get active early, putting him on something like the Alquang, although simplifying your ganks, having an execute, moves your goalpost to where instead of I need to drop him to 0%, I need to drop him to 20. That's nice, but it's still going to be very difficult. If you're going to continue to camp Delny, though, I mean, he's only got the beads. Maybe you can do it.
He might be the one that inspired the Alquang. Honestly, taking a lot of poke early on. Get some damage onto Nil. Maybe surprised, or at least I am, by how much damage he took there. The Achilles showcasing what he has to offer. I wouldn't be surprised if after you see a Mercury game where he goes over to Delny's lane 5 times and walks away with 0 kills on that gank. I start to think I want to execute that dude as well. We got him low enough for that. And so now you got to see if you can potentially make it happen. So I'm going to watch the Ao Kuang. Although, like you said, how long, right? I mean, at least level 5 before that's even available. But even then, how long after that until you start to show up? Nehu as well takes this Tiamat away from Ray Shadow. And at least as of right now, damage-wise, maybe a little bit experience-wise, maybe showing him how it's done.
Yeah, for now, Nehu getting the better end of a bit of poke here, but that Discordia transfer for Ray Shadow could have some ripple effects on the map. Getting that Discordia passive on a Nil who's been keeping Delny at sub 50% HP this entire time should find some value. Weakness of Discordia being real hard to get active early. Very difficult to actually clear waves as well. I think it's around level 5, 6 where she's feeling confident in her ability to solo clear waves. And in a meta where it seems like mid laners get left alone a lot, that's going to give a lot of opportunities to Nehu to try and box out.
Well, surprise beads down now for Delny. As a gank, I guess, goes right in that instance. I mean, if you come over as a jungler, they're at their tier 1 line already, and you can get anything out of them, that feels pretty successful. So, Worst Turtle, happily able to walk away from that one. Sets him up in about 2 minutes, as long as he can hit level 5 pretty soon, or pretty quickly. Should be able to return to the lane and maybe have even more to offer towards Nil. We haven't talked much on the duo lane. Last time around, it was very easy to, because there was an Agni over here, and it confused everybody that was involved, and admittedly was getting out-pressured. Zin goes back to the Ishtar, feels like it should be good, but we get a set carry, which we've seen a few times, but it's been a little while, Mifflin, since the Assassin has felt at home over here.
Yeah, for the longest while Set was still meta, it was just going over towards mid. I think the transition to duo lane going to be just fine. Warchi seems to refuse to play Hunters or Magical Hunters, so getting him on set, I think the closest thing to standard that we're going to get. I'm of like mind with Trelly. I like this draft just infinitely more than anything we've seen from the Valhalla Valkyries so far in this event, giving themselves a very good opportunity and good win conditions they can try and exploit going forward. Executes from Nil, executes from Worst Turtle, simplifying your team fight. Warchi gets decent poke from a range, has the ability to rotate very easily. Ray Shadow gonna boost Nil throughout the early game, even furthering the threat of that execute. And then Rotwin as a backline facilitator can almost act as a hover. You could play, I believe the terminology is front to back, hover around that mid, fall back if you need to, move upward if you need to as well. I think Yamoja fits that playstyle to a T. That said, the Tartarus Titans, we haven't really looked at their 4-man core. The only one we've had eyes on is Delny, because Delny's the only one that's had really any action so far. I really like what Dame, Nehu, Dash, and Zen have put together here. It's a high kill pressure lane for Dashboard and Zen. Nehu scales very well into the late game, and Dame's Thor seems to have been, for the most part, banned out against him, and that's for good reason. It's one of his favorite picks, has global presence, and has the potential to bully out an Ao Kuang, especially at this stage of the game.
Might be looking for something now. You mentioned that Anvil of Dawn, so helpful. Might be coming in a little late, though. Worst Turtle's here. Freeze is good. Immediately into the ult. Damage is good on the Rotwin. That's going to be an explosion worthwhile. And the dunk, just a shy late to stun out Worst Turtle. Not too late for Warchi. The walls, good damage needs to be there. Worst Turtle trades it out 2 for 2. And it seems like the mana too low on one side, health too low on the other. The junglers are going to come over, kill the other lane, and back away.
That is massive for Worst Turtle that both kills go to his pocket. So important that that's the case. This Ao Kuang needs to expedite this early game as much as humanly possible. And so far, 2-0 start. A great way to do it. I think had Dashboard, though, held on to his ultimate to actually prevent the execute, Dame aims the dunk perfectly, connects with both priority targets. The only reason Worst Turtle is allowed to stick around in that fight as long as he is because he actually got up to the air to avoid that stun. Had Dashboard just waited a little bit longer to start up that activation frame, I think that fight goes very different.
Warchi poked out slightly, and then after he
Yikes.
teleports, not too much to worry about. Dame taking a little bit of poke. The Thor, which I was excited to see what it could offer, struggling a little bit right now against the Ao Kuang, only a level behind, and admittedly a slower start in some regards for the Ao Kuang because of the book. The ult is coming back up. Presence on right is not a coincidence because of that. So they're going to fall back without finding any kills, but they are making sure that the Titans do not feel as confident as they did in game number 1.
Yeah, Valkyrie's doing a good job playing with the momentum that Worst Turtle establishes for his team early on. Seem to be going for a scaling composition. I think a good strategy with this draft. You're stacking up your tablet, you're stacking up Book of Thoth, you're stacking up Prophetic Cloak. Yomoja, one of the best at stacking Prophetic Cloak because of the range nature of her abilities. You don't really need to put yourself in dangerous situations. So I think very smart from Rotwin to make that adaptation in the build. It's really the onus belongs to the Tartarus Titans to get active early. If they want to force a fight, if they want to slow down the Valhalla Valkyries, they're going to have to bring the fight to them. With Dame falling behind, from personal experience, speaking with Dame, he hates it. He's very similar to Paul in that if he looks at the enemy jungler and sees a gold deficit or an XP deficit, he's probably going to keep his head down and farm up until he closes it up a good deal. If that's the case, one of them's scaling off of just killing minions, and that's the guy with Book of Thoth. So Worst Turtle probably very happy with the pace of the game so far. If the Valhalla Valkyries were given the option, I'm sure they'd say, all right, non-combat agreement until 25 minutes. Let's rock out at the Fire Giant. I'll see you there, you know, but it's up to the Tartarus Titans to prevent that.
Yeah. Honestly, maybe up to the Anvil of Dawn to be not more impactful. I think its last impact on the fight was just fine. It's just maybe seeing more of them, seeing what it can do. Wall off the mark, not going to find the stun. Blocks things out, but there's Rotwin going for walls of their own. Leap up from Nehu. Great Riptide. Keeps him re-engaged, but a better freeze. And good disengage now. They're trying to do what they can. There's the dunk right into the shards of ice. The damage is there. Dame gets the kill for Rotwin, but he's losing so much health in the process. Ray Shadow gets rid of him. Now Worst Turtle comes crashing back down from the sky. It's 2 for 2, and they're trying to make it a little more favorable here for the Valkyries. It's so low. Seems like he's out of here now. Worst Turtle, you always have to be worried about some Ao Kuangs after that, but Zen gets back to base, and it's just the 2 for 2 trade.
I got lost in the color explosion there, Gore. I couldn't quite make out when Worst Turtle had gotten up to the air, but once more evades a lot of critical, crucial damage from the Tartarus Titans by finding that execute. I think the Titans now really starting to think about picking up beads for dashboard and second slot to start preventing that situation. Start looking towards beads really for all of them going forward. Maybe some Magi's as well, just to prevent that exact interaction. If Dame is allowed to dunk onto Worst Turtle, that is the best case scenario start for a Tartarus Titans fight. Worst Turtle getting up to the air, it doesn't matter who he does, who he kills, who he executes, as long as he gets up into the air, that's the win condition for this Ao Kuang in the early game. And so far, out of 2 fights, succeeded on it twice.
Now, Tyr, I was going to say Thor, Tyr, it's the other T god, could have a huge impact in there as well. I feel like in the past what we've seen, Mifflin, is a lot of like Tyr pushes, Tyr CC being the thing that stalls the jungler more than anything else. If he can get a really good like blink maybe later, but just some sort of aggression. Maybe Delny's going to be a secret savior for the Titans, but after some of the ganks early on, I mean, yeah, you're seeing some bullying maybe in lane right now, but it's been a relatively quiet game in comparison to the Vamana in game 1 for Delny, and I feel like that's maybe part of the place that they could change. As you mentioned, though, some CC immunity across the board is going to feel better no matter where it goes.
Yeah, I think so. Delny, really, I think, probably slows him down the most this game is that rotation into first wave. Just putting him down to 10% HP at level 1 since then, has been struggling to find his footing. Nil benefiting just from having a little bit more goal, a little bit more experience, but mainly that Discordia passive, allowing that poke to continue to roll through, has been very difficult for Delny to start contending with. But Tyr, as always, does eventually hit this critical inflection point, which is Power Cleave's got 4 points in it. I'm healing now. I'm healing for 300 every 5 seconds, and it's so hard to actually pressure him once that becomes the case.
Nehu, under a little bit of pressure, 2 ults thrown out towards him. Not a single one of those connecting. And so he's going to feel pretty solid getting out of there. Quick pause here from Zen, who is maybe not in the same position. So last game, we just kind of left that lane. Admittedly, we've kind of left that lane alone here because he got off to a good start and then was just chilling. Had nothing to worry about. There's an Agni on the other side, not a lot of pressure. The set provided some a little earlier. We saw that huge explosion, both the junglers coming over to duo lane. It's been very quiet on that side of the map. Very quiet, even more so on the right side of the map after that very early gank. It has been a lot more focused in the middle area for both of these junglers.
Yeah, but the difference is is the Valkyries, who have got a scaling composition, got off to the fast start. They found the double kill in the duo lane. They found the pressure over in the soul lane. So now it's not so much that we're seeing a concentrated effort to move the action towards the center of the map. It's more so a concentrated effort to prevent action from happening and just punish rotations. The Valkyries are taking a lot of the fights, trying to stop rotations towards mid from the Tartarus Titans, trying to prevent them from grouping up and forcing the engagements themselves. Otherwise, it's been a whole lot of farming, which is suiting them well. Already starting to stack up the Prophetic, nearly done with the Book of Thoth for Worst Turtle, and the experienced leads have continued. That said, Zen is still starting to pull ahead of Warchi. One, maybe a half-level lead, even with Dashboard soaking up a lot of the farm on this side of the map. Not exactly what you draft the set for.
Getting aggressive in duo. Worst Turtle's here.
Good
looking
wall.
for something. What a beautiful wall from Dashboard. Might be able to turn something around here. Warchi is getting low. Freeze is good. Autos need to ring true. Zen's not going to be able to find it up into the air. Dame maybe just looking to close the distance. No dunks. Instead, into the pit finds Rotwin. Goes for a wall to try and block him away. Not able to get so Riptide gets enough distance. Dashboard gets the wall, though. Freeze is good. And the Moonbeam not going to be able to find enough. Dame still able to pick up one kill. Worst Turtle looking for something, though, and it's going to be Zen. Doesn't even need the execute. So support for carry on the other side. Worst Turtle needs to stay away. With that wall off the mark, he's going to be just fine.
Major blunder there from Zen, sticking around. Once Dashboard makes the decision to join Dame's fight and leave Zen alone, Zen, who had already taken so much poke and not having access to the beads, needs to play wary of this Ao Kuang. Same here, just an overstay.
Apple gets good damage onto Dame. Still has the execute here for the Ao Kuang. It's going to get used onto Dashboard. Might be able to find something here. Can he go for Dame?
He's looking for it.
He's going to go in for it immediately, looking for the kill. Good hammer. Gets the Thor out of there. But Worst Turtle, 5-0-1. 6 of 6 affected kills. 5 of them sitting on his belt. Feels like he has been the difference maker. And a very, very different game than what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, talk about a massive turnaround. From absent to life of the party is Worst Turtle, just getting active everywhere on the map. This Ao Kuang is supposed to be a slow pick. I'm supposed to be talking about how he's hitting power spikes and we're slowing down and we're farming on the map. Worst Turtle, he got his lead and he's been running with it since. Now with the Spear of the Magus giving over additional percentage damage to first target hit, a little bit of lifesteal, some percent penetration. I'm thinking he can get pretty active on map. I wonder if Worst Turtle starts to think about a little bit of flat pen, maybe perhaps some CDR going further into the build. Because that ultimate has just been connecting. We're about 2 levels away from Dashboard getting that second relic. Gotta imagine it's beads, and that will be a major shift up for the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah.
Every single fight Worst Turtle has gone to in the duo lane has net him a dragon transformation, which has net him something big, be it a chase down onto Dame or securing a kill elsewhere, surviving a gank. Once you get access to CC immunity, and I just gotta imagine that's where Dashboard's going with it, to make it a little bit harder, just make it a little bit more difficult for this Ao Kuang to operate.
Actually has a small level lead over Rotwin. I was kind of surprised to see that for Dashboard here, considering how often at least one of them has been assaulted with an execute. Granted, Rotwin 0, 3, and 4, pretty much matching most of the slash line there. So I'm watching that level 20 for Dashboard more than anything, but we're going to have to wait for him to go back to base before we can see anything true come out of that. Nehu may be in a little bit of trouble. Worst Turtle. Nil even rotating over. This feels like the kind of rotation that goes for a Gold
Look at
Fury.
the wards.
The Valkyries. Oh my god, yeah, vision galore in the jungle. They're going to see everybody coming from a mile away. Start up the Fury. Get it to about half health.
Titans got ward in the pit, though.
That apparently is all they need right now. It's a distraction factor. Zen, Dashboard pulled in by a Riptide. There's going to be an ult from Zen. Not going to find the stun. Not going to find enough. Warchi chasing him down. Zen's in a little bit of trouble. Good dunk by Dame. And then a follow-up from the tier, but it's not enough. Zen gets dove. Warchi at least trades it out. It's 1-for-1, the assassin for the carry. There's Dashboard. He's up in the air, and Worst Turtle gets his free out-of-jail card that he needs just to make sure he can stay alive. Dame avoids the second execute that's on this team, and Nil actually might be punished for it. Delny getting closer, goes for the ult. Off the mark there, but Nehu picks it up anyway. Ray Shadow, Rotwin, last 2 left alive here from the Valkyries. That's going to be a good pickup. Riptide, not going to be enough here. Nehu's going to clean it up with a double kill. That's going to stop any sort of thoughts of a Gold Fury for the Valkyries.
So surprised to see Worst Turtle completely vacate the scene like that after going up into the
He
air.
did. He
My
got
man said,
out.
I'm done. Nil, you missed your execute, bro. Can't be doing that. Wouldn't be me. I hit my execute, all right? And just completely evacuates the scene. Maybe could have peeled out for Rotwin. Maybe could have turned around some of that engagement as well. But instead, has eyes for the Midwave and the Pyromancer. The Valhalla Valkyries make good use of Worst Turtle. Leaving. Get a little bit more on the map. But it's the Tartarus Titans, I think, who are probably the biggest winner there, considering the pace of the game, how that fight had started, with Warchi getting involved in the back line, chasing out Zen, Worst Turtle getting up in the air, with the ward coverage, all favoring the Valkyries as well. I think the Tartarus Titans play very well with the cards they were dealt to keep that to a minimal loss. But minimal loss is not what you've drafted for. This is the portion of the game where you would expect the Tartarus Titans draft to be flourishing, and so far have been led around by the nose. Just trying to chase Worst Turtle on the map. It's a complete inverse of Game 1.
You had called for it earlier. Dashboard hits 12, backs immediately. Not just gets beads, upgrades them as well.
Smart
He
guy.
wants the cooldown as much as possible. Vision was in favor of the Valkyries over on left earlier, and it still is. Gold Fury started up, Gold Fury taken down, so the Valkyries not leaving anything to chance, not worrying too much about a fight. They got the Pyromancer just a little bit prior to that as well. A little over 2,000 gold sitting in their favor. Maybe a little more if Nil was able to get something done. Instead, he's getting blocked off. But this has been just the problem. Trying to get over to some of the solo laners. They are not going to die. Nil up against the wall. And Dame, I think, just recognizes this one. Unless you got a Hunter nearby, maybe a Mage nearby, nothing's coming out of that. Just falls back.
Yeah, I think shutting down Nil's got to be low on the priority list right now. So unless he is just diving into the back line against 5 like we'd seen on the tower on the left-hand side, very difficult to actually chase him out when he's full HP and very survivable. So good call from Dame to go ahead and reset, perhaps concerned about a rotation from Worst Turtle or Ray Shadow, who are hovering on the right-hand side of the map. We're starting to get to the point of the game now where the Valhalla Valkyries draft is hitting some very big power spikes. Soul Gem for both Worst Turtle and Ray Shadow, giving over a little bit more sustain in these team fights. The ability to just shred objectives certainly there. Objective secure maybe also favoring the Valhalla Valkyries, thanks to the Strife Unruly Magic combo. Essentially synced up damage. I think beats out just about anything Nehu can match out. So maybe the Valhalla Valkyries try and vie for the Fire Giant soon. Otherwise, Warchi just keeps going in like this. It's a telegraph. Worst Turtle nearby.
Oh my god. Doesn't need the execute. Honestly, might not even need Warchi there. Worst Turtle comes in, cleans up, gets out, and seems to be just clean. The double assassin pickup. Even though one of them's magical, it has just felt. I mean, insurmountable at moments. Dashboard with the beads maybe feels a little better, but both relics used by Zen in that fight does not make enough of a difference.
Whoever kills Worst Turtle is going to get a 900 gold infusion to their pocket, right? So
that's a lot of gold.
It's a massive bounty. If or when it does eventually happen. God, I think it's going to be soon. But with Zen now without beads or Aegis, Worst Turtle, who has already shown that he loves camping the dual lane when he's on the Alkwong, will probably be back. And it's a very simple execution on that gang. Execution in that simple to do, not literally taking him up into the sky. But that's going to be pretty simple too, considering 2 minutes on beads.
Also, all he has to do is press 4 at the right time. Which,
And be close.
admittedly, I was going to say, it does, that almost belittles it. It is much more difficult to time in certain moments. Luckily, there's not a lot of like burst healing the Titans have versus something like the Emoja on the other side. So maybe they don't have to worry about it as heavily in terms of timing. Mifflin, it feels like we hit these like really high impact, like crazy team fight positions. And then almost always it resets to 2 tanks smacking each other, laughing because neither of them are actually doing any damage by the time they've actually like hit something that would have sustained damage. The other guy's already healed it back up. So with Pyromancer coming up, maybe points of contention, points of interest on the map to focus on. Dashboard maybe more interested on just staying alive here. Same for Zen. Ult doesn't work out. Use the disengage. There's going to be the Thor dunk just off the mark. Wall not going to stun either. Now they're trying to catch out Ward. Oh, he needs a little more damage, but the walls are good. There's a teleport from Dame, and they are able to chase that one down. Rotwin alone. Rotwin in the tower. The Riptides creating just enough of a disengage. They're out of there. I completely missed. I guess Worst Turtle I see now back in base. Maybe not finding the trade that he would have liked.
Worst Turtle is the king of the ripcord. This fight has not gone how I predicted. I'm out, and he immediately leaves once more. Warchi trades his life. Timing of it, not exactly ideal. Pyromancer back on the map. Primal Fury back on the map as well. The Tartarus Titans, 10 seconds to play with in a 5v4. Should be looking towards the objective. Worst Turtle does the best that he can. Solo the Pyromancer. A simple pickup, put a Runic Bomb in the pocket. The Tartarus Titans, they get the larger of the two objectives. Primal Fury, it's going to go to them.
Seems, yeah, no, it's going to be uncontested. Takes a little longer than maybe they would like in order to clear that one out. 20 minutes into the game. And it takes a small dent in the gold the Valkyries have. Still keeps it around that 3,000 mark. Just shy, maybe, of keeping it full 3K. But ultimately, we're starting to enter the conversation where 3,000 gold lead, very good for the Valkyries. You maybe need something like a Fire Giant to overcome what has otherwise been adversity. Surprised at this point to see only one tier 1 has fallen down throughout this entire time. It is the tier 1 in mid for the Tartarus Titans. Maybe even more surprised to find out that the Bastions are both still up for the Valkyries tier 1 and left. And so if you're looking for where the pressure has been, I mean almost entirely in mid based on tower health.
Has to be. Tower HP, pretty low to get knocked down. A stiff breeze will be able to knock that one over. But for now, I think that breeze will have to wait. Not much to fight over on map. We've crossed that 20-minute threshold where the Fire Giant seems to be the target. But the Valhalla Valkyries have not grouped up as 5. Means that for now, the Tartarus Titans get to spin their wheels, farm up a little bit more, play very safe on map. I think now is the time where it's the Valhalla Valkyries that need to get proactive. I'd said it was on the Tartarus Titans to prevent the late game from coming. We're here now. We're level 20 on the Ao Kuang, nearly full stacked. We're really close to upgrading that starter. Everybody else is starting to get their power spikes as well. Tablet of Destiny, Book of Thaw stacked up for Ray Shadow. Let's leverage it. Leverage your power spike. Play while you're ahead. 3,000 gold lead. It's not easy, but you can group up on right, knock over that tower. Group up on left, knock over that. Or even potentially just group up on the Fire Giant. We've seen how much burn potential Worst Turtle has on his own. With the help of his team, they're very threatening around the largest neutral objective.
Right now, it was Worst Turtle who was the target. Manages to get a dash away. Dashboard caught out for a moment. Apple's going to be good onto Zin. Aegis a little bit better. There's going to be a dunk. Great from Dame. Peels off Warchi. They need to be able to find that. Dame's able to get in there and get the kill. Now Dashboard leading the way, looking for some sort of kill. The damage in return, maybe too much to handle. Has to back away. Still has those beads, so maybe isn't as worried about Worst Turtle. Worst Turtle, though, maybe looking for something a little more. Instead, he's going to find a tier. And that's not exactly what you want to try and run into as of right now. So the Valkyries go in, get aggressive, lose their carry, and the Titans come out ahead.
Yeah, I don't. Zen must have said something to Warchi between these games because these dives are personal. All 5, it feels like, of Warchi's deaths are just, we're going in? All right, we're killing Zen, though, right, guys? Like, it's got to be Zen. Goes in on his own, runs into 4, and the rest of the team not willing to follow up. That said, it's been working out for him. Still nursing a slight lead over Zen on the other side, but as the crit starts to stack up, 3 stacks on Rage, probably going to pick up another crit item in the last slot, maybe a Deathbringer there. Would make it difficult for him to take those 1v1s any further. And the Tartarus Titans, he only hit level 20 once on the side of the Valkyries. The Titans are now starting to do the exact same. It's just supports and 80 seeds, waiting on the ability to upgrade those starters. Otherwise, Fire Giant seems like a great option for either team now. You've got the burn from Zen or from Worst Turtle. I'm looking at the Relics, Shell, Meditation down for Rotwin. Beads Aegis or Zen, which means Worst Turtle is likely to be hovering nearby, but group up with your team, you can make it a little bit more difficult. Pyromancer spawning up too, and that spawns up before the Gold Fury. Will be a much better target. Seems like the Tartarus Titans are starting to group up pretty significantly. Confidence in their ability to 5-on-5, but it's around the Gold Fury. This is dangerous. The Valhalla Valkyries are privy to it. If they see this 5-man stack, a rotation of Fire Giant might just net them the Fire Giant.
Realistically right now, in a tournament where we have been talking, I think a lot about the duo lane and specifically how stacked duo feels. Granted, jungle also feels stacked, solo feels a little stacked, but duo lane specifically
That's all.
here.
You're throwing shade at mid laners now. That's all you're doing.
1 and 9 for Rotman and Warchi, 2 and 8 for Dashboard and Zen. Despite the fact that that has been maybe one of the bigger points, at least that we've noticed for this weekend, hasn't really been the case, at least this game. Granted, when you're 7-0 and 2, Worst Turtle doesn't need as much help from everybody else. 3-0 and 4, Nehu still not dying just yet. 5-1 and 3 for Dame. It's been a slow roll for the Titans, Mifflin. Maybe it's going to continue being slow, but if they could pick a fight right now, especially with Worst Turtle on the other side of the map, they might be able to get something they want. Delny just off the mark with the Fearless. Wall going to be good. Warchi goes in. Titans get the Pyro, and now they need to win this fight afterward or at least get out of there. Dashboard goes for the Shards of Ice, gets some damage out there. Dame's up in the air. The question is, where is he going to come dunking down? Finds 3,
What?
but ends up just burned down. Warchi finally going big in one of these fights, getting a lot done and chasing down even more. Looking for Nehu. Not able to find the kill, falls back. They kill off 3 in the blink of an eye.
That is a 4 versus 5 that goes handily to the Valhalla Valkyries. Worst Turtle has still not made contact with an enemy god, finally. Locks eyes with Delny, but what can you do there? Chase down early, Delny uses the beads. All of a sudden, you're an execution target. But the Valhalla Valkyries have got their eyes set on greater ambitions. Fire Giant burning slowly, but that was before their Alquan got there. Worst Turtle will bring the damage. It's up to Delny to slow him down.
Hanging around. Spots out Ray Shadow. Might not be able to get the FG. Might get a kill onto the mid laner. Just depends on where he goes. Fearless is going to connect a little bit there. Fire Giant sitting half health. Delny seems to be the main target. So does Nehu. Worst Turtle separates, looks for the mid laner, finds him like it's nothing, and is able to get rid of one more Titan. Now Delny just running away, and unfortunately being just bullied by Nil. Worst Turtle comes out, steals a little bit, but a surprise to me, the Valkyries drop the Fire Giant, and if they back here, the Titans might be able to encroach on their territory.
Maybe, but with Nehu dead for
Nah,
30,
yeah, that doesn't look like they will.
you feeling confident in your ability to actually do the Fire Giant? Zen's just now starting to leave base. I think shouts Delny for preventing the fire. Nehu nearly turns around the 1v1 up against Alquang. No small feat, by the way. Would have been better had he used one of those 2 relics, Beads and Aegis, still available. Maybe could have avoided that water illusion from Alquang, but regardless, that was a situation where the Valhalla Valkyries are heavily favored in their ability to just shut down the Fire Giant, but it's the Tartarus Titans who stick in there, and with gumption, are able to prevent that from falling. But it was not without cost. Those relics, I think, going to be very important going forward. We're still 70 seconds off of Delny getting his beads back, 40 seconds from Aegis on Zen, and Worst Turtle's no weaker than he was previously. In fact, only stronger with that Polynomicon finish.
Maybe pressure to be had. Apple finds its bounces, lands on the Dashboard, and it's an easy 2-piece for the Valkyries. Don't even need to worry about the other 3. They're too far back. Mifflin, you want to open up a door for a Fire Giant. They just absolutely knocked it down.
That'll do it.
And now you're talking 4 minutes of a buff already with a 6,000, 7,000 gold lead going in favor of the Valkyries. We're about to see a very drastic map shift.
So what does the siege look like from the Valkyries? Oh, the weakness of the draft having no range damage, truthfully. Range structure damage, I should say. Might start to rear its head. PvP still certainly seems to be in their favor. And if Worst Turtle's allowed to walk in with his Polynomicon, he'll make short work of those structures, but not so certain that's going to be the case once you get in towards the Phoenixes. Gold leads stacked up to a ridiculous amount will help you out a bit, alleviate some of those issues in your draft, but it's not as if the base defense for the Tartarus Titans is weak. Dashboard with the wall can control where the damage comes from. Zen with the enhanced ranged autos, those snipe autos, can keep the Valkyries at bay. Even Nehu, just by nature of playing a standard mage, is going to be very good at dealing with these minion waves. I wonder, the Valkyries, if they could find their pick first and just leverage this super tanky build from Nil to hold Phoenix aggro, maybe it drops eventually. We'll get a good look at it going forward. I think the key players on both teams, starting with the Valkyries, Worst Turtle, of course, 8-0-2 Alquang. Big call by me. No one realized he was a key player, but he is. As well as Ray's Shadow. Those are the two that are going to actually be able to finish off these kills. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Warchi to get involved. This melee assassin auto attack based style play just really won't have the same level of ease when you're actually playing in that unofficial 6-man zone of the Phoenix. Key players for the Tartarus Titans. I'm keeping my eyes on Nehu. That damage output's got to come from him, Zen as well. Fortunately for the Titans, they don't have to concern themselves with that 1,000 true damage that Runic Bomb would bring. In fact, it's actually in their pockets. And I'm pretty sure Ymir, with a fully channeled freeze with no DR, might last long enough to actually set up a bomb combo on somebody. You know, we haven't seen a whole lot of that in the PvP, but chain some CC and knock up could be pretty nice.
Have the opportunities. Maybe they can manufacture them. We'll see. It's all up to them. It's been a Phoenix line. Patience.
It's a good poke.
12,000 gold in favor of the Valkyries after all the towers cleared up. It's just whether or not they can get in there. A little bit of time on the Fire Giant to try and get this going. Pyromancer's up if they wanted a second bomb. That might be too much of a retreat for him now. Just off the mark for the wall for Dame. I guess the other way to frame this, the other way to look at it, well, we can hold that thought now as Delny gets in, gets aggressive on the Worst Turtle. Warchi just kills off Dame. Does trade his life out for the process, though, Zen, trying to get away. Dashboard uses his ult. Phoenixes are going to be the backup auxiliary targets. They are going to get picked up here. Maybe not. Left side Phoenix is low, but it's still kicking. And Nil can't say the same there with a shell and the ult able to get out of there. Worst Turtle gets to the back, gets the execute, and now that's the go button for the Valkyries. Get into the Titan room and get this game over. Keep yourselves alive in the tournament and keep pushing forward. They're going to back away from the Titan. They've killed off 3. They've got 40 seconds to spare. All they need is Worst Turtle to get one more kill. Has Zen in his sights.
Zen's got him in his sights too.
Yeah, trying to figure out who can take this one. You got to be careful. Delny with some CC might be enough to turn this around, but it is not. The Strife comes in big, but no, it's Zen. The autos, they're ringing true. It's almost enough, but Worst Turtle gets it, gets out. Delny has to run. It's 4 for 3. Might be going 4 for 4 here. Delny wants this so badly that I don't think he's going to catch up to Worst Turtle. Might be able to catch Ray Shadow, but even then, that's a pipe dream.
It is. That was
so close.
Nearly able to shut down the 10-0 Aokwang. That bounty would have been massive for whoever got it, but it seems like we might be looking at an undying game here for Worst Turtle out of the jungle. The Soul Gem proc, all the life steals stacked up in his build. The only thing separating him from a death and just walking out towards the jungle. Maybe looking at the builds now for the Tartarus Titans with that much lifesteal on the side of Worst Turtle, you got to think anti-heal, a major topic of conversation. You've got a good deal of it. Divine Ruin, Brawler's Bead Stick. That's just about it. Maybe a Deathbringer from Zen. Had he had that, the fight goes handily to him. But we're a good ways off. I thought he'd be closer than just the hidden dagger. Instead, decides to upgrade that starter item. Maybe pick up a power potion as well. That's an indicator from Zen that he thinks this last fight could be the last fight, this next fight rather, around the Fire Giant. Hail Mary play. Minions already in their base. The Tartarus Titans, they want something to happen here. It's got to happen quick.
Considering I was thinking the last fight was the last fight, the next one, if it goes handily on either side, should be it. Felt like the Valkyries, I mean, they were on the cusp. If it is not for the miracle play there between Zen and Delny, we're probably talking a lot longer, or sorry, a lot shorter of a game. Now, though, it's a backup. It's clear for Dame, and it's a Pyromancer for the Valkyries. If you're talking gold lead, they got it. Valkyries going even further ahead. 2 undying players. So a lot that needs to be changed here overall for the Titans. Fire Giant started up. Going to be sitting just above half health. Delny on the side. Dashboard spots it out. They're going to go in looking for a little bit. Nil's going to be targeted. Nil's tanky. Nil's hard to kill. They're going to try and invest as much as they can, but unfortunately Dame has taken a lot in the process. Fire Giant's been dropped in favor of the fight.
Dame's
up into the sky goes the Thor. Where does he come dunking down? Finds 2 and is able to catch out Warchi, but Warchi teleports out of there, seems to be alive, and instead they're turning around. It's 2 of the Titans that are gone, and the chase is on for the Valkyries. Worst Turtle going in deep. Finally, someone shuts him down, and that might be enough. I mean, if you're going 1 for 2, Zen staying alive, They
Watch
could
out for
probably
Ray
defend
Shadow.
this. Fire minions on the Titan. Have to play carefully. Dashboard's gone. It's Zen. It's Delny one more time, and they've got a lot of work to do to make sure this stays alive.
Nils doing a great job keeping Zen out of this fight. Delny shouldn't be under threat on his own, but it's about keeping the base up. 30 seconds left on the nearest respawn for the Tartarus Titans. Warchi has had time to go back to base and bring a minion wave back with him towards this mid-Phoenix, and Zen hasn't had the same luxury.
Yeah, there's an execute. There's a kill for Nil. And now it is just the walk in. They get the mid-Phoenix. Left side fire minions are right there. They might just be keeping their tournament lives alive right now. Titan goes down. We got us a game 3. The Valkyries are going to take this one ever so slowly.
That one is an important turnaround for Worst Turtle in particular. Having a performance like that after game 1 being so quiet, massive not only to keep your tournament life up, but also to keep your momentum and keep your mental up. Having a performance like that, so good moving into game 3. Build up some momentum, play through them. It's not orthodox, it's not standard. Every bit of Season 10 knowledge that I've accumulated in the one brief week we've had competitive play has told me that Assassins in the Jungle are just the wave. But if you're good at Ao Kuang, and that's what you want to play, and you're going to have performances like that, do it every time.
Yep, you get the free pass at this point, right? Just because you make it look good. And admittedly, find a lot of executes. If that doesn't happen early on, especially on the dashboard, I mean, that is what starts essentially a steamroll for him. Finally gets taken down at the end. Zen, if the game had gone on like 30 seconds longer after he died, could have spent some of that money on something. I don't think it makes a difference,
but
but
he needed it.
And unfortunately, by the time he could afford it, Titan's dead. Not a lot for them to do. They have to look ahead now, Mifflin. As we go to game number 3, what kind of things do the Titans need to change? Outside of just, hey, stop the Ao Kuang.
I might ban the Ao Kuang, honestly. That is one of the best performances
How
we've seen
it
from
has
Worst Turtle
changed
so
from the
far.
beginning of the game.
I mean, I might just ban it, legitimate. I mean, that was a great performance individually. We haven't seen that level of play from him elsewhere in the tournament. I might ban out the set as well. That's the first time they've been dealt a hot hand. I'd take it away. You know, that's just me.
Control the things that you can, get rid of what you can. The Titans are looking to bounce back after this one. One more game, and one of these teams goes home. The other one stays alive. We'll find out who it is after this.
I don't do this often, you caught me off guard. All of my friends said you moved out west. You tell me stories underneath sunsets. Could it be more than just one night? Kissing the cab ride, head turning left, right. Get a ticket for two to wherever you choose. Drinking some red out of the blue. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in I'm bad at pretending, you know I'll be true. Sunday mornings and midnight lights turn into songs that you watch me write. Stole your sweater on that night. You took a picture, keep by my bedside. So you're mine when you're gone, baby, please don't be long. I got my ticket to the west side. You say my name with your accent, makes me remember how much I missed you. Hope you're planning to stay for a million days. You'll be my summer in December. Hey boy, trust my intuitions always. I'm not superstitious, I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine for the taking. It was mine for the taking. It was mine for a million days. In a million ways. Stole your heart and I got lucky. Stole your heart and it was mine in a million ways. For a million days.
The Valhalla Valkyries not done, not just yet. They send us on to a Game 3, finally notching a win here this weekend of the Smite Pro League promotional tournament they have. What we on the desk thought was maybe their best composition this weekend so far. It pays off. Also helps having a 11-0 Ao Kwang at one point throughout the game, you'd think. Despite that, though, Trelly, Tartarus Titans, they put up a good fight here.
Oh, yeah.
It felt like those later game team fights, regardless of the outcome here, regardless of the Valkyries winning, felt like the Titans still had a foot in some of those fights. Never felt comfortable, though. It's one of those intangible, like, it felt like they were always on the back foot. It was always like a fadeaway kill from In My Zen at the end of the fights that maybe delayed out this game a bit.
It was, at one point we both looked up at the screen. We're like, okay, how are both duo lanes this far negative? It was like 1-7 combined for both jungle or both support and ADC, and then like 2-8 for both duo lanes.
Right.
And it was because Dame would come over, get some kills, and then Worcester would come over and get some kills. That was pretty much what was happening consistently. Even Nehu would come over and get some of it, but the duo lane was just not able to survive. And then once the late game comes through, I was thinking, whoever shuts down Worcester, I'm thinking if this Ao Kwang dies, it could be a game changer. And it turns out the rest of the team just picked up the slack. Worst Turtle did eventually die, and it did not matter. Warchi had some great dives. I think that Nil was very annoying to try and shut down because of the movement speed on this Achilles. And I got to give credit to Rowan. This is the exact ult. Some big Yamoja ults throughout this game. I mean, just blocking off the paths. And, I said at the beginning, this is the best comp I've seen out of the Valks, and this is the first game they actually win.
Agreed. I think this is finally our glimpse at what we thought this team could be capable of here this weekend. I don't think any of them, or I don't think this roster was in the top sort of 4 predictions or top 2 predictions for any of the casters. However, seemed like a team that could make some noise, could make life difficult for other teams at this event. Just hadn't seen the creative compositions really pay off in game. And so I agree with you, Trelly, and your thought that this, even just the one changeover in duo, where it's still an assassin, but it's an assassin that we've seen success with in the past for SPL level teams. And I love the look from the Valhalla Valkyries. Can Worst Turtle keep that momentum going? Can we get another jungle performance from Worst Turtle that'll now send the Tartarus Titans home? Remember, this is a Game 3, final game of this set. Winner goes on in the loser's bracket. Loser goes home. You're fighting for a chance to qualify into the Smite Pro League. A year of salary, a year of playing here in studio. I suppose easier paths to tournaments.
A year of getting to meet us. That's a
That
dream. That's a dream
is
anyone
that
would fight
requires
for.
hazard pay. We're gonna have to pay them extra because they have to hang around us for a bit more time. Immediate adaptation from the Titans. They're gonna ban out the Ao Kuang while sticking with their Rotwin-centric bans. This time though, it's not the Athena taken away. It's the Umoja after Rotwin has a really nice game on Umoja, and Athena's still around. Wonder if the Valkyries prioritize that highly enough to go towards Athena in one of the first two.
I do like the Ao Kuang ban. I think that there weren't many answers for Worst Turtle. Like I said in game number 1, he was one of the only high points of the Valks draft, that Mercury. And then in game number 2, he was the high point for sure. And this time around, the Titans do not want to deal with that pick.
Athens.
And it looks like pretty early on going to pick that Athena, about as early on as you can get. Some extra CC, some global presence.
Go forth,
and
my
a
children,
pretty linear
and take over
initiation
this land.
with that taunt. Follow that with the Tiamat. That means that we're going to have to see something new out of the mid lane as well from Nehu. Tiamat is a pick that I think that a lot of these mid laners have been liking to go to. I think they have a lot of CC already in that first 2.
They sure do. Mono was a really good look for Downey at points throughout this week so far. And so I like anchoring a lot of your composition to that pick out of solo lane. Teams have struggled to find answers to it consistently. Far from unbeatable. Definitely still annoying, though. And we've seen teams even go as far as banning it out in one of their first 3 ban slots. Again, with the Valkyries, though, the question ends up being when you get towards the end of this composition, we're going to assume this is Tiamat mid. I think it's a pretty safe assumption. Are you going to see a second mage? Are you going to see what could potentially be 2 assassins? That's still something the Valks are going to force the Titans to think about. Agni was the second mage in game number 1. Did not look the best, but still performs wonderfully in an actual mid-esque role. Bacchus was hovered, but Sobek is going to end up being the lock-in here. So you got control out of your support. Big pluck can really set up for a fight. Good slow with the lurking in the waters. And then it is an Agni. So you get big burst damage and space control with the next 2 picks from the Titans.
Yeah, I've seen enough of the Valks drafts to know that traditional hunters are out. And then, like, I don't think there's any way.
This is the one game where they play it, right?
Yeah, I don't think that there's any way that Warchi says, you know what, guys, fine, I'll go a hunter. I'm just not seeing that happen. But the set was great, so it looks like that is going to be the call. Try and run it back, and they will lock in the set. I see no reason not to. It's the best Warchi has looked all tournament, in my opinion. And late game, he actually had some really impactful, not even just hard dives, as set does, but some good opportunities just to split push, help with those Phoenixes, that sort of thing. And I think just so much safety as well as shred and burst damage that this pick can provide. So the Valks have really diversified their damage. They've got that magical damage with the Tiamat and the initiation from the Athena, as well as just getting Warchi back on something he feels confident on. And you got to assume that the Titans want to take away anything that Worst Turtle has been looking good on so far this set, and that would be the Ao Kuang and the Mercury.
Yep.
You could throw one more over there if you want to.
Yeah, especially after what has been a tough week so far for Warchi. And if you finally got a bit of momentum build up after game number 2 there, the set felt great. Why not return to it and ride the hot hand? Clear discussions going on between the Valkyries here. Not wanting to drop out of this tournament just yet. You got great rotation potential from the Athena. If you lock in this Thor, that's just going to be increased. Now, everywhere on the map for the Titans, Trelly, is going to have to be on high alert.
Yep.
You're going to have the Valkyries and swift rotations through the jungle after a really great game from Worst Turtle on an Ao Kuang. Still carry potential here on this Thor.
Yeah, and I think another thing is that the Titans like to force their own fights, right? And if you're thinking, okay, yeah, we can go to duo lane, maybe we'll have the leg up over here, or maybe we can find some sort of ambush in the jungle. Look towards the sky, look towards literally any teammate on the map, and the Thor and the Athena can make their presence known. So it makes you really double take exactly how many fights you want to take in the early, especially when you don't know the cooldowns or if you don't have tabs on where those 2 characters are. With the assuming jungle and ADC locked in for the Falcons, they still are holding on to their solo pick. For the Titans, have their chance as well. Zen has been going towards the Ishtar pretty much exclusively
Yep.
So let's see what the change-up will be, if there is one. The Camus dots hover. A lot of Dame's gods taken away as well. The Thor has been picked. The Susano has been banned. I wouldn't mind seeing something like the Rat, and it looks like that is going to be the immediate switch-up while the Jingwei is hover. This is something I've seen Zen play a lot in ranked in particular. It takes some team help to get this pick online because Jingwei doesn't have the pressure early on, but you got a Sobek for pressure, and you've got a Rat for early rotations. I don't mind it. I like this Titans draft.
If I'm thinking back to Dame and the SEC Road to Worlds in December, and some of the success that that team had, there was a lot of Thor, a lot of Ratatosker, able to do similar things, obviously in different ways, but semi-global presence, dunk down, be aggressive, kind of a free shot into the back line, provided your positioning is correct. And so I like this from Dame, and not something we've seen many junglers play so far this weekend. Jingwei is going to raise some eyebrows, though. First pick / ban so far in all the games we've seen. Smiles rolling through the Valkyries team booth here.
Knuckle touches all around.
Knuckle touches all around, though Rotwin, cool, calm, and collected as we expect him to be. Guan Yu ends up being the final pick now for the Valhalla Valkyries. That'll likely go over to Nil, rather, in the solo lane. And so a bit of healing down the stretch here. You're going to have to worry about set healing, but then Guan Yu healing as well. And on the flip side, Vamana's going to be healing up a bit. And so maybe some priority into anti-heal at points throughout this game.
A completely different mindset, at least facial expression-wise, from the Valks, who just came off a win. They're feeling good. The Titans just came off a loss. They're more
feeling bad.
More lackadaisical is what I would have said.
Sure.
They want to jump in, and I think Dame going to one of his pocket picks, this Ratatosker, I think extremely prevalent in the early game. I haven't really seen too many of the, that strat where you just get a starter item and tier 2 Acorn, you find upgrade Acorn as soon as possible and just blink in at like level 2. I'd like to see if that's even possible in the current meta, to see if maybe Tiamat or Set, or even going over to solo lane could be the call. A lot of ideas there. Point is, I think the Titans want to get going early, because we know that Worst Turtle did last game. He showed up in duo lane early on, got that kill streak rolling, try and put a stop to that, like pre-level 5, probably the call here for the Titans.
Here's the good news. What'd we say the dual lanes were like 1 and 7 and
1-7, 2 and 8.
2 and 8 combined.
Yep.
Jingwei's nice and safe, right?
True.
I mean, you can get out of fights, you can dash your way away, you can airstrike your way away defensively. If that's what you want your mindset to end up being. Takes a little bit of time in your mind to get online. But I think maybe the duo lanes, if you're able to take a breather and really get into it, that's a good look here for this game. But I have to imagine, Trelly, this will be a fun jungle battle to follow along with, between a Ratatosker with Through the Cosmos, Thor with that Anvil of Dawn. Positioning, ward coverage, all-time high. Are you putting a lot of weight on Worst Turtle and Dame to build up the momentum for their team here in Game 3?
I would not be surprised if their farm is matched, if we see them both in the air over duo lane, like right at level 5. Just both waiting for each other, like, who you going on, bro? Like that. If they match each other's farm and they're both 5 around the same time, it seems like both of these junglers want to go left.
Does the guy who dunks second have the advantage because you stun or knock up the dude who went first?
Thor can be knock-up immune with his 3, so
that's a good point. We'll see how that plays out. A winner-take-all, loser goes home. Game 3 between the Titans and the Valkyries starts right now.
That's right. 1 game, 1 win, or conversely, 1 loss is what separates these teams and their potential chance at continuing to fight for a spot in the SPL. It's do or die here for the Titans and the Valkyries. And we'll see if they can make it work out as we jump into game. It will be Dame on the Ratatosker, one I'm excited to see. Worst Turtle going to try to reprise his carry role this game, Mifflin, though he's going to be doing it on the Thor, which admittedly, as far as like normalcy goes, there we go, that's a little bit more expected.
Yeah, I think so. And if the win condition is getting up into the air, Thor doesn't have to kill someone to do it. He can just press 4 from anywhere on the map. So I've got high expectations for Worst Turtle. It's a pick that he's had a good deal of success on in the past. It's much more in line with the standards. So just keep your eyes on him. Should be able to get involved a little bit earlier on, but that's hard to say considering how quickly that Alquan got involved in the previous match. Dame, on the other hand, with this Ratatasker, I think Charlie brings up a good point of parity between these two. Just have the ability to do exactly the same thing, essentially, throughout the early game. If they are on the mark with their experience in their farm, they're both taking over to level 5 around the same time. good luck finding a gank without the other one being there.
So far, the starts, nothing going to be too surprising. Also nice to see Delny back on the Vamana. It feels like that was very helpful for them in game number 1. As well as Dashboard back on the Sobek. Things that were controlling a lot. But Zen's going to be on the Jingwei. Now, granted, after what Warchi had said, and we had talked about this, but potentially banning out things like the set was what we had mentioned maybe at the end of that. Instead, Warchi gets to reprise it. But Jingwei is a lot safer in the face of someone like an Assassin because you can create so much space between you and them. And it feels like Warchi might have trouble getting as many kills at least this time. Pressure might still be there, but he might not be able to knock out Zen as often.
Yeah, and if Zen so chooses to go down that crit tree again, you don't have to get as lucky in the early game, right?
Yeah,
Explosive
good point.
bullets giving over a little bit of additional crit means you can feel a little bit more confident in your ability to take
You can
those
be a little
boxing
less
matches.
accurate because they get wider.
Yeah, they get wider. Got some AoE. They can't hide in the wave nearly as easily. Got those cleave auto attacks, so...
Damn, wait, maybe I played Jingwei more.
Yeah, Barracuda's onto it, 140 games or something. You'd think some more people would catch on. Jingwei very strong right now. Really frustrating to line up those ganks as Thor, too. The ability for her to maneuver around the wall or reaction ultimate the dunk all really lead to a really unfun lane to show up to.
I preferred Thor 1 anyway, so it works out well. That is a really bad joke, and I'm sorry. That's the kind of stuff I subject Katie to.
I didn't even get it.
You said Thor 2,
And
so
you
I said I prefer Thor 1.
Oh, the movies.
Because there's, like, movies
there
about
are
'em.
movies,
Yeah.
that's right. Winter Soldier.
Katie would actually probably be mad at me about that as well. Yeah, it's, Winter Soldier. You nailed it, man.
Another bad joke.
And you know what? That's what a third game gets us, maybe. A couple of bad jokes at the very beginning. While we let the teams ramp up, get into the seriousness of this matter. And that's a good question for you. When I see Thor, and admittedly, I didn't expect this when we saw Kwang. I don't think it got you a little by surprise. Although right now, it is Zen who has to play carefully. Good dash. Lucky he's Jingwei. He's able to dash away while up in the air there. But a very, very, very cautious, careful, almost disastrous moment for the Titans. I was going to ask about the junglers. It feels like Dame is on a pick that can get active really early on. Same thing for Worst Turtle. But do you feel like one of them, at least pre-level 5, while we still have it, has an advantage over the other?
Yeah. Dame bought Bluestone, so it's him.
So it's him.
So it's him 100%. The jungle, really good. Awesome upgrades in the late game, especially Protector of the Jungle. If you think the game's going to go hyper late, like 40-some-odd minutes, long dances around the Fire Giant, I actually am a massive fan of Seer of the Jungle, but otherwise, I think we're looking at Protector for Worst Turtle. Dame, on the other hand, with the Bluestone this early means that he should have an advantage in DPS, should he choose to get involved. Has some decent targets as well. Blink as opposed to beads from Worst Turtle means Dame doesn't necessarily need to initiate with his ultimate, especially if ganks are going to be headed towards the duo lane. I'd be waiting for the dash from Warchi before I go up into the air. Small skirmish. Nets the buff, I believe, for the Tartarus Titans there. Valhalla Valkyries had the opportunity to pick it up. Do not, so you got to believe it is the Tartarus Titans, who barely went out on that small skirmish. But I really think it is a lot of parity between these two junglers. The conversation on the desk of who's going to dunk first and is there an advantage one way or the other, you definitely want to dunk second if you're Thor. Every single time. You could dunk first as Thor and just immediately go into Berserker's Barrage and have that knock-up immunity for the Through the Cosmos, but dunking second just feels so much better every single time for both gods, really. So play reactive if you're in the jungle.
We'll see what he can do here. Up in the sky, dunking down off the mark.
Where's the other one?
There's going to be the
There
ult.
he is.
Here comes the second dunk, and it finds 3, but it's just a little late. Zin goes down. First blood goes over to Rotwin, but they return with at least 1 kill, maybe 2 here. Lurking in the waters, slows the Athena down. Dame, not a lot of mana to work with. Might need a little more to go. There's a good pluck right into the waiting arms of the Ratatosker. A couple autos. Throw out one ability. Double kill for the jungler on the Titans.
Told ya, gotta be dunking second. That's me. That's me. I'm dunking second every single time. No, that is a clean play by Dame. Finds the 3-man knock-up, the double stun immediately afterward. Unfortunately for Zen, comes too little too late to keep him alive, but I'm sure he'll be willing to forgive him for the double kill happening in his lane. First blood bounty as well, following on to Rotwin. That's ideal. If anybody's gotta get a kill for the Valhalla Valkyries, and the Tartarus Titans were allowed to make the choice, you give it over to the support. With that said, though, that bounty has led him to a very early Prophetic Cloak pickup. Getting those stacks online, building up that tankiness, important. Maybe you get to evolve that item a little bit sooner rather than later as well. Another bit of non-standard itemization here is the Chalice pickup for Rotwin early in this game. That is, I mean, that is a massive investment. It'll save you a lot of gold over the next 20, 25, 30 minutes, but for now, has slowed down a bit of that defense. Maybe that's the byproduct. If your support's getting first blood, I can't come up with a bad reason. You know, that seems pretty decent.
Got to get something for you. If you have that money to spend it somewhere. I personally, and the only reason I don't think anything about the Chalice is because I'm really bad at using my shard still, despite it being, you know, 10-2 now. And so I just go for the Vision Shard because that way if I forget about it, it's not as big of a detriment. But I still put those wards out there, and that's what matters. Meanwhile, Rotwin, like you said, going to be running the vision control. That was actually one of the big things in a crucial moment, I would say. The Valkyries looking to start a fight specifically around the Fury. You had called it out that the Titans had pit vision, but pretty much everything else in the jungle might as well have just been true vision for the Valkyries. They had so many wards that were placed around the map, and they're already starting this game off with the same amount. You've got some deep around the purple buff, you've got some all around, but it's the Titans this time that are controlling it on left side, and that might be even more helpful for them. This is a couple of ult trades happening solo. Nothing too big has been happening with the junglers, Mifflin. Ult's back up. I have to imagine that solo lane was a huge, huge priority in game number 1. Maybe we start seeing some focus over there again.
Could be, but
is it worth it?
Those are two really miserable gods to gank as well. I mean, they're very safe side lanes for the Tartarus Titans, but nil. So long as cavalry charge is available, not exactly a fun target. Has knockup immunity for the Through the Cosmos with the Talu Assault on Guan Yu.
Yeah, never mind. I don't want to go over there
Yeah,
anymore.
if I'm Dame, I'm thinking to myself, I gotta hit the stun. That's the only way I'm starting this fight. Even then, best case, I'm getting a knock up from Delny, and he's gonna tickle Nil with like 60 damage auto attacks. Yeah, gank Warchi if you're Dame. If you're Worst Turtle, gank Dame or gank Nehu, I think. Okay targeted in my Zen, but Jingwei is so safe. It's not exactly the ideal place. Warchi should, once left alone on an island, be able to force out the airstrike at least once or twice. If that's the case, Worst Turtle can very easily make the decision to come over towards the duo lane. But otherwise, a rotation towards Zen with Worst Turtle initiating it is just forcing the ultimate, and from there hoping that you've got the chase down. And I wouldn't want to leave something up like that up to chance when you've got such an impactful cooldown this early in the game. You want to go somewhere where you know you'll find the value, and I think that's either onto the Rat or onto the Agni.
Well, Warchi pops the beads, tries to stick to Zen. Zen ults, and that should be enough. Hangs out in the fire, but up into the sky. I believe I might have just seen Worst Turtle hanging around.
He doesn't want to dunk into the tower.
Yeah,
no way.
Can't go that deep. Instead, falls back. And so that is going to be one ult down. Maybe an advantage to Ratatosker if Dame can get over here fast enough.
Could be. Warchi, no access to his ultimate. Worst Turtle loses his as well. A good time to fight. Bluestone still finding some value at that. Look for Worst Turtle. Catch the hammer. Not quite in time. Should be able to still turn this one around. Still has access to the stun. Worst Turtle. Let's drop low.
Dame trying to do what he can. Needs to get up barely onto the tree. Jumps off Yggdrasil way deep in the jungle to make sure he can stay alive. Tries for a little bit. They do get the mid camp, so if you're looking at the neutral farm going in their favor, there's at least a small win. But it does cost them quite a bit in the process of getting aggressive.
Got the
nice
dash.
Hunt. Catches Nehu out, like you said, in the dash. Unfortunately, I don't know that either of them were fully expecting it, and so not a lot of follow-up from Ray Shadow.
No, that's like hitting the lotto, you know. It's like, oh, nice, I got him. Whoops. Worst Turtle, or Ray Shadow, you're not ready for this one. Nobody was. A good stun from Nehu, though, does prevent any form of follow-up coming his way. And at the worst case, Rotwin at least stacks up a bit more of that prophetic cloak. Just power spiking for now on both sides. Dame, Jotun's on that back, means he's got a good deal of CDR now. A lot of power stacked up already. Worst Turtle very close to finishing up his Hydra Star on the other side. Meanwhile, Soul Laner stacking defense. Book of Thaw slowly working up for both of them. Nehu, I believe, has finished upgrading his. Not much to fight over on map. You don't really feel confident in either team's ability to just run down the Gold Fury. If your second item crit, though, for In My Zen, I think then the Tartarus Titans can probably try and force a fight around gold. If you're grouped up as 4, Warchi doesn't have as easy a time at just closing gap and running at Zen. We'd seen that he'd be willing to do it regardless in Game 2. A couple of times, it was a kamikaze attack from Warchi, just trading his life for 90 to 80% of Zen's HP bar. A group up on the left-hand side might incentivize that style of play. But that's a discussion for about 3-4 minutes from now once we see what that item is for Zen. If he goes Tank Shred, we're not looking at a Gold Fury anytime soon.
Keep our eyes open. Keep our eyes locked on the carry. I was wondering if Dashboard, once he showed up over there, was going to get something done. Instead, it's Dame who's running away, has ult, but can you channel it fast enough? Nope, the hammer's there. You got to think that one, you knew how that was going to end. And instead, ult doesn't get taken away, but his life does.
I'm telling you, dunks on a rat are just going to get you value. The only answer I think Dame has to actually getting accosted in his own jungle by Worst Turtle is you have to reaction ultimate the ultimate. Until you have beads at least.
Yeah.
Get onto the tree immediately. You're not taking the stun. Worst Turtle won't have time to go for the full combo. If you allow him to connect and the combo chases out, I don't think Rat can really escape that situation. The stun would have helped out a good deal. Maybe would have allowed him to get the blink, but Bluestone doing dot damage, you throw out the stun behind you, keeps you in combat, can't use the blink. So Dame essentially was nearly in a checkmate situation there.
No way out, no way in, no way to survive.
One way back to base, though. One-way ticket to base.
And admittedly, you know, I wasn't watching his items as closely as I could have. Could have bought something very important. Unfortunately, he's backing right now, so it maybe wasn't as important as it could have been. Hits level 12, so we'll maybe see a second relic. It's the beads you had asked for a little earlier in response to that exact play. And so it seems like Dame, burned fresh, knows exactly what he wants to deal with. I want to see more proactive play personally from the Titans. A lot from Worst Turtle lately, and he's going back up in the air. Might be able to catch Nehu off guard. Or maybe it's just going to be Dashboard. Thor hasn't come down just yet. Comes in a little shy. Nehu's low.
Wild.
Man, the burst is just there. The Valkyries get done what they need to. Now the chase is on Zen.
Gotta get
Trying to
Warchi.
get something done. Goes in the ult. They're able to turn it 1-for-1. Unfortunately, Dame is still around, and that makes it very easy. You could dive a tower if you were the Valkyries, go for one more kill, but why bother? There's a Fury that's worth way more in the jungle, and unprotected as of right now. Lurking in the waters isn't there. Dashboard has a pluck, a dream, and maybe a little bit of a knock-up here. Not going to go for it. Instead, it's just playing bully. The Valkyries get themselves a Gold Fury early on, and they set themselves off to a good lead.
Yeah, the Valkyrie's playing very well around these Gold Fury timers. This is 2 games in a row now where it's a rotation from nil, just outpacing Delany to get to that objective. It's TP timers. Nil TP'd in, Delany TP'd to lane. Misses out on the opportunity to stick around. Was at least able to push a couple waves into that tower. So she does have a direct lead against his opponent, but as far as team presence goes, I think worth it for nil. Making sure that when you grab the objective, remove the possibility for the Tartarus Titans to do the exact same thing. And you can reset yourselves back to neutral, even potentially start looking at the Pyromancer. And with Zen going down the crit tree, that was a great time for the Valhalla Valkyries to take the Gold Fury. That was right when the Tartarus Titans hit a power spike. That would have allowed them to look towards the neutral objectives themselves. So, clean play from the Valhalla Valkyries to remove that opportunity. But with all that said, kill allocation could use some work. I'm seeing 3 kills on Rotwin.
Oh, wow. Wait, yeah.
And that is not exactly ideal. It was a double kill for Rotwin in the previous engagement. He's tanky. He's nearly unkillable. He's got double relic, and he'll upgrade the second one pretty soon. But give it to Worst Turtle, and all of a sudden he's got a Crusher online. And he's shutting down the back line. Or had Ray Shadow grabbed any of these kills. Soul Gem's already done it. It would have been a much better suited power spike there. It's up to Rotwin now to make use of it to justify that gold lead that he's acquired for himself. I want to see him frontlining. I want to see him starting up these fights consistently.
I don't know. Sometimes you look Rotwin in the eye, and you see the face of a cold-blooded killer staring back at you, which is actually the exact opposite. The dude is incredibly smiley, incredibly nice, not at all a stone-cold persona. But maybe in game it matters, and that's what matters right here. Dashboard's locked off the wall, going to dissipate, allow the Sobek to get on out of there. It's a Pyromancer startup for the Valkyries. They're playing the neutral objective. That's what was successful for them in Game 2. And so far it has been a lot of Worst Turtle's prioritization and pressure that has handed it to him. 1-0-2 this time around. Like you said, the kills might be going somewhere else. Was still undying for the Thor. While they don't get that Pyromancer they tried starting up, the pressure's still there.
The amount of times I've seen Dashboard just walk up on his own towards the objective has been ridiculous, and he's been successful every time. Zen, up to the air, survives.
Well, for now, survives. Might see what he can do. Worst Turtle comes crashing down. Warchi goes teleporting in. They chase him down. Zen's caught in the wrong neighborhood. Dame dashes away. Wall going to be short. They have enough gap close here to potentially catch this Ratatosk. Speed buff's going. Stun not going to connect. And there are so many hunting for you. Wall is there. You need a little bit more, though. Dame might just walk out of this one. Dashboard doing a lot to help his team. A little bit of peel goes a long way. Uses the lurking in the water. Has to play this carefully. Might end up losing his life. Taunt's going to be good. There's Nil diving the tower. Wants a little bit more. They're going in. Catches the dash, but no, the team is not there for the follow-up. Instead, they're distracted. Delny deep in the back line looking for Ray's Shadow. Surrounded by 4. The stun is good on Rotwin. What a fight, Mifflin. That just goes all over the place. Worst Turtle goes a Dame. It's still here and almost dead. Dashboard turns around, goes back in.
For Warchi.
Dies, but they kill off Worst Turtle. So far worthwhile. Can they get a little more? Nehu's low. Nehu's gone. A Shadow 1 hit away, but they're not able to get it. Instead, they've lost 3. It looks like it's going to be 4 if Delny cannot get out of here. All for Worst Turtle. A trade very much worthwhile for the Valkyries.
Worst Turtle goes in with 30% HP, says, I got beads and Aegis. It's not a problem. He was wrong. It was a problem from him. Great for the rest of the Valhalla Valkyries, though. Essentially baiting the entirety of the Tartarus Titans into funneling towards the center of the map. Rotwin finds multi-man taunts. Ray's Shadow is allowed to free cast because everybody's staring at Worst Turtle. Even Zen dashes in aggressively there, just trying to finish off one of those kills. Does at least get the assist, so an extra stack onto his Rage, but not an ideal situation. Pyromancer on the fallback, though. Very smart. Dropped low and secured by the Tartarus Titans. Narrowly, but do you live?
Well, Dame, up into the ult just in time. Nil was looking for a little more. They're going to be able to find it. And so, Pyromancer for 3-for-1 trade? I don't know. It's one of those weird math things that you have to do sometimes to try and figure it out. If the Fury goes this way of the Valkyries, I'm going to go ahead and say it's probably just straight up in favor of them.
I always cheat. I just look at the graphs or at the top of the screen. That's how I figure out when things are worth. And the chart went even further in favor of the Valkyries, so I'll call it a value trade for them.
Pretty heavily.
As well. Could swing it even further, but we've seen them play very defensively from here. Realizing now that Delny's headed back to base, maybe the Valhalla Valkyries will feel confident enough to look towards the objective. Could be a bit of a bait, though. All Delny needs to do is upgrade that teleport, and he'll get there very quickly. Actually hasn't gone back to base. He's sticking around. Has an HP shield in the ult. He's healthier than he appears.
Might be able to get something done here. Dashboard has been the king of at least stopping objectives so far. Gold Fury, or Oni Fury this time around, halfway down. Nil taking a lot of damage, so has Zen. Crashing into the backline immediately onto Nehu, though. It's the Valkyries, and they find exactly what they want. The 2 carries, the 2 backliners for the Titans gone, but a taunt finds a little more. They pull in 2, and they kill them all off. It's a full-on deicide. 19 minutes in, the Titans are rushing straight to the FG.
The Valhalla Valkyries, they have woke up in this set. The team fight has just been concise from them. Every single time Nehu shows up on the map, the Valhalla Valkyries jump on him as 5. Yeah. Warchi's TPing in. Rotwin's on the Defender of Olympus. Worst Turtle's hovering in the air, preying on his downfall. And Nil's already on Epona, running him down. It just is impossible for Nehu to survive these engagements. And every single time, there is no return damage. There's no way for the Tartarus Titans to optimize on 5 members of the Valhalla Valkyries just dogpiling one guy, because the engagement's so split for them every single time. It's, well, Dashboard's in the front trying to slow them down. Delny's doing the same. Dame's hovering, looking for a blink opportunity. Zen is really worried that he's the one that's going to get dove. So these situations start to line up, and the Valhalla Valkyries, they don't have those concerns. There's no layers of entropy in their thought process. It's, I see guy, I want guy dead, let's close gap and do it. And they're executing on it very, very well. And even if the fight started around the Gold Fury, it was never about the Gold Fury, not if the fight goes that cleanly. Fire Giant now on all 5 members of the Valhalla Valkyries. And they'll return to the scene of the crime, double dip a little bit, and finally grab that Fury that it all started for.
You want to talk about advantages as well. 5,000 gold plus the 5 Fire Giants you just mentioned, which a while ago, I'm curious if your math is still the same in year 10. That a Fire Giant was equitable to, let's say, 10k gold in terms of a lead.
Until someone tells me otherwise. Until Flare Boots adding me on Twitter, I'll be calling it about a 10k.
And you have to see what it can really result for you here. 6 towers were still standing on both sides. Finally starting to get knocked down. 1 tier 1 in right that the Titans are able to take away. And tier 1 in left is the answer back from the Valkyries. Surprised to see them, I guess, maybe so scattered to the winds right now, not giving a really, I would say, the old college try to just try and get this tier 2. Might be a regroup, figure out where they want to go, pull the Titans into an awkward position, then start knocking down the towers.
I mean, you've got time to play with, or potentially no time if Dame's able to take this 1v1. Worst Turtle clears the wave and survives another clean bait from the Thor with the help of his allies. Dame tries to go for the hero play, nearly successful, but with the Aegis available, with all that peel available, all it really does is cost him his life.
Catches him in a bad spot. And that might be the case for a few of these. Nehu has to play carefully. A lot of good damage onto Warchi. Warchi's going to teleport out of here. Stays alive for now. Tier 2 in mid. It's been the spot of aggression for the Valkyries. It's already half health. They're going to start to get aggressive. Two-man taunt immediately from Rotwin. They're looking for some damage. They're finding it onto Dashboard. Zin tries to get away. Nil is diving the Phoenix. They don't even care about the tier 2. They're looking for kills, and they find 2 of them easily. Zin barely gets out of there now. You've got Dame getting aggressive, and it's not working out well for him. Zin goes away. Dame has to run, tail between his legs, back to the fountain. Delny is going to get taken down. Just another box on the checklist for the Valkyries. Damn near a deicide, but it's a tier 2, and it should be a Phoenix.
Dame's got nothing left in the tank. He's got no way to fight into this. No blink, no ultimate, no chance. If he's hit by Rotwin on this taunt, should just lose his life. Dart gets him out of there. The Valhalla Valkyries, they get much more than they had expected to take. It was only really a tier 2 push at the beginning of the day. We ended with a Phoenix in the pocket and 4 kills added on. A massive gold swing for a team that was already succeeding massively. The Valhalla Valkyries, this is now in throw territory. This is like a 99%er. The Tartarus Titans, it's going to take individual hero plays, Fire Giant steals, a couple of wipes. It's going to be a while till they're able to fight on even footing.
Yeah, a lot you got to step up to do. Oh, man, there's 5 towers still standing for the Valkyries as well on top of all that.
5
like
gold deposits to go collect from.
Exactly. If you're the Titans right here, what's your focus? Your focus is Fire Giant, hero plays, and money.
I love money.
You know what? Think about it this way. You win this tournament, get a whole lot of it, right? A whole year of a career, guaranteed salary that you're going to have, plus potential bonuses, essentially, if you win tournaments.
Call it like $250,000 for the team.
You could, yeah, I mean, really change a lot of it. Plus, a whole new place to live. A lot of fun things that can happen here. That's what the Titans are trying to fight for right now. They are down 14 kills. 23 minutes in, they are down 11,000 gold. And they do not want to be the first ones eliminated from this tournament. Fire Giant started up by the Valkyries on one side, Dame getting bullied by Nil on the other. It does not seem like the Titans are going to have an answer for this one. It is all going to be base defense, Mifflin. We saw how the last one went, so they have to change something up. Was it grouping? What was it? Was it positioning? Was it because it was around the tier 2? Like, what is it that falls apart around that mid-fight? And how do they stop that from happening again?
It's a lot of things. It was the state of the game going into the fight. They weren't exactly favored then. It was Nehu getting caught first. He was essentially frontline there because he's getting dove. It's a whole lot of things that line up. It's Delny getting poked at 50% before the fight even starts. And he still has no help, by the way.
Then some, and then some. Finally, they get rid of Warchi, so there's an opening. 1 Fire Giant off the board. And that is going to help control a little bit more.
How did Warchi get so far into the back line there?
Same way Delny did.
Same way Delny did, but one of them's a tank, right? All right, understood.
And unfortunately, for the Valkyries, they've lost 1. Still should have this tier 2. And Mifflin, you're talking about a pretty massive gold lead at this point to try and overcome. But a successful kill onto one of the carries. And maybe a small turnaround, and when I say small, I mean small, for the Titans to at least hang their hat on.
Anything feels good right now. You're trying to recruit your friend Momentum, to get onto your side here, and Tartarus Titans just haven't got any bit of it over the last 25 minutes. Valhalla Valkyries, on the other hand, they're playing with a hot hand. Can do just about no wrong on map. Besides Warchi going in 1 versus 4. That's about the only wrong they could do, but besides that, I think they're very confident still in their ability to push, even with Fire Giant only on the 4 members. Warchi wasn't exactly a key component of the siege here either. Playing a non-traditional Hunter, not having ranged auto attacks means that it's pretty difficult for him to apply his damage to structures regardless. It's more so there for the PvP, and so far has done a very good job of it. 15 effective kills of the 18 that the Valkyries have got for themselves. With Runic Bomb still available, I'd like to see the Valkyries move in towards the Phoenix here on this push.
They're getting aggressive. Pulled Delny with a taunt. Dame is deep in the jungle, makes it up to the tree. So should be safe, but loses that ult engage, going to be disappearing. Mid Phoenix is about to respawn. Luckily for Worst Turtle, fire minions exist and are being pushed. Tier 2 and mid should be a pretty easy pickup. Assuming anybody wants to look at it. There they go. They're going to take it down. So it's a small reprieve for the Titans' Phoenix line. The line of scrimmage itself has been shoved right up against the base. 2-man taunt immediately. Dashboard gets a pluck for some peel. Takes a lot of poke in the process, though. That's going to be Warchi going deep. Warchi, last time it didn't work out well, but they got the kill now, and that's what they need. Nehu under pressure. Makes it back to the Titan. No, it doesn't make it to the fountain. Warchi with a little bit of a bleed does exactly what they need. Gets another kill and continues the chase down. Dame taken out. The assassin from the duo lane doing everything he can right now. Delny just trying to find some sort of bounce back. The Titan can't be damaged just yet. Mid Phoenix gone. 5 Valkyries ready to walk in. Minions there, and they've got the damage to do so. Xin and Delny trying to make the hero plays, trying to stay alive in the tournament. It's Delny in the back line looking for something. The stun is good. The damage
50%.
just is not there. The Titan, it's gonna go down here, and the Valkyries move on.
Talk about a bounce-back performance from the Valhalla Valkyries. It was an emphatic one-sided game 1 favoring the Tartarus Titans, and since then they have not been able to find the exact same footing. They have not been able to reprise that performance. Good stuff. I mean, that is just a completely wild turn of events. Warchi refusing to play the ranged carries, these unorthodox junglers coming out, the Ao Kwong making an appearance here in Season 10. Still, though, at the end of the day, it was team play that won Game 3. One team grouped up as 5, and they did it often, and it worked out often. The other scattered to the wind, trying to make individual plays, got caught out on their own.
A lot, I think, that the Titans needed to do, unfortunately didn't have the time, didn't have the money to do there. The Valkyries instead, from Game 1, huge turnaround into Game 2, into Game 3, keep themselves present, stay alive as of right now in the tournament. Unfortunately for the Titans, we say goodbye. For the rest of the teams, we still have not only one more elimination match that's going to be coming up, but a little trepidation now. If the Valkyries are looking towards tomorrow, they know they have to face it again, and then potentially again before they can truly qualify. A lot of Smite still to go through. I believe when we were looking at it, at least for these teams, 5 straight sets you got to win against some very difficult teams. The Valkyries now have one in the books, so they're going to close it out. We're going to close it out and send it back to the desk to break this one down.
That's right. It's not easy to qualify into the Smite Pro League, but the Valhalla Valkyries take one step closer to that goal. They'll send the Tartarus Titans home. After back-to-back, maybe cleanest games we've seen from them so far. I mean, I guess by default, they didn't win any yesterday, lose Game 1, and then suddenly start to build up some type of identity trail. I mean, they're waiting until 11:59 p.m. on the Doomsday Clock, but we got there. We found an identity. And the Valkyries able to win 2 straight.
Yeah, I want to give massive shout-outs to the team for just being able to make the change-up in their drafts, right? It started off with, okay, we're going to go with Assassins, but not really auto-attack based. I believe it was Naja and
Camazotz, right?
This time around, they come out the gate with Agni. And I'm just like, this team is still not quite, they're not quite getting it. Worst Turtle shows some shimmers of greatness, and then the final product that we saw last game and then this game as well. They finally figured out exactly how they want to play the meta. Warchi on the set looked very strong. The Ao Kwong looked very strong, and this time around, it just seemed like the team really was firing on all cylinders. They finally really came into their own identity.
They absolutely did, and I think there's a lot of fan support behind the Valhalla Valkyries at this event, and I'm sure those fans thrilled with the way that Game 3 goes here. And that's the most intense set of Smite we've gotten so far this year. Granted, it's a small sample size, but this is an elimination match. SPL hopes for these two teams on the line. Can't make any mistakes. And this game actually started off very, very well for Dame. It felt like there were Ratatasker moments where I thought it was going to start taking things over. Right around that mid-game point, though, Trelly is a fantastic team fight from the Valkyries. Deicide, I think Myth worded it well. You're in you have to throw this lead to lose type territory.
Yep.
And it just got strong. And so now you're starting to talk about the ebbs and flows of a tournament for a team. Won a couple of games. You've seemingly figured out a bit of an identity. It's a threatening team to go up against.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think that now they've got a little bit of eyes on them, now that they were able to take their first victory here, they're going to need a little bit more than one pick for Warchi to fall back on, right? I think just the set, if anyone watching that game says, hey, the Valks don't look like a team if Warchi's not on set, let's ban set. They're going to need a backup. I'm sure they know that.
Yep.
I assume VOD review is here to come. They're going to sleep on it, whatever that may be. But I'm very impressed with what I saw after game number 1. The changes they made, they look like a much more solid unit.
And I think the Valks did a really nice job in back-to-back games. Think about one of the big win conditions for the Titans. It's that duo lane. Zen, specifically on AD carry, has had such great performances in the past, and I think the Valkyries in back-to-back games, Game 2 and Game 3, shut down Zen. Made a little noise at the end of Game 2, did Zen. Crickets here at Game 3. The Valkyries are able to win 2 games straight. Their lives alive, or tournament lives alive, still around, something like that. Titans, they're headed home at the hands of the Valhalla Valkyries, and it's Rotwin standing by with Gormizer for the post-game interview.
Well, that's right. I got the man himself standing over here. I do have to ask immediately because that set goes 3. And the last 2 looks a little cleaner for you guys, but Game 1 wasn't there as much. What do you change between the games and what goes wrong at the beginning?
We don't know the idea. Do we want to play for win the game? We got a different idea about the meta, I think. So yeah, I mean, just yesterday we lost so bad, so we changed about the idea. We thought a different stuff on the first game, and yeah, we changed for the second. I think the set pick was crazy good.
Yeah, it definitely ended up changing things. I was talking to you about some of the plays that you had made throughout that, especially in the Athena, but like having the set back up, as well as being able to pick something. The Agni was a weird choice. At least it seemed kind of confusing from our perspective. Has that changed to the Assassin, at least in the duo lane, as well as having the front line that comes with it? Was that really the true impact?
I'm pretty sure we're going to play more mages this tournament. But yeah, I mean, it's just a different meta. We are so confident on what we're doing, and we are going to win for sure. Don't worry.
So you've got quite a few more sets to get to where you want to go. How are you guys taking this? One day at a time? You focused on the full thing? And what kind of things do you need to do to review?
For winning, just talking each other. I mean, we got Warchi, who have been playing Smite for so many years. Same with me, same with the jungle. So yeah, we are confident. We just need to talk and figure out what do we need to improve.
Well, absolutely. Congrats on the win, man. Good luck in the future of the tournament. We'll send it back to the desk.
Always love hearing from Goatwin, especially after a really good set. I love there were some great emoji walls in Game 2 that set up for Discordia ults. Good team fighting. And I think it's so important when it feels like your team is still trying to figure out their exact grasp on the meta. Being able to lean back on a great initiator and a great leader that apparently Warchi and Rotwin have been for this team. It's a massive advantage. And the Valhalla Valkyries, they continue on throughout the Smite Pro League promotional tournament. They have got 1, 2, 3, 4 more sets to play in order to qualify into the SPL. Not only play,
for them.
but win.
That's what Rotwin said. He said, we will win, don't worry.
That's right, we'll
Verbatim.
win. Don't worry. Well, when you got Rotwin on the squad feeling that way, you got to put all your faith there. So the stage is set now. Shabalba Storm, Valhalla Valkyries. That'll be another elimination match tomorrow. Needless to say, every matchup that's happening in the lower side of this bracket will be an elimination match. And then how about the weight of the bottom right-hand matchup? We'll get there on Sunday. That's an elimination match, or you're going to the SPL match. I can't wait to get there. But first, we got some matches in the upper bracket to go through. Wargs, Scorpions, Gladiators, Hounds. I think that was in no specific order our top 4 going into this event, and they're all still alive in the upper bracket. And there will be a qualifier match, of course, through the winner's bracket as well. One final matchup, though, in the loser's bracket in order to advance to the next stage, and that is the Sages up against the Wardens. And so, Trelly, we've got 2 teams in our final match of the day, Sages and Wardens. A couple teams that made some noise in their individual games, but I don't think have lived up to their own set potential just yet.
Well, I think there's a little bit of a benefit to, starting off early in day number 1, finding some success, losing, and then just getting to sit back and watch. I imagine we're going to see completely different versions of both of those teams here later on because they've got to actually sit back and learn the meta a little bit more.
Want to cast it?
If you want.
Sure, we can cast it.
Okay.
Sages versus Wardens in the Smite Pro League promotional tournament coming up next.
And welcome back to the SPL promotional tournament here on day number 2, moving in to our 4th and final set of today. 2 teams are walking in, but only 1 team will continue to move on in the bracket. It's the Athenian Sages and the Cowland Wardens facing off for elimination in our final set of today. Still plenty more Smite to go for the remainder of the weekend, but it's the end of the road for one of those squads. I'm J-Mac. I got Gormizer joining me on the desk. So you're ready to hop into our second set. And this should be a very fun one to watch. A lot of very powerful and very tenured names on both of these squads. You look over at the Athenian Sages. You have Wowie from the duo lane, former SPL Hunter. Top with Privative, Jangaru, Short Fuse, Remakami on that team. Going up against the Wardens, who also have a lot of strong SCC talent in their regard. Tuba, Oceans, Joshi, Eleon, and Slash making up that roster. Should be a pretty powerful matchup here, Gore.
Yeah, this is one that I think I'm actually really excited to see. Both of these teams have a lot of, like you said, experience behind them, a lot of tenure together. But realistically, they're also very much teams that I expected to see way further in the tournament before we were talking about one of them going home. So I do think that we're in an interesting spot with a lot of big names. The fact that any 10 of these players are going to be disappearing, I think is a really big deal. And so this is a, like you said maybe earlier, and like we've talked about over the weekend, but this is a step up, have to show what you have performance, have to prove that you belong here for your chance to survive.
And taking a look at the bracket, we just had our first team eliminated in the last match, which was the Tartarus Titans. They are now done. Their chances of making it to the SPL are over. The Valkyries moved on. They'll face against the Shibalba Storm tomorrow. Winner of this match will go up against the Yomi Tanuki. For everybody in the losers bracket now, it is essentially an elimination match for every single one of them as the weekend continues on. Upper end of the bracket that we'll get to see tomorrow up on the winner's side. Niflheim Wargs and Aru Scorpions, Gladiators and Hounds will get to face off as well. Kind of the 4 teams that I think a lot of people were expecting to be in that position. A lot of the teams that were expected to really be fighting for that first spot up there, and potentially any 2 of those 4 teams probably going to be the favorites to move on up towards the SPL. But we could see some sparks fly, at least down onto the lower bracket when one of those teams go through. We've already seen a couple upsets so far this weekend. I think for some people maybe had the Valkyries not really being able to push on through, and they just got a big knockout matchup against Tartarus Titans there, and even the Shibalba Storm finding an upset earlier on through. But the Athenian Sages, our first team to kind of dive in and talk about with these guys. And when I think of the Athenian Sages, I think of the players on this roster. One name really comes to mind for me, and that's Privative, the support player for this team.
Oh, for sure.
He is the one that, no matter what team Privative is on, it feels like he is the one that I'm always kind of looking towards to really be that spearhead, to be that leader for his team.
I honestly think that, not just being the leader for it, but such a big playmaker as well. A lot of moments where, at least over the last year, we have seen Privative kind of take a team that in the Sages, and admittedly through changes, just was not doing very well at the beginning, and then have a huge glow up by the end of the year. I think that while we're seeing a lot of different players here, this is a very good team surrounding them. And so suddenly, you're in a position, I mean, like Privative and Wowie, that should be a damn good duo lane, right? And so you have a lot of expectation, or at least I have a lot of expectations in their performances, but of course we have to highlight, I think, where things can go well and where things can go wrong for them. Sages, very specifically, Short Fuse is someone where you have to focus on it. We saw in the last set, you know, the difference in what a jungler can make, right? One really good game for Worst Turtle gets the Valkyries back on track. I think that if Short Fuse can have a really good game, kind of regardless of what the team is doing around him, should be able to help right that ship. But if things are getting a little wonky for Short Fuse, that's where someone like Privative steps up, where Rimikami steps up, where Wowie can step up, either fill the carry position for them or right the ship, give them the setup that they need, and make sure that things can start rolling forward.
And if we want to talk about leaders and shot callers on team, there's one name that really rings true on the opposite end for the Callan Wardens. That's Leon. No matter what team he is on, no matter which position he's playing, if he's the mid laner, if he's the jungler, if the support, whatever area of the map that Leon happens to land on, he has always been that shot caller for his team. He's always the loudest one in those comms, and he's got a hell of a team to lead along with. I mean, Josh in the mid lane had a great season last time around. Oceans near the tail end of that of last season in Season 9 was really starting to be on the come up. Slash as well, and Atuba in the ADC role. So I think there's a lot that this team wants to prove moving forward. Probably a team that didn't expect themselves to be in the lower bracket this early in the tournament. Maybe in their eyes didn't expect to be in the lower bracket at all, but definitely have a lot to step up here against the Sages.
Yeah, again, a team that has a lot of players that have been pushing themselves really hard for an event like this to be able to play at a high level and have always been like right on this cusp of being that team, but still surprised, I think, like you said, to find themselves down here. Leon has a very specific brand of Smite, very solid brand of Smite, and one that I personally really enjoy watching. And so I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do just to immediately assault this team. I think that in the very beginning, you're talking about a player who is able to leave his mark on a game very positively and is able to, again, make really good shot calls, really good plays himself. It has always come with a bit of a duality, right? Sometimes you make a play for a Fire Giant, and unfortunately that play might not go that way. And that's where we've been talking about like Oceans, Tuba, some of the other players that have been around the scene for a while, pulling some of those calls back when they're a little too aggressive, but playing into them when they're just the right amount of aggressive. So this is a team that I have a lot of, honestly, high hopes for. And again, just to see them versus the Sages, see these 10 names go against each other, know that after this, some of them aren't going to have the chance to play upset. They're not going to have the chance to do anything else, even to make it to the SPL. It's going to be ridiculous. Whoever wins it, I mean, it's 5 full sets of Smite that you got to win, I think, to get to that last spot from here. And so this is just the beginning of a very long, arduous road, and it is not starting off easy.
No, when you're starting down on day number 2 facing elimination, it's only going to get more and more dangerous as it goes on, because not only are you knocked down to the lower bracket, now it's all the teams that are either beating you or are higher seeded than you eventually going to be knocked down there as well. So you got to be able, you know, to slam those early, be able to take down some of the lower seeded teams that get knocked down into this bracket now, because it's only going to get more difficult as the number 1 seeds teams, the 2s, 3s, and 4s. I mean, I'm talking any of those semifinalist teams drop down from the winners bracket to here. You're not playing against the Shibalba Storm who are running the double assassin. You're playing against the teams that are running the meta right now, that are running what has been working so far for the entirety of this weekend, and near perfect gameplay. I mean, we want to talk about clean Smite so far. The Gladiators, I don't want to face off against the Gladiators. Those guys were running the map.
And we had kind of talked about this coming into this, but playing any of the top 4 seeds that came into this tournament, whether it's Wargs, Gladiators, Hounds, Scorpions, that's an immense challenge. Luckily for everyone that's down here right now, they have to play each other. Unluckily, that means that someone is, like you said, going to be down in your bracket eventually, someone that you're going to have to worry about and kind of take down. So you're already starting off on a hard path here.
Yeah.
If you're the Wardens or the Sages.
Not just some 1, some 3.
And then immediately you are starting to take steps into a very tough bracket. But then you're qualifying for the last 2 spots to play against the best of the best throughout the world, right? So you really do have to step up and match that performance. Otherwise, you'll just have a flop of a year if you even make it. So you really need to figure it out here and figure it out now.
Well, the good news is that every uphill climb starts with 1 step. And so it's going to be who takes that first step here in the lower bracket between the Wardens and the Sages. Picks and bans for game number 1. Starts out with immediate Vamana ban, a god that we really didn't see a whole lot of in Season 9, aside from a couple of miscellaneous moments where we'd see him run jungle. I think we had like a brief stint where he may have been thrown over into the solo lane, but as this meta has started to kind of emerge over this tournament, we've been seeing a lot of Vamana play and a lot of Vamana success, so no surprise to see that if the Wardens don't want to play it, if Slash isn't privy to wanting to run this one, make sure go ahead and take it away from a player like Remikami. Joining the Vamana will be Yamoja from the Wardens. On the opposite end, Maui, stripped away from Oceans. No surprise there. That's been a premier pick for Oceans ever since this god became viable. And then a Freya to boot there. No surprise at all again. Magical Hunters, just got to take them away.
Yeah, Freya is the god that if your first pick, you're not trying to ban it so you can get it, and if your second pick, you're banning it immediately because you don't want them to have it. Definitely a lot that you're going to have to deal with. It is interesting to see the differences in bans for some of these teams. You know, Olorun comes to my mind as someone who has been very prominent in the bans, but has not been picked up too much. And I'm going to be real with you. I was looking through the bans. You know, you see the Freya, the Maui, the Thor, you see the Vamana, you see the Yamoja, you see the Mercury. You could have asked me probably about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, probably more, honestly, what gods I think are going to get first pick based on what we've seen this weekend. I'm going to be completely honest. Naja's not very high on that list. I would not have come up.
Yeah, of the 118 other available gods, Naja is probably not in the top 20 of ones that I
it
would
was like
see
24.
picked up. Maybe, yeah, you know, maybe top 25 or so, top
Yeah.
quarter of those
But
ones.
like just barely.
But not, maybe not as a first pick of all things, unless we're talking about like Sino. Then it's definitely top pick in that regard. But this one is going to be for Elion on the side of the Wardens. Meanwhile, the Athenian Sage. I don't know why I said the Callan Sages. It's the Callan Wardens Athenian Sages. It sounded good saying the Callan Sages for some reason, but that's not how it goes. Ymir and Merlin for the Sages roster locked in. Option now goes back over to the Wardens.
Honestly, and I think a lot of the Wardens, it's one of those things. Naja, in my mind, like you said, not necessarily someone that I'm going out of my way to first pick. Naja for Leon, all of a sudden I'm not as upset about it, right? Like, it's maybe not exactly like in a vacuum the best thing that you could do, but you get a lot of setup for your team. You get a really solid pick, and now your team gets to play the style that they want. You can go for somebody that has a lot of damage, maybe in mid. You can have a lot of damage from your carry, and you've got guaranteed setup. The Ymir and the Merlin, though, have been much more stable, much more calm, much more predictable overall throughout this tournament. Ymir knows what he's doing, and in this instance, you are going to be locking in a Naja pretty consistently. And as far as Merlin goes, you're looking at consistent burn damage, really, really high objective pressure, and at least two gods that fit Jankara and Privative in my mind incredibly well.
Alongside the Naja, Nike and Tiamat will be locked in. And I'll be honest, Gor, I was not expecting Tiamat to be like the forefront mage that people are going to right now. I mean, we look back to end of Season 9, we were seeing Tiamat from like Paul, and pretty much Paul alone was playing the Tiamat because that's just a Paul style of pick. But something about Season 10, maybe it's the fact that she can stand switch and have multiple more abilities to be able to use it at such ease that is bringing her up there with maybe the Tablet of Destiny style of build, but just really feels like Tiamat has risen over the course of Year 10 from Year 10's inception now even through this tournament. But as you highlighted, the Ola run locked in for the Sage's third pick.
Yeah, honestly surprised that as one of the top banned gods, and when we've been talking about it, like magical carries being one of the most prevalent picks that you could have, like seeing Freya banned away makes sense. She's number 1 on that list. Number 2 on that list to me has to be Oleron, just because of what his ult can do in the middle of a team fight. I mean, time dilation in such a huge, huge area is a huge deal, and now you have a couple of gods that need to be a little closer. Like Oleron ult is going to go very, very well here for the Sages as long as they aren't using it exclusively for pressure, or I guess for them, for peel, right? If it's under pressure from a Naja, from a Nike, then you're forcing the Oleron to drop the Sanctified Fields, re-engaging after it's gone. That could be the way for the Wardens to fight around it, but that time dilation, the giant nature of the field, really does carry him, above what he would be otherwise. Because outside of that, you got like a small knockback that has a little heal on it. You got some decent damage, but nothing too crazy in the rest of the kit. It is really all in that ult, and honestly, I'm looking at the team fight for the Sages, and it looks like it feels pretty good just with the top 3.
With the second wave of bans, the third of the trio of magical hunters now banned away with Sol, and then Ishtar still seems to be kind of at the forefront of the conversation for physical hunters for players to pick up. And then Kleena and Guan Yu on the opposite side. Kleena also one of those gods that we weren't really seeing much of at all in Season 9, at least in the latter half of Season 9 after some nerfs came her way and towards her itemization. But here in Year 10, and this tournament specifically, we've been seeing a lot of this pick. It's flex between, crazy for me to say this, the duo lane hunter, the carry role, We've seen this pick, at least in Mando Warrior's hands. We've also seen some selections over towards the jungle, so seeing this god now banned away, and even the fact we're seeing this god is a little bit of a surprise for this tournament specifically.
Yeah, I think we saw it a little bit during like the Salt tournament when we were running that early on, but that was still like super fresh season 10, like year 10. Are they doing what we think they're doing kind of deal? And there's a lot of walls, right? Helps clean it out a lot of them. Does a lot of damage as well with the current build rate. Unfortunately for Kleena, not only banned out, but also feels like there's a couple others that have been a little higher priority. Pele is on that list to me, who has not just been a little higher priority, but also has been performing a little bit better. Clean Pele games that have been occurring. And definitely someone that I expect to be able to do a lot. When you're setting up, I mean, if you throw a Sanctified Fields and let Pele just come in there and run house on everybody that's then slowed, I mean, you're talking a lot of damage and a little space. Plus, if you're looking to try and get Merlin ahead or the Oleron ahead, Pele has been very, very good at ganks throughout this tournament so far. And so I'm going to keep my eyes on Pele as the playmaker here for the Sages.
Now, Gore, we talk a lot about magical hunters. Sol, Freya, Kronos, Oleron, Magical Hunter. Would it be safe to say that gods like Neith and Medusa and Chiron are kind of physical mages in that regard? Because, sure, they have some damage that comes from their autos, but it's mostly their abilities that do so much damage that go through. As we do see the Chiron and the Xing Chen locked in for the Warden, so mage-esque in Chiron for how much for what his ability damage can kind of do out here. But then to answer back, something that we saw at the very beginning of the day, at the top of the day, this Cucullin worked so well earlier on in the day. Now let's see if the Sages can make it work in the same regard. Kind of talk to me a little bit about the pacing of this game, Gore, because we have the Naja, seems to be a great facilitator early on to kind of get this Tiamat set up. Chiron doesn't really do a whole lot of immediate early damage in the game, but as you go through, I look at Centaurus shots doing 600 damage each one that ends up ripping through a backline. So do you think that this is going to be maybe a bit of a slower pace game for the Wardens early on to kind of ramp up, or do you think that they want to, or maybe even need to kind of get things going a little bit earlier up against the Sages composition?
I could see them getting aggressive in the duo lane, right, with a Naja, Xing Chen, Chiron. Like, you have just enough there that it can really kind of work together to get some of that damage out there, especially when Centaurus comes online. You've got pretty long range of engagement because Windfire Wheels has a nice distance on it before you get there, accompanying that the Sash, Xing Chen with double leaps. So you've definitely got a lot of forms of engage, but a lot of it is left side of the map. And even if it's not, you know, Nike, if you're going in, you had mentioned the Cucullin, but, like, are you going to kill him? Really? Like, even if you go in early on, you might. But there's a very small window for it to work out. So I feel like focusing on the right-hand side might not be as heavily rewarded for them unless they are able to find, like, some really choice scenarios. And mid, Tiamat does some decent damage early on, but up against a Merlin, you're probably going to need to take a little longer. So if they can focus left side heavy, I wouldn't mind seeing the Wardens get hands-on. Otherwise, maybe a little more of a farm game. On the other side, I think you've got a pretty well-rounded draft here if you're the Sages, right? Ymir standing with the Oleron, so you have a little bit of early pressure, but you're not in, like, this hyper carry that's going to beat them down for the first 3 levels. Where do you make up for that? In your jungler. Pele's going to be there for you immediately to find some damage. Merlin, early on, isn't crazy, but as he scales, even towards, like, level 5 and on, feels pretty good. So I feel like the Sages get online a little faster.
Well, for one of these two teams, it is their final best of 3. It's all going to start in game number 1 in our second elimination match. And to do it, we're going to throw it over to Dave and Trelly.
That's right, the Callan Wardens and the Athenian Sages, not the start to the weekend that either of the two teams had hoped for. The Wardens, Trelly, they go 3 games and fall short in game 3. Sages had a couple of opportunities to turn things around in their set, unable to do so. This should be an intriguing one because I think both teams have a variety of win conditions. Both teams have drafted a relatively standard style of Smite composition, but they've done so in different ways. Oleron on one side, Chiron on the other. Leon loves this Naja pick versus the big dash-in burst damage from someone like the Pele. Mindsets clashing here in game 1.
Yeah, should be interesting. Start-wise, really nothing out of the ordinary, except it looks like Slash might actually start that Prophetic Cloak first item, as opposed to, you know, any other of the starts that we've seen so far in Soul Lane. So I'm curious how long he's going to sit on 15 stacks and try and chase down the magical characters for the rest of the game. But the earlier you get it online, the more you can actually use that upgraded cloak later on, which everyone is just complaining about how tanky you can actually become if you get that cloak stacked up.
I'm trying to think, maybe this is just showing how, because we've seen a lot of the mitigation build, right? Starts just like this for Remikami. Soul Eater, more mitigations a bit later on. Trying to think how much Axe we've seen.
This
I mean, I
man's
guess it's-
backing.
Yeah, no, he's got to. He took way too much damage. Got to head back. That's okay. We got
That
speed.
was not a good pull.
No, we get back to lane a little bit faster, but definitely a tough pull for Leon right off the rip. That's going to actually give Short Fuse the opportunity to move mid, maybe assist in pushing out that wave. Leon heads on over to speed buff on the left side of the map. You know, I don't know if the fallout's going to be absurd from that start, but clearly not an ideal start for the Kowloon Wardens. Look, that guy swings. Those buffs, you group them all up with one another.
I mean,
It's high threat.
I suppose. To me, it looked like Slash wanted to. I don't know. Maybe because here's the thing: when you don't know what your jungler is early on, I assume no one on the Sages.
No,
said,
that's Leon.
Right.
Oh, you said early on.
Yeah,
Got it.
early on. I assume no one on the Sages was like,
That's good
oh,
work by me.
he took too much damage. He
Right.
probably retreated. They were like, hey, we have no eyes on jungle. He could be cringe ganking back up. That was the call. So Leon's able to go back, full health, go to his speed, and then make for the rotation in mid,
Gets
get
beads.
Jengaru's beads down, and it looks like he's going to lose any farm for it. So it ends up not costing him
Mattering.
in the slightest, but it could have if you get to see Joshi gets aggressed upon by
Right.
Short Fuse while there's no jungle there to help him out. That's pretty
Right.
much the only negative that could have occurred from that.
Oh, Leon remains aggressive. Throws a sash towards Short Fuse. So that neutral farm in mid will go towards the Kowloon Wardens. The question usually is, all right, you get big Windfire wheels, you drop your target down. What's there for follow-up? There should be some good burst damage, Trelly, from Joshi, from Chiron. Especially later on in the game, some snipes hit. Detonate a bit of that damage. It's not the traditional big burst ability on the other side, but follow-up, I imagine, will be okay if Leon is able to find those priority targets.
Yeah, should be able to, especially if it's one of these squishier targets with beads, or with beads down, I should say. So Jengaru's going to have to play pretty safe here in the mid lane for the next 100 seconds. It looks like a possible attempt at a blue buff invade, but here too early, and with that back and the instant teleport from Remikami, not going to feel too bad about fighting for your blue buff, especially if Short Fuse is able to make that rotation over, which it looks like we might see a little bit of a scrap towards that blue buff. But with the teleport in, doesn't seem like a fight that Leon really wants to take. So
No.
probably just getting their own blue buff, or just send it. That seems to be the call.
Yeah, Leon's the style of game he likes to play. Sash no good onto Short Fuse, but Slash is here. Blue buff
Oh,
looks like
got it.
dropped by Slash at the Kowloon Warden, so a small win on the back end of what was a medium-sized win, getting the beads off Jengaru early. So Leon has remained active, and good things seem to follow. But now a return invade by the Sages. Leon left running, and it's going to be the exact same scenario. Blue pulled back between the Tier 1 and Tier 2, and the same outcome. Kowloon Wardens go 2 for 2 on blue buffs on the right.
And they got the movement speed from Chester. They could have chased him down so easily, but
Huh?
they decided.
Is that the real name?
Well, no, it's called the Rogue Chest, but I call him Chester.
Uh-huh. That is good. That is good by you.
Yeah, I mean, you get.
Why is that so funny to me? Oh, my God. It's too on the nose.
It works on multiple levels.
Yeah, no, it's good. All right, Chester it is, Trelly. You got it.
And he gets the movement speed buff, so they
From
could've-
Chester.
From Chester, they could have chased him down, but they decided not to. And that's what's fun about that chest, is that it can spawn anywhere on the map, and you can use it to your advantage. In this case, over on blue.
Right.
One of those situations where if they actually wanted to fight, would have been great, but they just decided to get both blue buffs and back off, and that works in their favor.
Ooh, Slash did have ult, so if that shielding was necessary, would have had Sentinel of Zeus. So it's already been pretty proactive from Leon. You got Short Fuse on the Pele, though, Trelly. Still waiting to finish up that first item. That'll be a big power spike out of the jungle for the Athenian Sages. Could be some options for ganks there. Where Leon continues to put that pressure, though, is what I'm curious about. It seems like Privative and Wowie. You got a Ymir, you got an Oleron. You realize you need a couple of rings to start building up in that lane. Tuba okay to just sit and chill and let
Tuba's
some of the
just
minions.
sightseeing.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of good look at that.
Look at the.
You're telling me I can't just gallop and kick it on the sand? Just
I would like to vacation there.
right?
They've got the ships. There's not a threat in the world. Wowie shows up. He's down to just sightsee with you.
Just
No one-
God's smacking each other around 10 feet from the beach.
Dudes being bros. no fight in the world.
That's right.
Until the junglers show up, they're just going to sit there peacefully.
Airbnbs at like hyper discounted rates because of violence nearby or whatever. Right.
Gods may be fighting for.
Yeah, this is good.
For whatever they need.
We're on a really good clip here early.
I mean, there's been zero fighting besides this. Blue buff.
That's right. Here we go. Another one, except it gets picked up by the Athenian Sages just fine. This is a 3v1, though. Oceans has ultimate. Remikami stunned, taken up to the sky by El Leon. Where's the follow-up? It's right with Oceans, who sends Remikami to the side, but the Salmon Leap, though, extends the fight. It's simply not enough. Short Fuse going to get jumped on as well. And how about the rotation from Joshi? Over from mid. That'll be a simple kill for him. And good team play from the Callan Wardens. Left Tuba alone in this lane.
Wow.
Tuba is just fine. And it pays off.
That's so unfortunate because Priv has been sitting at this purple buff spawn waiting, trying to get something out of losing 2 over on the right side of the map. Just missed that purple buff spawn. Tuba's going to be able to confirm their own buff. And that's just all wins for the side of the Callan Wardens. Gold hasn't changed too much because of it. Just going to be that small bit of gold going into the pockets kill-wise. 500, you're not too upset about it. You just want to make sure now, probably send some teammates over towards that blue buff next time it spawns in, because the Callan Wardens are not hiding this strat. And the 3-4 all the way over to blue buff this early on, and they've been on pretty much every rotation of that buff. I'm thinking wards on the right side of the map, or instead, just say Short Fuse, hey, give that blue buff up, let's go over to left, let's look towards mid. There's other options. I just know that Remikami's hurting for a little bit of XP at the moment, despite being up a level to Slash.
Just 500 lead for the Wardens, but it was about a 1,000 swing. The Sages were 500 or so ahead prior to that fight over on right. Like the proactivity from Oceans, though. Goes into Prophetic Cloak early, where Privative Trelly instead has gone towards Thebes. When we talk about, we're early here in year 10. We talk about tournament metas unfolding and theory crafting ongoing as the weekend goes on. Have seen different priorities from the supports. We've seen some immediately go into Prophetic, as Oceans is doing here. We've seen Thebes still remain that first item slot. Gets you to a similar spot eventually, but maybe Oceans prioritizing building up some of the more difficult to come by stacks.
Yeah, it looks like the Wardens have definitely changed up, focusing out double cloaks, as you said, in the tablet. Leon's still going towards that breastplate of regrowth, and wouldn't you know it, blue buff spawning in. This time Priv and Jengaru show up to the party. They say, hey, we're not letting you bully our solo laner anymore. And they actually are poised to fight this. Remikami, so much farm, and here comes the old promotions.
Ocean sends Remikami around, but how about a double freeze into a triple knock-up from the Sages? That'll do just fine for initiation. There's simply not enough damage this early in the game from either team, so this one gonna last a bit longer. Shell needed. And LAO turns the tables on Short Fuse. And the result, one less kill, but still a kill for the Callan Wardens on a blue buff invade on right.
Yeah, that was a clutch shell from Oceans. I think that Short Fuse had plenty of damage to try and return there. It's, by all accounts, it seemed like a fight that the Athenian Sages were ready to have. They had a bit of a XP lead, as I said, from Remikami, despite the constant ganks over to the right side of the map. This Kakolan was sitting just fine. Because of the way Slash has decided to build the cloak, the Warriors actually are not getting as many last hits on your wave, so just gold-wise was not sitting okay. But then the rotations came through, and the Sages started to win that fight. When you look over on the other side, you see an Oleron who's just going to make you in slow motion. The second you get over there, no beads available, so you're picking left to right, and Leon decided on right. It's been working out so far. But now, the Sages are able to climb ahead goal-wise, despite being down 0-3. Just by quicker farm, and I think also the fact that Wowie's gone untouched, he's been able to collect those gilded stacks consistently. He's gone unscathed for sure.
Bow down to your kings, maybe?
Maybe.
Maybe throughout the course of this year. We'll see what the Camelot Kings do during the SPL regular season. Over the course of the next few days, we're going to find out which 2 teams from this event will be joining your reigning world champions in the SPL. Speaking of Wowie here, Trelly, again, as far as item priority, I think there's sort of guidelines that we've seen over the course of the weekend, but some individual items shifting up in order. A lot of the times from these magical ADCs, we'll see like a Telkines into Demonic. Cyclopean Ring drew a lot of eyes when it first was out in game. Has maybe slowed down in priority a bit. Spear of the Magus, you get percent pen. A little lifesteal early in this build for Wowie. So the timing feel correct, as El Leon will miss the sash. Oceans, though, here has Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, won't use it. And just some damage trade in mid. You know, traditionally you think percent pen feels great later on in the game when all that magical defense is built up. Is the timing still okay from Wowie?
Yeah, it seems like the synergy between Typhons and Spear of the Magus is what all of these magical ADCs keep leaning on. So whichever one you want to get first, in this case the proc of Spear of the Magus helps you out when you're actually boxing up against a physical ADC. Oleron should just be bowling out this lane. Wowie's been able to take most of the neutral farm. Hasn't been able to go too far up towards those purple buff invades, but I think Tuba respects the amount of sustain and damage that this Oleron can do. As we see, maybe Priv's in some danger here. Has to ult early, which means no pullback for this one.
That stinks for Priv. Priv hits another two-man freeze, and it's El Leon on a killing spree. After what looked like an okay bit of disengage from the Athenian Sage's support. Now it's a Windfire Wheels onto Short Fuse. Can't really afford to die here. Already falling a bit behind.
Beautiful ult.
Wowie uses the Sanctified Field. Joshi just escaping out on the other side, and that's both relics down from the Oleron. Then Tuba's got the fadeaway. Cal and Wardens, they are simply taking the fight to the Sages on every corner of this map. Joshi didn't get the memo to escape, and death will be his escape. Athenian Sages trade out one, but still good team play from the Cal and Wardens.
Yeah, definitely a great teleport in from Ramakami to make sure they get something off of that fight, but as you said, unfortunate for Priv. Gets a little bit caught out of position. Ymir often does. If you're going to step up that farm and your team just bails, you don't have that luxury of being able to just run away. And a good ult from Leon. It's not going to net the kill onto Short Fuse this time around, but was able to provide plenty of chase down. And I thought that, wow, he had a fantastic ult. I mean, Leon does not have beads, so you're getting slowed for the entirety of that ult, but not enough damage and not enough follow-up from the rest of the squad. The Wardens are going to get the better end of that trade and finally push them ahead in the gold department. Still not by much, though.
Not that much.
The farming that the Sages have been able to do is keeping them right here neck and neck. You're going to see a bit of a deficit in the jungle, but besides that, I think most of these lanes have been sitting just fine despite sitting down 5-1.
He still, I mean, Wowie got crushed in that last fight, but still output some good damage. Sanctified Field, Charlie, that's always something that you have to look at with Oleron. I mean, it's even if not in the meta, even if Magical AD carry's not in the strongest spot, it is such a high potential ultimate.
Oh yeah.
That there's always a threat of a random Oleron pick totally wrecking your game plan because it just feels so terrible to fight into that. And the Calvin Wardens, I don't have a lot to get out of it. Not just yet, at least. Leon chasing down Priv, and it's going to be another Windfire Wheels. This time onto the support. Another Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. It's onto two, though. Oceans gets the kill onto Priv. Short Fuse trying to chase down the Xing Chen, but it's a double instead. And from the brink, Oceans flips it. 2 kills for himself. But what can you do now, right? The gold hasn't expanded off of these kills. This is where the Calvin Wardens can make up some ground.
Yeah, I would think immediate pull or just back retreat and see if you can group up. You got 2 dead. Short Fuse is gone for another 10. Maybe you're grouping towards Gold Fury. The issue with Bluestone Chiron is you're not really burning it that quickly, and you don't have that much safe burst either. So looks like just taking these smart fights. Leon uses that movement speed from Breastplate of Regrowth, throws the ring toss, and is able to run circles around Priv. Ymir, that freeze can be very potent if you're at a distance, but the cone gets larger as it goes out, so pretty easy to juke just like that.
Man,
Just walking in a
does
circle.
it again.
Yep.
Leon styling on Priv right now. Should be another one. This one for Tuba. Now Wowie's going to get chased down. Has beads and Aegis. How to use the Sanctified Field, though. And that's a lot of team fight now missing from the left. Calvin Wardens already grouped. They're going to consider a Gold Fury pull here. Athenian Sages may be smart. They're not going to try to contest the Gold Fury. They're going to send a couple onto the Pyromancer, but Slash is there. So the Sages won't even get the Pyromancer. Slash instead actually fighting in a 2v1. Forces the ultimate away from Short Fuse. Troy, you just got to look at kill participation right now. 8 of 8 for Leon, who's been everywhere. 7 of 8 for Joshi as they fought around this Tiamat effectively. 8 of 8 for Oceans as well. Set up a knockdown by the initiators of the Callan Wardens.
And I'm loving this because when me and J-Mac were casting the earlier Warden set, I took a look at the way Oceans was playing and the way that he was building, and it was not adding up. I was like, this man plays such an aggressive brand of Smite. He's constantly flopping in with Bacchus. He's looking for poke. Why is he not going cloak? This time around, he has went for the cloak. I believe that's a 17 stacks. He's been constantly getting involved. He's been constantly getting active. I love this switch up. It's going to make him tankier in the late game, and also you get value from playing as aggressive as he has. It's only going to get more difficult for the Sages to mount a comeback here. The gold lead, still not incredible. It's been a slow burn, a slow build-up, only about 3K so far.
It's healthy, but
it's starting to grow. And
right.
I think that's what makes the Sages start to worry. We've seen Remakami rotate out a little bit earlier, and they probably want to. And I'm thinking it's probably time Jengaru gets a little bit more involved in these team fights, trying to help out or peel with damage, because Merlin so far is the only one who's seeing that they can actually help out in the damage department.
Yeah, Slash is in a good spot as well. Not only 17 stacks on the cloak for Ocean, 17 on the cloak for Slash. I imagine
all physical.
Hefty amount of physical.
Two magical
two
stacks
magical
total.
stacks on that. All 15 then maybe in the physical department. But that's sort of the interesting pivot. You itemize into that early. Now you're well underway. Get a Glad Shield, Oni Hunter's Garb. You don't have the Sigil start, but you're still in a really strong spot if you're Slash. Now, Remakami hasn't fallen behind. In fact, ahead in XP, so you're going to need this Kokulin to flex those muscles a bit by the time the next fight starts out. Never a good sign when the opposing solo laner is proxying out a wave. But look at the way the Wardens continue to play here, Trelly. It's just Leon, followed by Oceans, Windfire Wheels, into Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, and there's just no reaction time for the Athenian Sages. Trying to catch out the Callan Wardens, maybe. But the Warden's able to take a expedition into the Sages' side of the jungle and back away.
Yeah, we're still not in Fire Giant territory just yet. No one's builds are really showing that they could do it quickly enough. But given enough space, it's possible. I think a dive here onto Remakami is not the call either. This is going to be a tower and just going to let Remakami continue farming. It would take a while to kill. But now the tower's gone, they've got plenty of time. I mean,
they might just do both.
Yeah, you've got a solid 2 minutes to chase him down before anyone else from the Sages show up. And it looks like too close to the tier 2 tower. They are going to call that one off. Point is, though, that Oni Fury will spawn in shortly. The Pyromancer will spawn in. Until then, the Wardens are just running around, seeing what they can get down. And maybe this time Remakami actually overstayed the welcome because the rest of the Wardens are on the way.
Yeah, it's Sash into Windfire Wheels. I bet there's a Whirlwind of Rage and Steel somewhere around the corner. CC immunity from Remakami buys time and buys space. But Leon, he's got the gap close. Then another one for the jungler of the Callan Wardens. Still 9 of 9 affected kills for both jungle and support. And 8 of 9 for Joshi. It's just been a roaming 3-man death ball. It's taken fights to Slash. It's taken fights to Tuba. And it's really been brutal for Short Fuse and Priv, who both dropped a couple of times. Priv with no beads early in the game. Been jumped on a lot. Good news is, though, for the Athenian Sages, Wowie has been able to sit back, farm up in that lane, finishes up Demonic Grip, opens up the tower. This Oleron still very threatening here at the 19-minute mark.
Certainly can be, especially if paired with Jengaru. That Demonic Grip is going to make sure that you're shredding prots for your other magical characters. Priv will also get a bit of a benefit, I suppose, but more so just support. And now that Oni Fury has spawned in, we're seeing a full 5-man grouping here as Leon sort of lurks on the right side of the map, maybe looking to see if he can take anyone up. Could be a bait, but I think this Fury would go down for free. Who are they going to be able to find, though? This time it's Priv, and I don't imagine you want to waste ult on that.
Priv uses the freeze, but Leon, he's got to use Windfire Wheels to get out. Opening kill, that's Joshi. Onto the Emir, Short Fuse, uninterested in continuing this fight. Has a bubble. There's plenty of CC to pop it from the Callan Warden side of things. These are the types of fights, though. The Sages have to pick this perfectly. I mean, you're down by almost 4,000 gold. Not game-ending yet. You lose a handy enough fight around an Oni Fury at 19 minutes, and the Wardens play clean enough from then on out. It is effectively a game-ending type fight. So picking and choosing what you're willing to give up here might just change the face of this game in its entirety if you're the Sages.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that if the Sages got wiped or dropped 3, the Wardens just beeline for Fire Giant at that point. We are at that stage of the game where it's certainly possible, but still, the Sages have been walking up. They were able to find good damage. It's just Priv cannot stand alone. Where's Ramakami with the blink ult? And it looks like we might be able to find it here.
That's great from Slash. Jumps in. Oceans on a whirlwind of rage, and Steel actually now has to get out on his own. Short fuse has the gap close, and a nice knock up on the other side as well. Ramakami still chasing down the back, and it's Leon on a rampage as
Big
Slash
push.
sends 3 back, but Tuba's got to leave. The damage dealers just cannot stay in this fight, but maybe Joshi still has something to say about it. Slash leaps up and away. The health bar so low, and Leon on the miraculous ring toss keeps the Sages at bay.
Yeah, that was some juke shoes there from Tuba, and it looks like low health bars throughout. Everyone's going back to base. Short Fuse and Oceans both dead. Oceans will be up a little bit sooner, but still looks like a full-on reset here for both of these teams. The Sages are fighting back pretty well for how much XP-wise they are down. I mean, Short Fuse is level 16. That's 2 levels to Leon, and Priv is sitting 2 levels down as well. Everyone else is trying to deal with that deficit, and they're stepping up and fighting just fine for the time being, but some power spikes come through. Leon finishes Heartseeker. That's going to really up the damage of this Naja, and it looks like Tuba probably pretty close, finishing that Bluestone Brooch and also working on a Heartseeker of their own. They're just scaling here, are the Wardens. As long as the Sages are okay with stalling, they're actually going to go over towards the Pyromancer, maybe just trying to trade these objectives.
See if the Callan Wardens immediately then pull the Oni Fury, which they will. Slash, a chance to steal away the Pyromancer, doesn't steal it away. Makes life uncomfortable, though. Now a Runic Bomb for both teams, both junglers possessing 1. Oni Fury will be an afterthought here for the Callan Wardens. Both teams pick one up. Ramakami does end up going into Prophetic, a couple items after when Slash did. Already 8 stacks built up, though. And so this Kokullen, in just the course of a couple of team fights, has been able to add up quite nicely on the Prophetic Cloak while getting the benefit of the Soul Eater and the Glad Shield, the Oni Hunter's Garb after the fact there as well. Despite a 4,000 gold lead or so, Trelly, Callan Wardens, who have been controlling most things and still would consider themselves in the driver's seat. That last fight, 1-for-1 trades, first stages were low, Callan Wardens couldn't finish it off. Still a lot up for grabs in the first game.
And you know what? I talked a bit about how I think the narrow corridors of this map sort of made Merc a little bit worse, and I guess something I didn't consider is how it makes Nike better. We saw Slash completely cut off a whole jungle path and just push everyone towards the team at that point. Tier 1 tower being looked at, and it looks like we'll go down pretty freely as Priv takes a little bit of poke there, and Leon actually wanted to see if they could find the Ymir with that sash. Maybe wants to run away at this point. The rest of the team wants to head on back to base and maybe finish up some items. Level 20 coming soon for a lot of these carries. It does look like Joshi was able to upgrade that Pendulum of Ages as well.
Yep.
But now the Sages are trying to step up, see if they can grab a Tier 1 tower before the rest of the team returns. That teleport might just call it off.
Slash teleports back through, gets Spirit Robe. Mitigation build, just missing that final piece. I mean, Nike hard enough to kill off anyway. Now you're going to have a shield, but there's a Sunder pickup for Privative. We wondered if that's been the answer. Doubly effective up against the Nike. This damage from Leon and the rest of the Callan Wardens. It's too much for Ramakami, who will transform, but doesn't stick around. Short Fuse takes the sash and ults away. Was close. Slash has Blink, has Sentinel of Zeus. Will use neither. Wonder what the call is now for the Callan Wardens. You've TKO'd the solo and the jungle for the Sages, and just Tier 2 is the call.
All right, I like this. I was going to say, if just Joshi goes back, what's the rest of the team going to do? They will all retreat together as the Athenian Sages walk up, maybe trying to get some last-minute vision down towards this Fire Giant. They could go for an attempt at just seeing if they can set up some vision, but there's no way they could go for a pull this early in the game with those builds. The Callan Wardens, however, great team fight. If Tuba has like one more item finish there, Short Fuse definitely goes down, and maybe Ramakami drops as well. But it looks like the final grouping towards this Fire Giant. Some good positioning here for the carries of the Sages. And Priv is going to back up. At the very least, the team knows exactly what's going on here. How they're going to find their way in is the question.
Well, on the narrow corridors, they also feel good for Ymir. You can set up a wall, block off a lot of the members of the Callan Wardens, but there's a Phantom Shell for that. Oceans leaps back forward. Privative low, but he definitely doesn't have the damage to get the kill onto the Ymir. Sanctified Field drapes over just about everyone of the Callan Wardens, who will back away as Ramakami will be sashed once again by Leon. We have seen this story all game long. One more roar. The ring toss won't connect. Bit of poke damage has really been making life difficult for the Sages.
Certainly is, but that means you lost a lot of your ultimates and a fair bit of relics. The Kowloon Wardens are going to full-on retreat there. I was curious if they were going to try and go for a pull just because the Sages were also down, but this is only a 5K gold lead at that. It's not end-all, be-all, we can just pull the Fire Giant in front of you territory. You still have to cross your T's, dot your I's, and more specifically, Leon has to find these clutch ultimates. Last time, it was able to grab the beads there from Jangaru. I'm thinking that could be the target here, but Short Fuse also missing beads. I mean, pretty much anyone could be taken up at this point. You just got to watch out for the amount of damage that can be returned to you when you're landing back into that damage. They got Double Chester going as well with the Bracer buff, so they could be zooming through this Fire Giant.
Beads still there for the Kowloon Wardens. That's important to look at going into this fight. Slash, oh no! Might be in trouble here, and he is. It's Wowie who deals the killing blow. That's where your Ymir pays off. But now you got to disengage because Tuba's got to. The triple for the Chiron who gallops into game number 1. And now it's a doubling back for the Kowloon Wardens. They will gather around the FG, and they've got the burn.
Beautiful wall there from Priv, but not enough to keep the rest of the team alive. Triple kill for Tuba, sitting 5-0. And now the Fire Giant goes down for absolute free. Remakami would be the only one who could teleport in, and he's dead for 30 seconds. So now probably time to grab fire, grab the Pyromancer. I wouldn't be surprised if Leon books it over to Primal Fury just to make sure that no one else can get farm on this map. He does not want the enemy team to get another leg up in this team fight. And they're just going to sit back for a bit. They've got a solid 10K gold lead by the time they grab all this, and they haven't even grabbed those towers just yet. It's going to really start to add up fast. The damage numbers as well. Top of the charts, the Naja, these ring tosses in the jungle have been consistent, and they've got plenty of gold in hand to spend up.
Short Fuse has had a real tough game this game. I mean, the Pele just has not been able, in my eyes, to find that back on. You're talking about damage dealt differences, and you know, that's, you can only glean so much from that. But LAO up top, he had like 23,000, something like that. Short Fuse a bit lower down, just above the supports, 9,000 or so. Everyone on the Kowloon Wardens feeling comfortable in a lot of their poke damage. Tuba, I think, has really started to be effective in these last couple of fights as well. 5,000 or so damage ahead of WoW. It's really the mid lane battle, the only one that's particularly close right now, where you expect a Merlin to feel good. 5,000 more damage out of Solo. The gold lead has helped with that, but the jump in is followed up by a lot of burst and a lot of poke from the Kowloon Wardens on cooldown. Now, this is where life gets awkward, Trilly. We've talked about the 4-minute buff with the 4-minute respawn on Fire Giant. I wonder if that forces teams on defense to make plays, because you're forced to extend out immediately if you want to contest the next fire.
Yeah, certainly could be the call. If I'm Priv, Wowie, and Jangaru, I'm staying as far away from Oceans and Slash as I can at this point. They are very close to finishing up those stacks, and when they do, the front line that has been giving them so much trouble will get even more annoying once those cloaks evolve. Just try to do as much damage as you can from the back of the team fight and keep your birds alive. It will be a full-on reset, though. Primal Fury goes down, and the Wardens get to group, spend up the last of their gold, and decide, do they want to go in and try and break the base, or are they setting up for another Fire Giant fight, this time Enhanced Fire Giant, before they go for the full end attempt. Doesn't mean that the Sages haven't hit their power spikes as well. I think once Remakami gets that Sigil of the Old Guard online as Kakulin, gets much more annoying. You can see that Wowie finally got that Diamond Arrow, so some extra auto attack damage there for this Oleron. We've already seen some very clutch Sanctified Fields. The ultimates have been hitting. It's just not enough follow-up just yet.
Oh.
And Jangaru's been positioning quite well. Still sitting 0-0-3, hasn't died yet this game. The Merlin is able to do plenty of damage if the team fight, if the tanks are allowed to set up for it. And it looks like the Remakami actually did get that upgrade, so we'll see a true tanky Kakulin trying to dive this backline once the Phoenix Siege begins.
Also, new Sundering Axe feels really good.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think Slash, getting that upgrade. You're going to jump in and get a little extra burst off the top. I mean, the 3% of their health is fine, and then plus 2% of your protection from items, especially when you've gone tanky, should feel pretty good. Gets procced maybe on Short Fuse just now, and a little bit of chunk there. So it's a 3-2 split. Kowloon Warden send a couple towards mid, 3 towards left. Short Fuse desperately hoping to make an impact later in the game here. Same with Wowie. Especially now, you're almost full build on this Oleron. Sanctified Field has been good for disengaging Trelly, but rarely have seen it used to lock down the targets of the Callan Wardens.
Oh, no.
Privative steps forward, and this is what we talk about with some of the awkward moments towards the end of the Fire Giant. The buff's about to wear off. Priv wondering if you can step up and find ward coverage, and now it's a mistake. That might just end the game. Wowie uses ult, but it's not enough against Tuba. Short fuse desperately running away, and a double kill from Joshi. And this game has slowly gotten out of control. Unfortunately, El Leon will not keep 100% kill participation alive. It'll be 16 out of 17 at least. You won't lose any more of that percentage as one more goes up to the sky. Another kill under Ramakami around the corner. It won't make it. And the Callan Wardens a clean Game 1 win.
You couldn't have set that one up better. The Fire Giant buff is going out. It looks like the Wardens are retreating. Priv walks up and check the jungle, maybe get some wards down. The rest of the team says, oh, wait, we're actually not retreating. We're going to get this pick. Then we're going to run it through mid and end the game. You got to change up your mindset once you know that Fire Giant's going to be respawning. Could the Sages have even defended as 5? It didn't seem so, but they don't get the chance to find out.
Well, Troy, that's one of those games. Every so often you'll see these types of Ymir games, right? And this is independent of Priv. It's just the style of composition the Wardens have. You don't have beads early on Ymir. That can sometimes just be the target. How many sashes, Windfire Wheels, Whirlwind of Rage and Steels, and then, dead Ymir did we see that built up a lead? And it really felt like the Wardens were being relentless over on the right side of the map. They put so much emphasis on making Cucullin's life uncomfortable. It's a fantastic look where I just don't think the Sages had an opportunity to play their own comp. Felt like the game was getting towards the Sages at every facet.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part about Ymir, right? You're either standing at the front line setting up your team, or you're dying so the rest of them can escape.
Yep.
And in this case, that happened more often than not. I'm thinking maybe a different style of composition for game number 2.
Leon loves the nausea, and this game shows us why. It's a Game 1 win for the Callan Wardens. Bounce back time. Edge of defeat now for the Athenian Sages. Can't lose anymore. We'll see what happens in Game 2 after this.
Game number 1 of our second elimination set goes over to the Kowloon Wardens. A very dominant start to the day and to the set, I should say, for this team out there, especially when you look over kind of against the frontliners more specifically, Gore. It really felt like Remikami and Privative were kind of the targets on the side of the Athenian Sages that the Kowloon Wardens really wanted to put a lot of that focus to.
Yeah.
A lot of the kills landing the way of Elion, but definitely setting up for the rest of his squad for success.
Yeah, I think you get the very standard, like, okay, one guy got everything, but it was a very much team effort. And we've seen that a couple times today, but sometimes, hey, when your slash line looks that good, that's all you need to talk about right afterward. I think that you're right to highlight where their targeting goes, though, right? A lot of focus over onto the side, perfectly coming up. It's Remikami right there immediately, and if you can control the front line, you can control a lot in the game of Smite, right? Like, admittedly, yes, your carries are going to be the ones that are doing a lot of damage on a team, but if you are capable of just demolishing the tanks up front, that's going to save you so much time and effort. And so I think there are a lot of little moments here where we got to see the Sages unfortunately tumble in positions that, while they tried to fight back as best they could, there just wasn't much for them to do in those instances, and a lot of it is just catching them out. I think that what we got out of the Wardens was a really good engage comp that, honestly, I don't think I gave it enough credit in the engage portion of it in the pregame desk. Like, looking at it now, it's way more obvious after you've seen it played, right? When you're like, oh, wait a minute, it's Naja and Xingqian. They can just make fights happen whenever, wherever. And once they start rotating in, all of a sudden it becomes a big deal. You get some really good presence from Leon over on left. I think that you just really get to see the Wardens step up the way they need to. Again, if you're looking to not only prove that you need to be and belong in the SBL, but also that you deserve to win this set, I think that's the way you need to do it. You need to come in, you need to play clean, and you need to get kills like that. When your jungler's undying, when your carry's undying, 5-0-11, 6-0-6, that already is showcasing that you've had a ton of prowess in the way that the game went down. But when you look at the assist column, 11, 11, 12, I mean, it's just so well played by the Wardens as a unit, as a team. And while a lot of those kills maybe fall onto Tuba or Leon, you can tell that they were working together for it. It's all that setup, all of the knockups, all of the pulls, all of the whatevers that really do just enable that team to just lay into the Sages. And unfortunately, again, for the Sages, they didn't have much of an answer for it.
Yeah, if I learned anything from a couple of those highlights in that one, it's that There's a lot of yellow numbers flying around in these team fights between these the assassin, between the hunter, building the bluestone, crusher, heartseeker, and even the mage there, that Tiamat getting those extra little procs there. Lots of yellow damage so far in this meta that's been established between these teams. We jump into the picks and bans, though, for game number 2 between the Sages and the Wardens. And it really feels like, now, Gord, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but it really feels like maybe the best people to put that priority and get those picks on early are those frontliners. Because, I mean, we talk about, we look back to the first set earlier in the day. Aquarius goes like 11-1, literally standing in the middle of 4 people behind their Phoenix, isn't taking any damage. Well, what's maybe one way that you can stop that from happening? Kill him early. You prevent him from getting that sigil online. You prevent him from getting those tanky items. So maybe that's where the Callan Warden's focus was. Don't let this Kakolan get too tanky. Don't let this Ymir get very strong either. Just keep them down as easy as we can. We'll see if they follow that same thread in game number 2. First bans out by the Sages are targeting at Elion. Thor and Naja both banned.
And that, honestly, I think those are smart bans, right? Immediately you're trying to control some of the problems that you've had. Thor, this weekend. I keep saying that. It's been Wednesday and Thursday. It's kind of not been the weekend. This week so far.
And that's technically like our Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, so really it's just like a bad verbiage altogether. But so far in the last 2 days, this tournament, there we go. He has been just an absolute menace and someone that I think is going to continue to showcase maybe more prowess over the next few days if he gets let through. I like the fact that they're banning him just to make sure that it is a little more control, a little easier to get rid of. And admittedly, when you get rid of something like the Thor and the Naja, it's a lot of instantaneous fight position and potential. A wall or a sash in a lot of those moments just means that you can just show up, create a fight. Whether you win it or not is more than likely going to go in your favor just because you're the one who gets to kind of choose those engagements. Good mid laner behind one of those junglers makes a big difference. And so I think the Sages are just doing a good job. If they're not going to first pick like a Naja or they're not going to first pick a Thor, do not let Leon have it.
No, you certainly not want to let a player like Elion have a god that can really dictate the early pacing of this game. So the Sages ban those two plus a Soul. Opposite side, Vamana, Mercury, and Yamoja all banned away by the Wardens. That leaves some pretty powerful picks up, notably the Freya. If you want to go with one of the magical hunters, we do see Olorun still available if maybe the Wardens want to go towards that as a potential pick. But I also think the Maui still available, Ymir as well if you want to look towards some supports. Could very likely be something that the Callan Wardens go to in their top 2, but maybe even looking for something towards their mid lane. Tiamat, that's been so prevalent this entire tournament, still open for one of these two teams to pick.
Now, Freya is not an instantaneous win, right? Like, just because you have it, it is the best pick that was open right then. But it does mean that your team now has a pretty distinct advantage. Pretty safe, right? Or not a self-banish. Technically, I guess you have that. And
you yourself banish them.
Yeah, you can jump up, but you can banish people. And so you've got good peel, a good survivability in your own lifesteal, plus your damage output, plus your ultimate. So you've got a lot of survivability, I think, that Freya is able to bring. Plus the early game damage buffs that she was receiving last year have really just scaled well up, especially to this point. And so I think the Sages have put themselves off to a good start, but it really is what can you do with it, right? She's not a guaranteed win. It's just a very, very good asset that you have. Everything around her is going to matter just as much. I like the Maui hover. I think that as a support, he's really solid. And we know that Oceans has played that a lot, so being able to strip that away from the Wardens, not let them have something that has been comfortable on the other side, give Priv something that is very easy to engage with and not put yourself in a lot of danger, feels like it's a really good start for him. Also gives you a lot of opportunities. If they let this through, the Wardens either pick it immediately or ban it the second that it's not locked in. And so I think that it's a do or die, get that now or suffer.
Yeah, definitely want to pick your support before you give that over, especially a pick like Maui to Oceans.
Yeah.
One of the players I probably wouldn't want to be given that pick over towards, considering the performance he's had on it in the past at the tail end of Season 9, and even so far just this weekend. But Maui and Achilles will be the selections for the Sages before we jump into the next wave of bans. Tiamat once more for the Callan Wardens.
Yeah.
Xing Chen was the final of the 5 for the Callan Wardens, and Naja obviously banned away, so Wardens can do a near full run back if they so choose to, unless the Sages ban the Xing Chen out this time around and keep away from Oceans. But Oceans is one of those weird players you always talk about, a guy who's not necessarily playing the meta all the time and certainly playing his own style. of selection and his own style out on the battleground. So we'll see if he decides to run that one back. As far as the next wave of bans go, it does start out with a Lancelot, taking some physical damage out of the jungle. And then an Ao. We saw a pop-off performance from an Ao just in the set prior. So the Sage is not going to want to let that one through over towards Leon.
Honestly, I do not mind that, right? Again, any kind of jungle bans that you can isolate. Not the ones that immediately come to mind. You know, even things like the Awelish has been pretty high up for Leon. But admittedly, when you've got someone who's played as much, as long as Leon, then the God pool goes pretty deep. So you have to think what has been and what could be a problem here. I think the execute that we saw earlier for the Ao Kuang was maybe some of the best. Like, the damage output period was insane. But that execute really opens up a lot. And also stifles some of the supports that you could have, or any frontliners, really, from being as adept and as strong as they could. Because if we're in a game where we're talking a lot about mitigations, which we have been because of the solo laners lately, got to get that guy to 20% instead of 0, right? 25% instead of 0, something like that, just to make sure that they die. And all of a sudden, that's a lot easier to kill off your solo laner. So I like the idea of getting rid of one that's prominent, as well as one that Leon has played in the past and done well with.
You want to talk about getting a tanky frontliner, but also having a decent bit of damage into his build. Bacchus for the Kalen Ward, and his pick for Oceans, and one that he is all too familiar with as well in his support roles. So now it goes back over to the Sages, looking for a mid laner and a jungler. Both those being held right now. Agni Susano on the minds of the Sages. We've been seeing a lot of Susano this tournament. Maybe no surprise. I mean, when we talk about 100-0 style of assassins, Susano's definitely one that can fit that bill, and definitely one that we have seen over the course of the weekend. Look, now you got me saying weekend over the course of this tournament so far. But it will not be a Susano. Instead, it'll be Kleena going to the jungle for the Sages.
Honestly, I like that. You know, banned out last time around, one of the more prevalent picks that we've gotten to see so far this week, and has done a lot of damage, right? Has a very good synergy with the builds that we've been seeing. We'll see whether or not it can live up to that. I think that what we've got here for the Sages, looking at the team as a whole, very, very adept team fights, right? I mean, you've got good AoE, good damage from an Agni, good engage coming from a Maui. Freya's very safe. Freya's very damaging. Achilles has the execute. And, of course, Kleena, as we just mentioned, is a lot of damage, good synergy, and can be all over the place. There's a ton of walls that you can utilize. And I said that kind of as a joke last time, but, like, it is pretty damn helpful when you can either use them for escape or use them as engage. So a lot of opportunities I think that the Sage's jungler is going to be able to find. But we do get something on the back that I'm actually really happy with, because Awelish locked in. It's one that Mifflin mentioned yesterday when we were first starting to talk about Leon. One of his picks that he's always been looking good on. But then you start to look at synergy, and it's like, well, there's a knock-up on every other god in this team. And so all of a sudden, some of them are smaller than others, going to be way more time-based, things like that. But you're going to have a lot, whether it's Nike Leap, whether it's a Bacchus belly flop, things like that. Admittedly, most of the time when we talk about it, and we will then harp on about synergy and the other 4, and then 90% of the game is just the Awelish getting her own knock-ups anyway. Still probably going to be likely, but then you also have that with a bunch of damage amp. Something that can get hands-on early on. And last time I was thinking, oh, it needs to go towards the left if it wants to find some success. Still could do so. But after what we saw Leon do, Awelish can do some similar things to a Naja. Not quite the exact same because you don't have the sash, but you can get hands-on early on, CC people a little bit, and if you are able to either find a knock-up or get your root, it's a lot of damage in a very small space, and suddenly if you're, a Nike with some follow-up, and Achilles is suddenly an easy kill. A Freya is suddenly an easy kill. It all just depends on how many relics that you're going to be burning in the process. I think this is Awelish, if we can carry on some of the hot hand that we just saw, is going to have a pretty good time.
And I'll be honest, Gordon, when we saw Maui kind of splash, make a giant tsunami jumping into the competitive scene, I was wondering how long it's going to be before we saw Awelish kind of make her rise back. He goes up onto that solar swing, and he's sitting there for such a long time in the air. Just pull him right back down, drag him right back into the middle of the team fight. Now his escape is gone. You might have to force an ultimate at that point to try and have any kind of escape path. So maybe we see that just not only for the synergy that the Wardens already have with it, but maybe as a counter up into that one.
Yeah.
For the Athenian Sages, though, things kind of fell apart early for this team. A lot of dives over onto the right side, taking down Remikami, taking down Privative. Do you think the Sages have put maybe enough safety within their frontliners and maybe enough extra burn and peel from their backliners to maybe try and help them through this early game.
You definitely have a lot of peel, right? I mean, Agni stuns immediately, like he can keep himself safe, Freya can keep herself safe, but you also then have Maui's ult, Maui's hook, which, as much as I like to use them as engages, they're just as good as, hey, stop chasing that, guys. And then you have Achilles stun, things like that. So you do still have a lot that can help keep your carries safe, keep yourself safe, or set up your team. The downside is going to be whether they can get it all rolling the way they need to. It feels like the Wardens want a W key.
Well, the Callan Wardens are 1 game away from moving on in the bracket. The Sages are 1 away from elimination. Can they bring it back and take us to a game 3? To find out, we'll jump into game number 2 with Dulcet and Trelly.
Our second elimination match of the day could come to a close here in game number 2 if the Callan Wardens are able to find another victory that would send the Sages home and end their SPL hopes for the year here in Season 10 of the Smite Pro League. And, of course, as such, would keep the Wardens' hopes alive. And Trelly, El Leon won't get the Naja back, but another El Leon pick. Is this a Wheelix? And there's some decent setup for this Wheelix and El Leon throughout the course of this game.
There certainly is, and I think that there is a lot of ways to deal with a Wheelix as well. The Athenian Sages have plenty of knock-up immunity on their side that can help them, just try and disrupt that pull and not get hit by it in the slightest. But also, Wheelix just has good early damage. If you start a blink and you just find a carry, like levels 2 to 3, you've got 100 to 0 capabilities if you have just a little bit of help from your carry. So I'm curious to see where that Wheelix gets active, probably in the mid lane, maybe even heading over to duo early. We've seen that done plenty of times. Just an early gank over towards the duo lane. You go for an immobile target. I see a Freya, could be the option, but Wowie does like to play very safe, sit back whenever possible. So just have to watch out and see where that goes. This time around, yeah, it looks like El Leon is just going to continuously do this play where he tanks up everything for his team, backs, and goes for that second speed buff. And keeps their health healthy. And, like I said, I don't think the other team even notices. They're like, hey, he could be ganking. We don't know where he is. Be careful.
Right, and what we saw from game 1 is that it actually didn't set him behind at all. I truthfully thought at first he'd just taken too much damage and didn't want to stick around, and now I'm seeing it's actually more of a calculated effort. And actually even pulls the speed over to the Harpies that I guess apparently get left by the dual lane. So this is sort of a tried strategy from the Callan Wardens to siphon some farm over to El Leon, and XP-wise I guess keeps all things equal, but does provide a bit of a different look. This is the same thing Leon did in game 1 though. Got beads off of Jangaru almost immediately. There's blink for El Leon, but not the pathing required. A yell from Short Fuse will send the Wheelix back. I think this has got to be a big game from the dual lane of the Athenian Sages. When it comes to priority support picks and priority carry picks, Freya and Maui are just about it from what we've seen over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I got to agree. It can't be a quiet game from Wowie here. I don't want to see him hiding underneath tower. I don't want to see him sitting back and letting his team just sort of, lose around him. I want to see him stepping up, trying to find 1v1s. Freya is some of the best box you can get. You're definitely outboxing a Chiron throughout the entirety of this game because one auto attack does that. And I don't want to see him hiding under tower any longer, but it looks like Leon also doesn't want to see the Sages hiding under tower. He's trying to force them out, look for a fight whenever possible. Does pull the beads from Short Fuse, using the blink in the process, so could be a target. I already talked about the ways that Short Fuse can just immune that pull, but damage is damage, and the Wheelix has a ton of it this early on.
Bit different of a mindset for Slash this game. We'll stick with the Nike, stick with the axe start, but not right into the prophetic cloak. Instead, something in the shield tree will be that first option. The Athenian Sages dialing up Wowie, as we've talked about. Could be an early priority, but allowing Jangaru to play without too much pressure. Rolling through from El Leon could be there as well. But think about a similar threat where El Leon plus Oceans in game 1, it was Naja, Windfire Wheels into Whirlwind of Rage and Steel on cooldown. Similar opportunities with Oceans and Leon this game. A bit maybe shorter of a CC chain, but still have similar play off one another ability here. Once Oceans and El Leon both hit level 5. Primitive, though, it's a pivot here, Chili. He's gone beads, first item on this Maui, maybe sensing that threat.
Yeah, you kind of have to. I mean, in this matchup, you don't get to play the game as Maui because a lot of your engage is from that solar swing. So having that immunity to be able to actually set up and more specifically retreat when needed, I think is probably a smart call. And Priv also recognizes that last game, the Ymir was the target more often than not. There was a lot of first picks onto that support slot. So wanting to stay a bit safer, stay alive a bit longer, you can buff your team, you can provide that CC or that engage. I think that just shows the adaptations that have already been made here from the Sages from game 1. They were getting the better end of the farm in game number 1 as well. Not so much kills. It was they were losing those fights, but still staying relatively even this time. No kills have went through, and the game is still incredibly even gold-wise. But I imagine the kills will start to fly, maybe off some aggression towards this left side of the map. The shield buff, I feel, is where these duo laners really do start to scrap a bit. This is a very valuable buff, just getting that extra bit of HP. This time, WoW gets to pick it up. And Tuba has shown no want to box with this Freya early on.
No, it's interesting. I mean, Tuba's gone out of this Chiron a couple games in a row, looked great in game 1. Almost like the artillery style AD carry. You send the ult through, you detonate the charges. We saw that do great things in the SPL last year. Realizing that there's going to be enough dive in on the rest of the team, you can just sit back and let the damage fly. I think, Short Fuse got bullied out pretty heavily early in the game, even in the mid game. The damage just never really was there in game 1 out of the jungle for the Athenian Sages. So you're looking at this Kleena to try to make a mark here, Trilly, especially, if you're continuing the conversation that we had about the duo lane. Maui, one of the most sought-after support picks. Same with the Freya. Kleena, whether it be, over in duo lane or some other roles across the map, have been important. That is a knock-up and a pull onto Short Fuse, speaking of the Kleena. Pull never fully completes as the beads were expended. Another early beads burnt by the El Leon Joshi combo.
That's a beautiful pull as well. I mean, it is very difficult to hit that max range knock up, and it seemed like Short Fuse assumed he was out of range.
Right back to blue.
So getting that beads down right over to blue buff. Make sure to put that pressure on Aremakami on this Achilles. All the while he's getting pressure over in duo lane. Grab those bastions early, as Magical ADC should be able to. And taking away the speed buff there from Short Fuse. And this is
why
rough.
there's 2 of them.
There is 2 of them. You get to save 1, but there's not 2 red buffs, and it looks like Leon is going to try and steal that one away. Not going to be able to. And here comes Primitive, and they want to kill on Oceans.
Oceans is already belly flopped in. Now used as Intoxicate, but watch out. As that belly flop is back up, there's the knock-up. Landfall from Primitive. Actually pulls Leon right back into the fight. It's first blood already for the Athenian Sages. Ocean's the one who falls, and Jangaru, the one dealing the killing blow. Maybe a bit overzealous from the Callan Wardens.
Yeah, it seemed like Oceans thought that landfall was going to pull him back in regardless, so might as well flop in, hope that Slash can make the rotation and just decide to fight. Didn't exactly work out, and it looks like the first blood will go the way of Jangaru on this Agni. I mean, a lot of damage coming through late game, and getting off to a start like this definitely will help you out. But I think just a good rotation over from Priv as well. That fight probably just becomes a red buff invade. You attempt to steal and give up if the Maui doesn't make that jump over the tower, or over the wall, I guess, through the tower.
Yep.
So good on them. And that's going to help out. Just keep the farm neutral, because again, Jangaru does not want to get bullied, whereas Joshi's had free farm, was able to eat the speed buff by himself, and is sitting at level 9 already.
He sure is. Glad Shield start here for Slash. A second item after Prophetic was initially built. Slash was under a bit of pressure. The Sunder did some work there in game 1. Another knock-up for setup for Leon. Fatal strike to the side. Slash, though, drops the slow. Should be able to clean this up. And no, that's nice healing from Remakami back on the other side. And Leon has the last bit of damage. Remakami did just about everything there, but drops just too much setup damage and lockdown from the Callan Wardens.
You know when you're watching football and the pump fake, like the camera follows the pump fake?
Right.
I went right. I was like, he's certainly ulting right. He switched back left at the last second. Good healing there as well with the Axe proc and just the natural heal that Achilles has. And that's the benefit of that breastplate of regrowth. I think Remakami, if Short Fuse is anywhere in the vicinity, there's a chance those juke shoes get him out there because of how long he lived and how much he's able to use that movement speed and that heal to sort of juke around. Unfortunately, Wheelix has plenty of lockdown, and Slash was able to tank up as much as they really needed to make sure that gank goes through. So Achilles falls and gives that kill over to Leon. Level 9 on the Wheelix, a 2-level lead on Short Fuse.
Goodness, what's happened there? I mean, just the one kill.
Yeah, Short Fuse lost the speed buff, had to
sure.
sit around for a bit, and I think this Wheelix has just been, you know, using Suku to traverse the map and take as much farm as possible.
It's worked out for Leon. But again, this was the story in game 1, where the kill for the Wardens, it's great, but it just stabilizes the gold because the Sages have done wonderfully in the farming elsewhere on the map. It's all this time building up Wowie. I continue to heap expectations on the left side, hoping to make it back into the SPL. It's a long competitive career. One of the best picks at the moment. Good setup around you. Get the ring online. Potentially demonic grip after that. Those 2 items make Freya very difficult to scrap up against. And Wowie will get there. One thing that's been different a bit in this set, though, Trelly, is we've seen a lot of like 6, 7, 8-minute Gold Furies in previous sets. Now maybe those have been more lopsided right off the bat, but feels like we've been waiting, 10, 11, 12, 3, 4 minutes shifted down the road in the last couple games.
Yeah, this is elimination game. These teams are relatively evenly matched, you would think, if given the right opportunity. A swing from a Gold Fury could just change the game in your favor and you're going home. So I can see why both of these squads are playing this a bit safer. In this case, the Wardens have been getting the better end of the early game kill-wise, and even they are not going over towards these objectives. They know how much it could be thrown just by one mistimed cast towards trying to confirm that Fury early on. So looks like we're just going to be following a Wheelix. I mean, because Short Fuse has shown no sign to want to fight, sitting at 800 damage total, whereas Leon's sitting at 3,000.
Right.
Wherever the Wheelix goes, the fight goes, and Remakami definitely has a ward over. Uses an emote just to say, hey, I know exactly where you are and I'm not stepping up. So Leon's going to have to look somewhere else for his next gank.
And a good bit of that damage from Short Fuse was the only kill. It was some Yell damage onto Oceans. Built up. Sages, though, group up around the Gold Fury. Oceans is not going to be in time for this. Sages, great call around the left side objective. Privative uses the beads, but a landfall onto Leon. Will take a tower shot. He'll scurry away. Beads off of Priv. But Sage is happy just to take the advantage. Not game-breaking by any means, not just yet. It's opened up Slash to being slightly annoying.
He got the buff, man.
And ends up dropping the blue buff. I'm still not used to seeing the buff like behind the tower, like with all the leashing and stuff that ends up going on. That's where we've seen some fighting happening. Knock up, no good onto Remakami. Walks away just fine. Would have been under some threat. Might have seen a run back of exactly what just happened. Tier 2 Hi-Rez for Leon. Would have been a nice bit of extra burst damage there. Oceans died in this spot. Maybe 5 or so minutes ago in this game, but he'll leap out. He'll be okay this time. Though continued right side pressure for the Wardens.
Yeah, Leon's still trying to find a pull through that wall. Remakami knows there's no way that he can really step up out of this tower line anytime soon, that is. Leon's still going to sit here. He's losing, apparently, not enough farm to warrant him actually walking out. They might even go for the tower dive here, remember. Slash has 2 health bars, essentially, with that ult. And it looks like they're just going to ult for the tower instead.
Yeah.
Just make sure they get that extra gold in pocket. And there's no other pressure. As long as Tuba doesn't step up past the halfway point, Short Fuse has 2 options. Match the rotation and try and help in the 2v2, which they don't think they're going to win, or try and force a gank over on left. And Tuba's playing far enough back that Short Fuse is just sapping farm from mid and saying, good luck, Remakami. I hope that the Achilles is able to live for a bit longer, but I'm not helping.
Now, Tuba, he's kicked up. He's stacking Transcendence, got Jotuns now. The Wowie on the other side doing the same, couple rings, looking like a 3rd ring right in a row here on this Freya. In a really, really good spot. That'll add to some health burn whenever these fights do end up breaking out. So I think early boxes checked here by the Athenian Sages, Trelly. They've not fallen behind in the same way that they did in game 1. Already a couple thousand gold down at this point in the first game. Giving themselves every opportunity. The Kleena maybe has been a bit less active, but maintained rate of farm. You're still getting to a really strong point on that pick. Leon blinks forward. Literally none of the knockups connecting on a Short Fuse, and you've used 2 blinks for that. If you're the Callan Wardens, but they'll double back for the Pyromancer. The fight maybe now brewing, though. Short Fuse got to be careful. Landfall onto Ocean. Stun, damage, all of it, and it's enough. It's Short Fuse on the first. Remakami, though, dashes away. Auto attack not enough from Leon. Slash jumps forward and has the last bit, and in fact a double kill as the Sentinel of Zeus is used for the execute. The Wardens will trade out at least 2 for 1, though the tower still threatening. A rotation in from Tuba Trelli might make all the difference.
And it looks like Jangaru's going to fall down with a feather step, and Priv lives with 1 HP. Tuba makes the massive rotation, but where's Wowie? On the left side of the map, just trying to grab some farm in the meantime. Recognize, hey, maybe it's a dead fight. Maybe my rotation means nothing, but farm on the fray is more important. And it looks like losing the Pyromancer will be the call here. The Wardens, what a great time to dive. And I thought Short Fuse, the pre-beats to get into the wall, was able to escape unscathed there, but the rotation in from Slash turns out to be too much. And actually, if Wowie gets found out where he is here, could be in some trouble, but it looks like Slash just wants to take some farm and run away. I wanted to make sure I saw the build. Slash doesn't have too much magical defense, so I don't think wants to trade with Wowie too hard, but maybe is just sticking around to make sure there's no vision on this Oni Fury, or the Sages can't set up any sort of cheeky plays while everyone goes back to base.
Pyromancer, or at the beginning of that scrap, taken by the Callan Wardens. Slightly worrying trend for the Wardens is that not a lot of the belly flaps and jumps in have been connecting for knockups and pulls for Leon. Beads have been getting used, though. Jangaru, Priv, still waiting a couple of minutes for those. Valuable target. Jangaru would be on this Agni. Maui's look good so far. Might need to see a bit more of it, though. Oni Fury now picked up by the Callan Wardens. It looks like the Sage is just scattering out a bit. Yeah, nobody from the Athenian Sage is going to step up around the Oni Fury, and shield buff for the Callan Wardens. Though it's slow, slow is fine here. And the Sages paying their respects to the Callan Wardens.
Yep, they're going to grab that one for free. We see a bit of a grouping towards the right side of the map, but since Wowie's going left, there's no way they try to go for any fire sneak. They just don't have the DPS to do it without him. I mean, Short Fuse brings a bit with Tear the Veil, but they really don't have enough to burst through this early 15-minute fire giant, so they're just going to have to give that Fury up on the left side of the map, and looks like just go back to farming here. They've got Oni minions to worry about. I want the Sages to force something here. If I'm Short Fuse, I'm probably sitting in left lane. I'm popping a sentry ward down, and then I'm just waiting to see if Tuba steps up, because you're not able to force anything else. You're not killing Slash anytime soon. It doesn't seem like Joshy's put himself out of position at all, and you definitely don't want to take a 1v1 versus a Wielix in the jungle. Your only play is to play through Wowie and try and force Tuba back, but more often than not, he's underneath that tower line or barely at the halfway point. So Short Fuse hasn't really been able to find any sort of ganks on this side of the map. Maybe Priv is able to pull a relic to open up some doors.
That just hasn't been the same level of force from the Sages. I mean, I'm glad you bring up Wowie. 3 rings in. I mean, this is what you chill and farm for on the Freya, it feels like. You're in a really strong spot now. Problem for the Athenian Sages, there's nothing immediately on the map to fight over. Could be a shield buff, but the Callan Wardens have grouped effectively over on left. Solar swing forward from Privative. Look at the damage from Wowie. It's Ocean's being shredded through Valkyrie's discretion. 2 shots hit, but Ocean lives. And Leon and the rest of the Callan Wardens have just grouped better. They've chased down Privative. Wowie left running without ultimate. He'll fall. Fatal Strike blocked by the Callan Wardens, and Remikami will also come up empty-handed. The opening of the fight looked amazing, but the end of the fight looked terrible for the Athenian Sages. They've lost 3 for 1.
Yeah, Short Fuse is able to pick up 1 pick on the tail end there. Leon tries to find that solo in the jungle, but now Tier 1 towers being looked at. Maybe even pushing in for a Tier 2. What can the Sages do about it? I mean, most of them are dead at the moment. They can't really form any sort of defense. It looks like Priv will walk up to try and put a stop to this, as the rest of the team is split pushing. I like this play from Short Fuse. Get as much farm as you can. You can catch up in the jungle in the time being, but the levels are starting to grow to a scary degree. Slash is 3 levels up on Remikami. This Nike, nigh unkillable. Tier 2 tower just dropped as well. It is not going to be easy to siege any sort of fight anytime soon. Wow, he still has damage
this is
on.
good.
Are they going to leave this Nike, or is Tuba going to help with some damage? It looks like Tuba will, but this seems like a slow burn for Slash to eventually get caught out, right?
Short Fuse going to rotate through here as well. Short Fuse may actually be on the wrong side of this fight.
Wow.
Nice belch out from Ocean. Somehow Slash lives. And, you know, again, it's a glimpse at what now this Freya build can do. And how he had that opening. I mean, you go back to the fight that ended up going wrong. Wowie had that opening. Great poke damage on Oceans, who sort of melts under a lot of the damage that Wowie had. Couldn't finish up the kill, and it maybe just seemed like the Wardens were able to group up a bit quicker, a bit better.
Yeah, it seems like if Wowie can isolate his auto attacks on anyone that's not Slash,
right,
they get melted. The issue now becomes you have no relics. Once Valkyrie's discretion goes down, the Kowloon Wardens also have great damage, and you gotta watch your positioning. Pyromancer's being looked at here, as the rest of the Sages are sort of spread out throughout the map, but definitely focused towards the left side. Would they grab Primal Fury instead of defending Fire Giant? I don't think so, even this early on. You don't want to let that snowball get that massive. It's already pretty big, 4K gold in favor of the Wardens. You're probably playing for defense, you know, get your relics online, and I would just change up the whole game plan to trying to peel for this Freya. Whichever way you can, get some damage, get some CC, and more specifically, try and keep this Nike away from the Freya.
It's easier said than done.
Oh,
and
it's
hard.
not easy.
Slash has had a really nice set so far. 3-0-4 here in game 2. Same pick in game 1. Looked great then. 2-level lead now over Remikami, who on the Achilles made some plays happen in solo, largely to just keep themselves alive, but hasn't been able to get it done. Remember, this is a knockout game. The Athenian Sages lose here in game 2. They are out of the tournament. No chance to qualify to the SPL this year from this event. So you're worried. You don't want to slow it down and let this game keep getting out of control, but 3,500 gold. How much do you really want to roll the dice on that? You're still within arm's reach, but you might lose fights. Some poke damage from Jengaru helps, but it's not much. Oh man, it's going to happen to Remikami again, isn't it? Fatal Strike. Sends him around to the side. Good stun, though, up and over the wall. Now it's Remikami doing the baiting, and Remikami lives. But Tuba has finished off the kill with his snipes, and Wowie's already used his ultimate. This is now a chance for the Kowloon Wardens to chase down the Freya, and Leon does just that. Again, it's an opening that looks good for the Sages, but it's dashed away by the Wardens.
Short Fuse is in the back line here. I guess the front line, depending on what you want to look at it, as this Primal Fury still is going to be looked at. Leon wants to go for the blink play, and he finds it too low to get into the wall, and Short Fuse goes down. That's that hunter instinct. You do not want to let a low health Cleanus sit by the wall when your team's doing an objective, and that Primal Fury will go down as well, slowly but surely. A Slash just plays zone duty and gets those prophetic stacks even higher as he just sits there clearing waves. I imagine the call should be back. Get all your items online and head over towards Fire Giant. We're at that point of the game. It's not going to burn quickly. The way that Tuba's built, I mean, you're not building auto attack Chiron, but point is you're not going to be shredding. You're definitely able to fight whoever steps up, though.
Yep. Yeah, it's felt awkward for Wowie, where there's so many low health targets. And then I think Valkyrie's discretion, he goes up, maybe trying to finish off some kills, but then the moment you land back down on the ground, you don't have beads, you don't have ult. I mean, barring a miracle whoop, Leon has been there the last couple of times. 9 of 10 affected kills for Leon. 9 of 10 affected kills for Slash. 8 of 10 for Joshi. So where Oceans was a pivotal piece of the initiation and the rotations in game 1, it sort of shifted towards the right side of the map and getting this Nike involved while still rotating around with Joshi and Leon. Fire Giant now pulled. You got 2 runic bombs if you need them, but the Athenian Sages are going to show themselves on left. Kowloon Wardens know they're in mid, and it's Fire Giant defense time. Tournament lives on the line for the Athenian Sages.
Yeah, it looks like they might be trying to set up something here onto Slash. A 4-man grouping
Slash
around the
stops
Nike.
the back.
Are they going to be able to kill this Nike, though? I do not think so. It's going to take a bit, and actually half the team backed. Slash might just be stalling out here to see how long he can keep them around, because a right side Phoenix would be nice for the Kowloon Wardens. I think Slash is doing just that. Stop backs, follow them as far as you can without dying, and the right side Bird's being sieged.
Short Fuse wasn't even in that fight and just now goes back.
Gone.
Blink and you miss it. Suddenly the right side Phoenix is gone. Slash lives. Had to use their ultimate, but I'm not sure he's worried about that. And then that's where that runic bomb comes into play as well. Big chunk of damage there in the middle of that siege. Just soften things up a little bit quicker for the Kowloon Wardens. You know, when you're in desperation mode, Trelly, I guess you got to look for plays like that. This one just did not work out.
Yeah, I think if the entirety of the Sages sat there, they still might not have killed Slash, but they would have lost Phoenix anyway, so maybe that was the call. It would have taken a bit if they wanted to chase him down fully. You lose one bird, And it looks like the full-on reset for both teams now. I'm trying to look for some power spikes that maybe could change the tides of this fight. You can see Crusher's already built, so Short Fuse building into Titan's Bane. That would help some extra ability damage here. Jagaru's got the Charon's coin, so really he's just looking to upgrade that starter item. And Wowie is a level away as well.
Finishes up Magus.
And
so
the Gem of Focus could help that movement speed juking around the back line. But there's just way more power spikes to talk about on the side of the Wardens. You know, the Heartseeker finished up, Soul Reaver, upgraded starter for Joshi. Leon's got the Protector of the Jungle going into a serrated last item. Just plenty of damage on the side of the Wardens, and still no one's been able to kill this Nike. I mean, Slash is so tanky here. The Sundering Burst is available. Priv's got it. But it's kind of hard if you want to peel your team and also look for Slash, but you want to initiate. You got to almost have 3 different heads to try and just control that team fight the way that it's been going so far from the Wardens.
I know it's been sort of an awkward game for Remakami. Ends up picking up Heart Ward, where, you know, Joshi is the, I mean, I don't want to disrespect Oceans here, but the only big threat as far as magical damage goes. The rest of it's been a lot of physical between Leon. Now the Tiamat's right up there, I mean, above Tuba, so could get some value. Double loop from Wowie. Double pull in from Privative. This is the best fight we've seen start up for the Athenian Sages. Can you finish it off, though? Left side Phoenix is gone. And now one more up down from Slash, and that is a full health bar on a Nike. And a snipe from Tuba. That might just be it for the Athenian Sages. The Callan Wardens have shrugged off the miracle initiation of the Athenian Sages and are just 2 kills away, if even needed, from sending the Sages home.
Seems like the smart call is their play. They want to back up and get this bird first and then look to see if they can go for the end here. Beautiful knock-up by Ocean. Short Fuse goes down, and that should be the end of this one. So many times we saw these low-health targets walk away, and then Tuba just hits that fadeaway, that masterful shot to make sure that no one gets back to base. Clean play throughout. As you already highlighted, so much kill participation there from Elion. There was plenty of play from Oceans that first game, and even this one. It just didn't seem like they were unfazed at all. They were just locked into that game.
Yeah, it's a tough way for the Sages to go out of this tournament. The duo lane, I think, ends up combined 0-8, something like that here in Game 2. Felt like a bit cleaner and more immediate in the shot calling department from the Callan Wardens. A lot of it, of course, centered around Leon. We know that Leon teams love to play around Leon and super high kill participation percentage. And it shifted a bit where suddenly Slash, instead of Oceans, was the one who was nearly at 100% kill participation by the end of this game. There were moments, though, where I'm thinking, all right, Wowie's on this Freya. You see some of the melt damage. Double whoop into a double landfall. I'm thinking, all right, we got ourselves a defense. Callan Warden's just too good. They shrug it off. They turn it around. And at that point, the lead, too hefty.
Oh, yeah.
Fortunately, that's the end of the road for the Athenian Sages, but road continues for the Callan Wardens. 2-0 set to end our day and end the cast. Back to the desk to break this one down.
And the journey of 1,000 steps for the Callan Wardens starts with this one, finding a win now over the Athenian Sages. They will move on in the tournament. Unfortunately for the Athenian Sages, that is the end of the road for them and their chances of making it to the SPL, at least for now and for this year, but maybe another opportunity can come down the road for some of those players out there. Got to highlight at least some of the plays out there that's coming from Wowie and Privative in the duo lane, making great, strong moves out there with the Freya Maui combo. But kind of as you said, the picks and bans score. I mean, Freya is not a auto win condition. She can be a win condition, but
it's a frightening thing to see on the other side.
It's
but
not
if you can
fun.
deal with it, you're set. They dealt with it.
Right.
They dealt with it pretty well. Again, top to bottom, like, it's interesting looking at it, because even at the end, right, you're like, okay, look, you see, like, 13-3. I think it goes a little higher than that towards the kills in the end, but it's like you're just getting more done on the map. You're getting more done in terms of KDA, which is opening up more on the map even then. And then you just get to slowly start to knock people down, right? Tuba has a hell of a game. You get Leon having another hell of a game. Like, this was one of those performances where, very much like the first one, you can tell the team's working together well. Whatever they did from yesterday to today definitely has shown improvement. Now that, like you said, they've stepped forward in the exact direction that they need to. It's still a long road ahead, but that is a great way to keep kicking things off.
yeah, it really feels like the communication across the board is kind of synergized, where it felt kind of a little all over the place in the match for the Callan Wardens against the Storm yesterday. This one felt a lot more holistic for the squad out here, but I mean, as Dave mentioned at the end, and as we saw throughout the entirety of this set, a lot of it centered around the man on your screen right there, Elion. No matter what pick it seems that he can get onto, he can always kind of get things going early for his team.
I think that that's one of the things that you really get. You get someone who has veteranship, you get someone who is a good in-game leader, you get someone who can make some hot plays, and when you have that all combined in the jungle, it makes it very easy for the rest of the pieces to fall in there. But then, you look at some of the teams we've seen in the past, and most of the time it's been, okay, Leon plus some 4 other guys, right? Just who are they? But then you look at this one, you get a lot of names that have been around the scene for a while, a lot of names that have been competing for a long time, and have found some good success throughout all of it. And so you start to put them together, and yeah, of course, you can really easily latch onto the jungler. It's a big jungle meta right now, but I think you get to see some really good play, good damage out of Joshi. You get some really good shots. Nobody else was playing Chiron so far. Tuba makes Chiron look fantastic throughout these last 2 games, and to the point where it's a pick that I'm not even thinking about half the time. We're going down the list. Chiron has not come out of my mouth until it was locked in, but it looked incredible there. Goes 4-0-6, plays incredibly well. 11 assists once again there for Joshi. You get a 3-0-10 slash line for Slash. Again, everybody was a part of this. Everybody had their hand on the ball for the Wardens, and you really get to see the team facilitating for each other, healing for each other, playing with each other to find a win here. I think that if they can keep that up, we're going to see a lot of teams struggle against this Wardens.
And I think similar to what we were talking about earlier with a player like Aquarius, who was getting very active on the map at all stages, Slash as well. I mean, 3-0-10, 13 of the 14 kills in that game, able to go through. Looks great for his team. Tuba goes undying this set, 6-0-6 game 1, 4-0-6 in game number 2.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Looks real good for the Callan Warden. Speaking of Tuba, we got him standing by for our post-game interview.
Yeah, Tuba, I want to pick up right where J-Mac leaves off there. Undying this set. Is that a frontline diff? Is that the Tuba diff? A combination of both? Who are you attributing the set to?
Realistically, right? Slash played crazy. I like insane. Chapo played great. Everyone just locked in. We spent, so we lost last set? A few of us went to bed at like 5 a.m. We spent like 8 hours talking about it, figuring out what we want to do. And it's just, I don't know, like Chiron feels good, right? I'm just sniping people. I'm playing safe. Then I can play with Joshi, who OP mid, right? So I don't know, it just felt good.
Yeah, talk to me a bit more, if you will. The Chiron pick, I don't know, maybe we saw it mid once, if that, this week, and we have not seen it hardly at all. What made it the right pick here in this set?
Well, you see the solo laners, right? Full mitts. Do I want to hit somebody for 26 or hit their like backline, right? Like I tried playing Freya. We saw how that went. I'm not a Freya player. So it's like, you just got to play what you think is good. I think I can help my team by making my impact back there because I'm a natural like front to back player. That's what I've been playing. So I play with my mid laner a lot. I don't look at their backline, so I have to adjust because my dive is, they're crazy. Jesus go in and we're on land, and teams can't handle that usually. So if I can help them and then do what I'm accustomed to doing, it just works.
It's a great mind for the game, and you talk about not playing Freya. I noticed, the Sages get maybe one of the most sought-after duo lanes you can get right now. They get Maui plus Freya here in Game 2. Did not really phase you at all. I think they go combined 0-8 between the two of them, something like that here in Game 2. Did you realize your role was just chill out, farm it up, let's not get this Freya online? Did you have that mindset in Game 2?
To an extent, we were actually scrim partners with the Sages, so they knew what we wanted to do, and then vice versa, obviously. We just wanted to stall the lane, let Chapo get a feel of the map, because his, I know it's I don't know how to explain, like a story or like a stigma, right? Yeah. He's very demanding, very loud. He controls everybody. His first 20 minutes is the best I've ever played with out of any teammate. Like, he just controls the whole game. Yeah. So as long as each player knows their role and lets him do him and play around him, you just see what he's doing. He's dominated almost every game so far. Our scrims, everything.
Guy had near 100% kill participation in both games, and it's a great look for you guys. A lot of fun to watch you guys play. Excited to see the rest of your journey. Thanks for your time. Best of luck, and we'll go back to the desk.
Now, I see that you may have had something you want to say there, Gordon. I'll go ahead and throw it to you real quick. That way you can kind of get what's on your mind there.
It's one of those things, because we've talked about it. Going into the pre-games, we have mentioned it. We have said, when you have a team that has Leon on it, you're playing Leon's game, right? And it's get to hear it first and foremost right there. And that's never been a bad thing. No. And that's the thing that's always been fantastic about it, is every now and then you'll maybe have some of those 25 to 30-minute, 45-minute games that are, you've been going for a long time. Sometimes there's the slip up, and that's where it has fallen apart. But what you get to see here, and what I get to hear there, at least for me, is you get one of these players that we've seen in the past. You've seen it in Enemy in Season 2. You've seen it in RG way back in the day. You have that one guy, the one-shot caller, who is the general, everybody else, if they play their role and they listen to the call, whether it's a good call or a bad call, you just listen to the call, your team's going to find success, and that sounds like that's what the Subordinates team is doing.
And if there's one thing that I also picked from that interview, it's what he said about the reason why he picked Hi-Rez. Why would I want to hit the frontliners for 26 damage, with all these mitigations, when I can snipe the background from the back line from a mile away and do 500 or 600 damage every single time? I think it's a good mentality for a Hunter player like Tuba to have in that regard. That's the end of our final set of the day. We take a look at the bracket after 2 full days of play. 8 sets of Smite have now been completed. We have now sent our first 2 teams home. The Tartarus Titans and the Athenian Sages both have been eliminated from the tournament. That leaves only 8 teams left moving into the remainder of the day. And starting up tomorrow, we'll have the Kalin Wardens, the Yomi Tanuki playing against each other, the Shibalba Storm, and the Valhalla Valkyries. And then we move up into the upper bracket immediately after that, where we get to see some of our semifinals, and we get to see which 2 teams will then get to face off for that first spot in the SPL between the Niflheim Warriors, the Aru Scorpions, and the Gilded Gladiators and the Eldritch Hounds. Losers of those matches will then drop down to face these winners, where again, this is getting these early wins is so important because it's only going to get more difficult. When we talk about one of those top 4 teams that we've all been predicting as the top 4 to make it through loses, the other 3 end up down in that bracket that also still have to fight for that spot. So it's just going to get more difficult as this weekend goes.
And that's kind of the big thing. We've been talking about it a lot, right? 10 teams. You're fighting for 2 spots in the SPL to prove that you not only belong with them, but then you're going to be playing against the best of the best all year long, right? You're getting a salary. You're getting so much out of this from getting the win. It's a huge deal for these teams, probably outside of Worlds, literally the most important tournament that you could be playing in. And when you're looking at this, it is not only a hard fight, but we're going from 10 teams yesterday. 10 teams come in today. We immediately get rid of 2. Tomorrow we get rid of 2 more. Saturday we get rid of 2 more. Guess what? Sunday we get rid of 2 more. It is 2 from here on out every time someone's going to be going home, and it's going to be a little bit of heartbreak on the other side, a lot of excitement for some of these teams to stay alive in it, and I just think it's going to be really exciting. We still have 3 more days of this. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this was only day 2 of our 5-day event. 8 sets of Smite down and plenty more still to go with a couple of best of 5 sprinkled in for those qualification matches. So make sure that you are tuning back in the rest of the weekend. We start back up at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. On behalf of myself, Goremizer, all the casters, for everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.